Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we're gonna get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. Well, happy 5th. Beautiful to see you, Space Fans, here on this Sunday evening. I'll talk about, but first, some shout-outs. Mr. Spock, Hermit Horologist, and HBX123 in the YouTube chat. Orbius, a close fourth. Quaximus, also here. Meow. Randy Terpstra. Young Chris. Sweet Chewy. Sevens. And the Green New Deal, and Ducky. Twitch. Yes, it's beautiful to see all of you Space Fams here on this Sunday evening. Lot to talk about, so much to talk about, my god. But most of it's gonna be an attempt at fun, or at least an attempt to recognize the holiday weekend, which we all just kind of just wrapping up right now. Oh yes, we'll be talking about how the whole country celebrated, how the president celebrated, how the vice president, and how maybe we celebrated in the past. Perhaps a look at the past of America, whether or not it's something to celebrate, or something to improve upon. Oh, and democracy happening. Boy, oh boy, we're gonna talk about that. In the Senate Michigan race. Mallory McMorrow dropping out. What? Leaving Abdul El-Sayed. A nearly clear path to the Senate. All right, American time. Fuck yeah! Let's start here. With the people that we decided were repressing us long, long ago.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
The BBC. All right, well, it wasn't the BBC that was repressing us, technically. It was the government, supposedly. From doing what? It's a question. There's a question. We might get into that later. Let's start here.
President Trump has said the American dream is back in a major speech to mark the 250th anniversary of U.S. independence. Mr. Trump also warned Americans about the threat from communism and vowed to continue protecting Americans' right to bear arms. His speech was followed by a large fireworks display, which lit up the sky over the national capital. The 40-minute fireworks show aims to break a Guinness World Record for the largest display in history. But it's been competing with the weather. Earlier, thousands of people were forced to leave due to an approaching thunderstorm. And there were chaotic scenes as security forces attempted to regain control on the National Mall in Washington after some people attending the event refused to leave following an evacuation order. But despite the extreme weather in the US, the last few days has seen...
It's too much freedom right there is what happened. And then excess of freedom got out of hand.
Freedom! I
thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
But despite the extreme weather in the US, the last few days has seen parades, concerts, and lots of red, white, and blue as the country celebrates its birthday. It was billed as a moment of unity, but it does come at a time of deep division in the country, with critics accusing President Trump of politicizing the celebrations. President Trump has said the American dream is back during a speech in Washington to mark the 250th anniversary of US independence. The event was heavily delayed due to rising temperatures as well as thunderstorms. Our North America correspondent Howell Griffith has more.
On a landmark birthday, a monumental celebration. All choreographed to show the strength of a nation by land, by sea, and by air. Except a heat wave across multiple states made heavy weather of the birthday plans. In Washington, they sweltered under the sun to get in,
Guests must seek shelter
before being evacuated in fear of a storm. Even so, it didn't dampen the mood.
I'm burning up right now, but
I'm burning up.
We're dealing with it. We're all struggling, but anyway.
I'm fine. I'm willing to die for my freedom. I'm willing to die celebrating it. I'm free to do that. That is how free I am.
Heck.
So free.
Just drinking lots of
Free
water.
to wear this
lots
stupid
of
hat.
tank tops or vests, as you guys say.
These stupid.
Trying to stay as cool as I can be.
Stupid
It is
overalls.
incredible.
This,
I mean, there's nothing like
this
being American.
stupid
I love
umbrella.
our country. It's the greatest.
The freedom. We just got so much freedom. In America, we just got so much freedom. I mean, freedom to wear stupid hats and clothing, to burn in the heat, telling everybody about how free we are. It's almost an obligation to get out there and celebrate your freedom. Not celebrating your freedom, that's un-American.
Right to jail, right away.
Country in the world, and so it's just an honor and incredible to be here.
So, it's an honor.
And seeing all the other patriotic people coming out here it's a real blessing.
So much patriotism. Oh my
The
God.
original plans for this big 250th party were largely sidelined by the Trump White House. Its Freedom 250 celebrations are a lot more focused on the president and his view of American supremacy by economic force and military might. When, later than billed, the president eventually took to the stage, these were themes he leant into, while stressing his own place in history.
We rebuilt our military in my first term. We use it as...
Yeah, I love most about this speech, because we're actually going to do a little Tarantino here. We're going to go back in time and I just figured we start off with this one just to get us, like, primed. Get some of the hits in here. What I found fascinating about this speech, I found most enjoyable, is the fact that, what was it, like 2 days ago? It was like Friday or something. Trump was like, I'm going to give the longest speech ever in the middle of a very hot day. And then they delay his speech until it's until it's nighttime. And it's actually the shortest speech of the entire weekend. All right, not actually I think it was it wasn't short by any means, but it's just interesting, big tough guy. A big tough guy. Unless it gets a little too hot, and then I might say things that are untrue. Although the heat doesn't necessarily have anything to do with that.
In history.
We rebuilt our military in my first term. We use it a little bit in our... Actually, I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy. But we use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped it out.
No more Iran.
Their military.
All gone.
To follow a president.
We completely wiped out Iran. You can tell that he can't even sell it. Like, he knows nobody believes him at this point on that. It completely gone. Iran doesn't exist anymore. Like, what a fucking deranged thing to say, first off. But, like, you can tell even he doesn't believe, like, he knows he's not, like, he's just lying. Oh, my God. I wonder how much Melania's making by being first lady. Like, there's got to be some sort of deal. Like, per year, per month, sort of like stipend. What do you think, like $1 million a month? 500,000? I don't know. I'm just trying to do the math here. I mean, she must know relatively how much her husband's worth. I know she's not happy in this marriage. What do you figure? Anyway, it's been a fascinating weekend. Sort of a fever dream of the president. A celebration intended to outdo every other celebration of all time. It sort of fell flat on its face throughout the throughout these celebrations. I mean, when did it originally? I mean, it really started like 3 weeks ago when Donald Trump had his birthday. We watched. Well, we didn't actually. We weren't allowed to watch unless you had a Paramount Plus subscription. But when we imagined people fighting on the front lawn, they were fighting there. We just weren't allowed to see the celebration of America, or well, actually the celebration of Trump, which was parading as a celebration of America because it paywalled. Trump donors' own media platform. Totally normal. Totally normal.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
That was totally normal. Nobody had anything to say about that. I'm sorry. What am I talking about? Oh, that's right. No. Everybody had lots to say about that, but it went off as expected. With $1.5 million White House lawn tickets sold, dozens of sponsors, most including crypto companies that the Trump family was involved in. Just and I think including one illegal crypto company in the U.S. I can't remember which one it was. It's been a fascinating extravaganza of awful, beginning to end. The last week really culminating with the epic shittiness.
America's 250th Independence Day celebrations underway on the National Mall, with marching bands setting the patriotic tone. 250 years ago, Americans battled the British for their independence. On Saturday, they battled the heat. Due to record-breaking temperatures, the National Independence Day Parade in Washington was canceled, mirroring similar cancellations in Philadelphia.
I can't believe that we don't have this great parade that 1 million people are supposed to be present here.
It's just the land of opportunity. I mean, we've emblazoned our buildings with these weird cult of personality banners. You can see Teddy Roosevelt in the back, a guy who apparently Trump sees himself in. We'll get into that later. But we were promised just the greatest event of all time. Parade canceled? Oh, God. Just awful.
Awful. Weak.
Parade that 1 million people are supposed to be present here.
It's just the land of opportunity, and it's worth every minute of this heat.
Still, millions of Americans celebrated their country's independence.
I love how the right wing loves to prove just how much they love the country by actively doing things that are I love the country more. I'm willing to have heat stroke a half a dozen times before this is over. I will not be outdone in my love of America. It's like because nobody is fought in the or not nobody, but because most people haven't fought in an actual war or been affected by an actual war in so long. They're just this is the only way I can prove I'm willing to die for my country, by literally placing myself in harm's way in order to parade around Washington D.C. covered in flags. I mean covered. If I were not a lady, I would show you my panties, which are also covered in the flag and some other stuff.
Tall ships paraded along the Hudson River in New York. And Native Americans marking Independence Day with mixed emotion, ceremonies across the nation celebrating Native resistance to colonialism and cultural pride. As part of the 250th anniversary celebrations, an unprecedented 7 hours of military aircraft performing flypasts, including the U.S. Navy's famed Blue Angels and even an F-35 stealth fighter. The 4th of July festivities aren't just centered here in Washington, D.C. In fact, there are people celebrating with cookout.
Okay, that's That's all I wanted from this one. But I just want you to hear that again in case anybody missed that.
As part of the 250th anniversary celebrations, an unprecedented 7 hours of military aircraft performing flypasts, including the U.S. Navy's famed Blue Angels.
I just found this also. I mean, of course Trump is doing this, but like, what a fucking dumb idea. Like, it just first off, politically, right? Like, yeah, this guy is failing in Iran right now in the Middle East, spending $1 billion a day, one or two, however many billions of dollars a day on this failed Operation Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
And then he wants to remind everybody of that for 7 hours straight? I mean, because that means it's literally what it is. It's a reminder of our armed forces, right? The Navy, the Air Force, all these people out there risking their lives who were paying to do all this stuff. And it's just a 7-hour reminder of that fact. It's like, all right, look, I know most normal humans probably have like a tops 10-minute attention span, but 7-hour air show. Just listen. Okay, look, hear me out, okay? I think it's going to be so mind-boggling, people will forget all about Operation Epstein Fury. It's fucking ridiculous. And technically, you know, like, I grew up in like a partly military family. Like, my dad was in the Marines and my grandfather was in the Navy. I went to a few air shows growing up. But 7 hours? I mean, what are we doing? 7? We really? Does that remind us of how free we are? To watch a 7-hour-long air show? That's too much. That's too much. Everybody's saying it, okay? Literally, everybody is saying 7 hours is too long. I mean, how much did that cost? I know it probably cost nothing compared to Operation Epstein Fury, but that's the kind of the thing is like you start thinking about how much is this costing, and then you're you're immediately drawn to the rest of our military expenditures, which is right now, you know, getting more and more unpopular in the country as this whole thing drags on. It's just such a strange choice. Me, I'd prefer to celebrate the people who make America great. You know, in a more tasteful way, you know? Alright, that was the generalist clips. Now we're gonna get granular, Space Fams. Starting on the West Coast. Seattle. 250 people sworn in as American citizens at the Seattle Center on the 4th of July. Oh! Where's my mouse? There it is. There we are.
On the country's 250th birthday under the Space Needle,
raise your right hand.
250 people stood to take an oath. One of them dressed for the moment.
250 years anniversary is big to me and also big to the country, so I'm really happy to be here.
Seattle is where AJ built a career and found a family. His fiance and godmother watched from the lawn with other loved ones.
I'm also in progress in getting a green card and then being part of this country, and then now my fiance is becoming a citizen first. So it's very exciting to see how we are becoming part of this country.
The world is crazy right now. And this is such a hopeful thing that people still want to be here and to be here permanently.
Other families took the oath together.
The whole family's getting sworn in today. It's been a long journey, a long process.
After years of applications, background checks, and interviews, these new Americans come from every corner of the world. 44 from India, 20 from the Philippines, 8 from South Korea, and dozens more from countries around the globe.
I came United States as student, but luckily I got a job, so my company could able to sponsor me, so I could stay here and maintain my study.
The ceremony reflects the city these new Americans call home. 1 in 5 residents was born in another country.
Damn, that guy must be making a lot of money for the capitalists. I mean, like, didn't Trump increase the amount that companies have to pay for like visas now, like the H-1Bs? Didn't they increase it to like $1.5 million or something like insane? Dude must be like a secret genius or something. Anyways, I just figured we would log that beautiful moment of all of these people gathered together, celebrating their becoming an American. I'm sorry. Yes, celebrate.
You now sit as equal to all persons born in the United States.
Sorry, I just wanted that last clip. You are now equal to all other citizens born in the United States. Yes, indeed.
Yeah!
And it's a beautiful thing. Log that for later. Because some people aren't... We're not all celebrating in the same ways today, this weekend. It's somewhat bifurcated, I guess you might say. I'm sorry, did you think there was 250,000 people getting sworn in? No, that was 250. 250. 3 digits. Hundreds, not hundreds of thousands. The small number. Small number of people out there managing to become Americans on the semi-quincentennial, the founding of this country. Other people celebrating across the country in their own ways. Let's go to Nebraska, the middle of the country. KETV News Watch 7. From yesterday, a view of the fireworks. I think it's a time lapse, yeah. Time lapse of the fireworks celebrations. Oh, you can see them. Oh, they're popping up. Oh, they're popping off hard in Nebraska. My God, look at them all. I just want to watch that one more time. It starts off like there's nothing, and you're like, what are you looking at? And then it would seem every single person in Nebraska, in Omaha, Nebraska, decided to light off a firework in their yard. The entire city lights up. My God. Now, some people celebrated in other ways here in Omaha, throwing themselves a beach party.
As the country celebrates America's 250th birthday, Omaha is ready to party. Activities have been going on all day. KETV News Watch 7's Izzy Fonfara-Drool joins us live from the beach party at Heartwood Preserve. Izzy, how's the party so far?
Maddie, it is great out here. We have water slides, we have bounce houses, there's food trucks, so many people out here really excited to celebrate a huge milestone in American history and ready for what's going to come next.
Bounce houses. That's a great American tradition. Now, if you were asking yourself, what beach? Well, they had to make a beach.
To celebrate not only the USA, but also each other.
Yeah, it's been really great. We're all going off to college our separate ways in the fall, so it's been really nice to spend our last kind of summer together and get to celebrate such a big milestone. So it's been
such a big milestone. It's so great, dude. Heck yeah. Okay, Nebraska. Omaha. bringing the beach to themselves, as well as bounce houses and other sorts of family fun. seems like a reasonable way to enjoy the holiday. All right, let's go further into the middle of the country. Chicago, Illinois, where the annual 4th of July parade was held in Hyde Park.
Well, despite all this weather, for many, going to a parade is a 4th of July tradition. They happen all across our area, indeed, right across the country. And one of the most beloved traditions is the 4th on 53rd parade, which I had a chance to be at today. Enthusiasm for Chicago's largest 4th of July parade matching the moment. The people of Hyde Park reveling in the semi-quincentennial of America. That is 250 years.
Thank you.
The politicians, the fancy cars, the marching bands, the floats, one after the other. This center of the South Side coming together for America.
This is a tradition for us. It's something we do every year, and it's so exciting to see all of our friends and neighbors.
Most here too young to remember America's bicentennial in 1976, but struck by the significance of this anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Do you get a sense of how important it is?
Yes.
Tell me, how does it feel to be here today?
It's really fun, and I'm glad that we get to do it every year.
Further along, multiple generations of the Simmons family taking in the vibe. How do you feel?
I feel excited. I mean, the weather's great in Chicago. It feels good to be here on July 4th, see in Hyde Park, see everyone out here enjoying themselves, having the boys, see all their friends and family from the neighborhood. Yeah. It's been a great day.
And a grand...
There you go. Families enjoying each other, their communities, and celebrating of this great country. Now down to Tennessee, Gatlinburg, holding July 4th parade. Your C-SPAN with a quick clip of the festivities.
You know, what is a birthday party without some cake here? Floating high above the parkway is our festive birthday cake balloon, a sweet tribute to America's 250th birthday celebration.
Coming up next, you have the floating proudly above the parkway is the U.S. Constitution balloon honoring.
Okay, am I the only one that thinks that the thing looks like a giant loofah? I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking that? Am I un-American for looking at that and thinking it's a giant loofah? Because that's exactly what it looks like to me. You know, like one of the natural loofahs. Hold on, let me. Please, somebody tell me that I'm not crazy right now. Tell me it doesn't look like that. Like, tell me that you can't tell me it doesn't look like that. It doesn't give off scroll vibes as much as it gives off loofah vibes. Or like paper towel vibes.
Document that established our nation's government and continues to protect the freedoms we cherish tonight.
Signed in 1787, the Constitution remains the oldest written national constitution still in active use and serves as the enduring foundation of America's democracy.
I have to say, this is the first time I've seen a Constitution float. Balloon.
You know,
looks like Gatlinburg found the one black guy to be George Washington. All right. Just kidding. I'm sure there's more than one black guy in Gatlinburg. I actually don't know the demographics down there. Okay. Oh. Yes. Now to the city of brotherly love. A place pivotal to our supposed freedom and democracy. Philadelphia. Where babies were brought into this world with the most patriotic possible garb. Attire, if you will. That's right. Red, white, and blue just draped all over the babies of Philadelphia.
Some of Jefferson Health's tiniest patients are helping celebrate as well today. Look at the precious little patriots rocking their stars and stripes at neonatal intensive care units across our area. The hospital shared these photos as keepsakes for families. Let's all pledge right now to make this country and this world a place they can be proud to grow up in.
Okay, if those little patriots don't bring you great joy, I honestly don't know what will. Honestly, you're cold, callous individual. Wow, chat is not on board. Good God. Does America last? All right, staying in Philly. Perhaps this will imbue in you a sense of love of country. A reenactment. An Independence Mall. 6 ABC Philadelphia.
In Congress, July 4th, 1776, a declaration.
It happened right here in Philadelphia. What better place to have an amazing celebration like this?
Well, here at the Independence Visitor Center, we are hosting a birthday party for America, and this is the biggest birthday party you'll ever see.
Happy 4th! Happy 4th!
We'll be celebrating by giving out 5,000 cupcakes to visitors here this afternoon, face painting.
Oh yeah, this is going to be great.
And one giant birthday card for America. And then we're just going to have fun family programming all across the historic district.
The level to which that face painting artist was taking her job. This is going to be great. You write that down. Write that down so I don't have to remind you of how great this is going to be.
Cakes to visitors here this afternoon, face painting.
Oh yeah, this is going to be great.
And one giant birthday card for America. And then we're just going to have fun family programming all across the historic district today.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Yeah, unless you're Native American or Black or Asian or anybody else that was intentionally excluded from the Constitution and had to fight for their rights. But yeah, all of that. America! Fuck yeah! And don't forget women. Almost forgot women. That's incredibly rude. How rude. Can't forget you. You were excluded too.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
But I guess that's sort of inherent in the statement that of all men are created equal. Which is probably why I forgot you initially. Because it is, right, like the statement, the phrase, all men are created equal. Like, and the fact that one's not followed up, the same thing for, and women do. Like, that's inherently, I mean, we all understand that to be one of the problems with that statement. And just for anybody wondering, I see a lot of complaints about the patriotism right now. I did explain to everyone how we were going to do the stream at the beginning of all this. First, we're going to talk about how everybody celebrated. Did a quick couple of general clips. Now we're going granular, city to city, across the country. Then things are probably going to go off the rails very quickly. All right, we're going to see how the president was celebrating our 250th. Talk about some of our nation's history. And as well as how much we should even be celebrating right now. or whether or not we should be thinking more about how we can solve some of our inadequacies, come through on some of those failed promises and all of that stuff. Improve upon, make the union more perfecter and stuff. We'll get there. Okay, everybody, let's all ring it in. From Philadelphia to New Jersey to a 100-year-old 4th of July tradition in Ridgewood.
For more than a century, residents in Ridgewood, New Jersey have filled the streets to celebrate the 4th of July. Aziza Schuler spoke to parade goers about their pride.
An American flag stretched above Ridgewood Avenue as a 116-year-old tradition marched on through the heat. Chairs, umbrellas, and red, white, and blue lining the route.
We got good shade. We are good to go. We're all prepared with our umbrellas.
Everybody looks forward to it. Everybody. You could spot the first-timers and the families who can't remember a 4th of July that did not start here.
Well, everybody's just celebrating, and you get the feeling that it's just all right, and nothing bad's gonna happen.
Nothing bad.
The first 4th of July, what a special time to have it.
It's really, really fun because we get to make memories and share the moment.
I came in from Cleveland for this. I have to follow my family. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Amount of
64 parade entries came one after another. Marching bands, fire trucks, and mini cars got the weight.
Oh God, it's the Masons. Oh God, the Masons have come with their tiny cars.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh God. So much flag pervertry across the country. Oh, I'm overwhelmed. Flag overalls, flag hats, flag glasses, flag shirts, flag shorts, flag summer dresses, just regular flags, big ones, small ones, medium ones, ones affixed to hats and cars. It is overwhelming. But you know what's really overwhelming? Trying to shove dozens of hot dogs, glizzies, if you will, into your gullet like a weird freak. Yes, of course, the great yearly Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Championship contest, sponsored by Poly Market now. So glad to see that sponsorship. Sponsored by Poly Market. Happened earlier on July 4th with the expected greats, your Joey Chestnuts, Mickey Soto, and others battling for best glizzy eater of America.
Of course, it wouldn't be the 4th of July without a sporting event like no other.
Yeah.
No, not the World Series, not the Super Bowl, not even the World Cup. We are talking about something much bigger at Coney Island.
I hate this. This is my least favorite
The return
competition.
of the legend himself, Joey Chestnut. Eyewitness News anchor Shirlene Allicott was there for all the stomach-turning drama.
I can't.
Cheers to the sun, the sand, and lots of hot dogs. Crowds packed into Coney Island for the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest.
Oh my God.
Crowds packed into
This one woman is taking it so seriously.
Coney Island.
It's the perfect bounce point. Look at the level of intensity on this woman's face. She's like at a 13 over here.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies
She's
and
at like
gentlemen.
a 13 over the hot dog eating contest right now.
For the Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest. And the extreme heat didn't stop these avid fans from cheering on their favorite eaters.
Joey Chestnut has been my hero since I was 12 years old, and
He's my hero. Did you hear this, man?
My family, so
Anybody? He's not done. He keeps going. I mean, anybody else hear this man just say that Joey Chestnut is his hero? And I don't know if this is his wife, his girlfriend. I can't imagine this man like interacting with another human being on the regular. Is that a Joey Chestnut hat that he's got? Like, what is wrong with this man? I mean, I struggle to imagine the sort of world you have to live in where your hero is Joey Chestnut. Look, sure, competitive eating has a niche. Some people really enjoy this, okay? I can understand that to some degree. I don't. I think this is gross as fuck. But how do you get there? How do you get... Anybody following me here? Like, I just don't understand how you get to the point where Joey is your hero. This guy, like, he's got a hat. He's got a Joey Chestnut hat. To go along with, of course, his flag overalls.
And, you know,
I just got to hear that one more time.
Has been my hero since
I'm just going to hear one more time.
Cheering on their favorite eaters.
Joey Chestnut has been my hero since I was 12 years old.
Since I was 12 years old.
You know, every year I watch it. It's appointment TV for me and my family, so thankful to have the opportunity to come down today for America's 250 and watch Joey compete.
My whole life.
You've been watching it your whole life.
My dad loves it, so he forced us to watch it, and we all grew up. It's our 4th of July Day tradition.
For me, it was a full circle moment, bringing my kids to the place where I spent summers as a kid for one of the most iconic New York events.
And here we are, me with my entire family, and I can't wait to hear. What do you think?
Aww.
What did you think?
It was gross.
No surprise there. And what did you think?
It was so fun.
Narwhal underscore
Husband,
by
what did you think?
underscore
That was
nature
awesome.
gifted
Nothing-
1 subscriptions to the community.
Narwhal by nature with a gifted sub to Smash. Thank you, Narwhal. Very generous of you. Is your dad here today? No. He choked on a hot dog 7 years ago. The great hot dog blizzard of 2018. Or whatever. We have to can't do the math right now. That young lady is correct, though. It was gross. Because, like first off, like, it's gotten so out of hand. It's gotten so out of hand now. They, like, soak all of the hot dogs in fucking water and just, like, shove them into their mouths. Like, it just... Everything about it is just, like... Oh. It's just wrong, okay? Just... You know, like, there's a reason why. Supposed to keep your mouth closed at the dinner table, okay? This is just a display in horrifying table manners, if you ask me. An unbridled gluttony. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for anybody who loves this contest. Don't get me wrong, I'll eat a hot dog, but 32? Hold on. We have to go to the results. I almost forgot. I almost went past the results. Let's talk about how many hot dogs were imbibed by human beings at this contest.
As for the competition, Joey Chestnut and Mickey Sudo took home the top prizes, with Mickey on the women's side eating 38 3/4 hot dogs in just 10 minutes. On the men's side, Joey won his record 18th title.
He is dripping hot dog juice. Do you see him? It's disgusting. Do you see what I'm saying? He's literally dripping hot dog juice. He's like, you know, the pans of the hot dog. He's like dripping, and it's like somebody just poured one of those pans on top of his fucking head, and it's just so gross. Oh God, 60. What did they say? Too many. Too many. Oh, God. All right, well, perhaps this next clip of July 4th awesomeness will break you out of the horrors that you just witnessed.
So this next story is a doozy. The U.S. Navy's world-renowned Blue Angels are headlining the air show with Jones Beach tomorrow and Monday.
Yes, and CBS News New York got an exclusive opportunity to fly along with them, and Vanessa Murdoch describes the experience as a dream come true that took some time to recover from.
As we blasted skyward, couldn't help but unleash screams of delight and a big, cheesy grin. The start of my flight with the Blue Angels, breathtaking. Near its end, less blissful. More, shall we say, relaxing? Of course, my experience started on solid ground. From the hangar to the tarmac, a little nervous, a lot excited.
Oh, she was out.
More, shall we say,
Damn, dude, she's done. There you go, CBS New York fly along with the Blue Angels. Slightly awry, but probably patriotic. No way to know for sure, at least for her. Oh, God. Hype train started on Twitch somehow with only one gifted sub. Never seen that happen, but I'll take it. I'll take it. We got 3.5 minutes to get us to level 2 on the hype. That's some very early hype. All right. Let's go back down to the ground. Perhaps it's a little too high flying for everybody.
So because of those storms John Elliott was telling us about, the Macy's 4th of July fireworks started a few minutes earlier this year, but the show was bigger than ever.
It was spectacular. The fireworks launched from the Brooklyn Bridge and also barges in the East and Hudson Rivers. As Dick Brennan reports, it did not disappoint.
It was an explosion worthy of 250 years. A fireworks extravaganza like we've never seen before.
It was magical. I've never seen fireworks like this. I come from India and we celebrate Diwali with fireworks, but this was something
Will
else, completely out of...
nature just cheered 200 bits.
Narwhal, thank you for the biddies. Incredibly generous. We're getting some serious movement going on the Galactic content goal early on here tonight.
Before.
It was magical. I've never seen fireworks like this. I come from India and we celebrate Diwali with fireworks, but this was something else, completely out of the world experience.
The pyrotechnics covering all of the lower half of Manhattan, and just about anyone could see it if you could find your spot near the shore.
No words to say.
In every direction, beautiful?
Yes. I can, like where I was standing at, looking over, seeing all the fireworks over here, and then seeing the bridge. I could, it was just like I was in the perfect spot.
People came from far and wide.
I came LA from China.
How was it?
Oh, it's very good.
We came from Canada.
Wow.
Just yesterday, so it's our first time. It was insane. Yeah, we did enjoy it.
The show was not delayed by bad weather. It was actually moved up. But it turns out the skies were clear and the fireworks, well, just perfect.
They're really pretty. I love the finale. It's always like a good time seeing all of it.
First time to see it in New York, so yeah, happy to finally have been able to do it.
For many tonight.
Yes, indeed, massive fireworks display awing crowds from around the world in New York City. However, it did not go complete. I don't have a clip for this. Or maybe I do. Do I? I do actually. Wait, it's in here. However, it did not go off completely without a hitch. When you go big, sometimes there are unintended consequences. America knows this all too well.
Fuck yeah! Few small fires on the Brooklyn Bridge. This was the scene just after 9 this evening. Witnesses spotted about 4 small fires up there on the bridge's walkway. You can see that flame and that smoke there. These were all near places where the Macy's fireworks show was being set off.
Yes. Unfortunately, big ol' fireworks show did lead to some actual fires. But the fire department managed to put them out safely. Nobody harmed. All right, now let's go to CNN for a strange game show involving America's favorite New York numbers guy. That is, of course, the great Harry Emden.
Holy Toledo.
For our next guest, we search for the wisest and oldest Americans we could find. One is 93 years old, the other is 89. That's 182 years of American experience. My parents, Evelyn and Lou Cohen from St. Louis. Hey, Mom and Dad.
Evelyn and Lou.
Oh, you look so cute. Hey.
Great.
Okay, Mom and Dad, how's your July 4th going?
Good. Great. So far, so good.
Well, you look really good. Dad's wearing the shirt I got him for Father's Day.
Nice.
Okay, we are going to play a game
I like
called... Yes, good. We're going to play a game called Let's Soak Lady Liberty. We are in the heat of summer. We have super soakers, both of us do. And my mom and dad have to answer American statistical questions.
I love how I love I love the face from Harry. Like, he's always got so much energy, and I feel like in this moment you get like a little bit of real from Harry. Like, he's clearly, I don't know how he pulled this. I don't know how he got this job, but you can tell that he's not as enthusiastic about this. For just a brief moment, he brings back the theater energy real quick. but briefly, I do feel he gives off his true feelings about this game.
Provided by CNN's data guru, Harry Enton.
Who's dressed as Lady Liberty.
Lady Liberty.
I think I look fantastic, don't you?
You do.
Thank you.
You do, Harry. And if they get it wrong, we're going to soak Lady Harry. Okay. So, Mom and Dad, when was the Declaration of Independence actually signed? Any idea?
I say 1777.
Wrong.
It was August 2nd, 1776.
Bring it, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
No,
Sorry, Harry.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. Okay, Mom and Dad, what percentage of Americans have tattoos?
I mean, they're never going to get this.
Well, let's see if they
Oh,
know.
it's
Come on.
5%.
Wrong.
5%. Hey, Dad, have you
More, higher.
Dad, have you ever dated a lady with a tattoo, Dad?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, what's the answer, Harry?
The answer is 32%.
In your-
Thank you. The answer is 32%.
Oh, my God. Harry. Oh, my God.
Yes,
Okay.
pull me off.
Okay, Mom and Dad, what are Americans' favorite curse words? And you can say the word. What do you
Okay. There you go, everybody. Working on the holidays over here. Harry Anderson and what's this fucking guy's first name again? I'm always forgetting. And is it Andy? Is it Andy Cohen? I think it's Andy. The boys. The CNN boys have just having a little too much fun, I think.
Awful. Weak.
Well, there you go. We couldn't have July 4th without the great Harry Emden. Okay? Let's be real. Okay? It would be incomplete. We might have to go back to Harry later. We'll see. We'll see if we ever get there. All right. Now to another one of the great early colonial cities of America. Boston. To the founding fathers.
Would you mind introducing yourself? Yes, I'm John Hancock. My money paid for this country.
I am George Washington. Yes, the George Washington. I'm Benjamin Franklin. I discovered electricity so you could watch this. And I am Alexander Hamilton.
Like from the play?
Exactly.
Yeah! So what brings you all back to Boston?
I think I'll take this one, gentlemen.
George Washington.
So rich in history is this great state, Massachusetts, but the city is Boston. And so we like to come back to commemorate.
These girls are hammered, but they are embracing this country in ways none of us, I think, even dared to. Look at these. I'd like to think that they go back to their normal lives and act like this everywhere. Probably not. They probably don't. This is probably a holiday limited situation for them. I'm guessing it was George Washington's idea. I could be wrong.
Those who made this country what it is today.
People like me who were born here in this great, great city. My friend Benjamin was also born here. We went to Latin school together. Remember that, Ben?
Oh yes, fondly. I also invented the bivocal.
And tell me.
So true. It's true. He did invent the bivocal. Yeah. Wow. There we go. Founding fathers. A little drunk history from the founding fathers over here on the streets of Boston. Okay. Now to ruin July 4th. Our great president. Cyclone Cheeto. Who took this opportunity of our semi-quincentennial anniversary of this great nation to remind us that, making it very clear who's in and who's out, who's part of this great country and who is not. Let's start here. France 24 English from yesterday.
It started with the usual bluster.
In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one.
Before taking a dark turn evocative of the Red Scare of the 1950s.
There is now a resurgence of the communist menace in our land. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11.
He went down the list on that one, by the way. But I love how he separates Pearl Harbor and World War II as separate threats. Those are two different threats. Those are two very different wars. Pearl Harbor, the War of Pearl Harbor, and the War of World War II. Very different and separate.
Donald Trump was the protagonist of events kicking off America's quarter millennium celebrations, touring North Dakota in an antique locomotive, and escorted by a reenactment of Theodore Roosevelt's Rough Riders cavalry. Then at Mount Rushmore, flying over the former president's head twice in his brand new Air Force One. Trump will speak on the...
Why does he have to fly over it twice? I don't understand. What's the purpose of that? We gotta get both angles, okay? Look, It'll become very apparent later. All right, this is not wasteful. This is perfectly normal for a president to fly over a monument twice. It shows how patriotic I really am. Yeah. Trump took Independence Day to declare himself kind of like the greatest president of all time. And that he was actually ushering in a golden age. One that was filled with sort of white nationalist theocratic sentiments that I think to some degree our founding fathers would have taken issue with. Suggesting that we were a nation under one God. We know which one. Yeah. Among other things, of course, like that we need to fight the communists by passing the SAVE Act and other sorts of interesting claims.
For more, we can cross to New York and speak to Ian Reifowitz, a distinguished professor of history at SUNY Empire State University and co-author of Riling Up the Base, Examining Trump's Use of Stereotypes Through an Interdisciplinary Lens. Ian, thank you for joining Paris Direct. With those images that we saw of the U.S. president at Mount Rushmore, those flyovers, and then what's still to transpire later today in the nation's capital, how do you view all of this imagery and what it says to Americans?
Well, there are two America 250. There's two ways of celebrating America 250. There's the nonpartisan, bipartisan, we're all in this together, which is, I think, the approach that was aimed for when Congress set up America 250 about 10 years ago. It was supposed to be above politics. It was supposed to be separate from politics. This president has essentially hijacked that. He created this other organization, Freedom 250, which is presenting a very pro-Trump, conservative, arguably, as some critics have argued, white nationalist or Christian nationalist vision, which is really not the inclusive vision that was supposed to be above politics that Congress had in mind, and that was signed into law by President Obama in 2016.
Yes, that's right. 10 years ago, Congress came together to pass legislation for a bipartisan effort for the semi-quincentennial celebrations, which Trump hijacked, diverted funds for, and turned into a horrifying partisan celebration of himself and of a very specific cultural identity for this country. One which I find honestly somewhat shocking. And I really do feel like I need to go back and re-watch that thing when I get a chance, probably Monday, and find every single spot that he said the word culture. Because he said it dozens of times, maybe 100 times in an hour-long speech. And every single time it was said, in my estimation, it was intended to literally speak to white Christian nationalists and tell them you're the culture that America is about. I found it honestly disturbing, and there were some other things that have happened during this time that sort of reinforced this fascist pledge Trump gave on the 250th. I have no other way to describe it at this point. It's honestly really disturbing. And the fact that millions of dollars were just sort of siphoned off by the president and his cronies to do this thing in what honestly may very well have been a crime. I mean, what's new for him? That's not new. Trump's always committing crimes. But it's interesting, instead of taking taxpayer money, a lot of this was, I believe, at least some of this was privately funded. So I wonder if the private donors will take issue with Trump's decision to shower himself with their money. But Mini Trump came to New York for whatever fucking reason. Well, I know what reason. To commemorate the Sail Forth 250 parade in the water Right, it's not a normal parade. It was a parade of boats that, I think went down the East River and down to the shore in Jersey. And then I think it went to another place, but I can't remember where. Might have been D.C., actually. But here you go. JD.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
See what this twerp had to say.
A spectacular view here, and now to J.D. Vance as he overlooks the Statue of Liberty.
Happy birthday speaking on the USS Kearsarge right now. Let's take his comments live. Members of this incredible ship, please, ladies and gentlemen, take a seat. You know, I know it's 100 degrees out here, but my speechwriters wrote me a nice 9-hour address, so it's going to be a long day. A long day. But let me start by saying...
He's so unlikable. He's so unlikable. He's incapable. Like, this man has no human emotions. I don't know if anybody noticed this, but that was an attempt at a joke by the vice president. One which, I mean, I'm not sure I've ever heard worse joke delivery in my entire life. Okay? And, like, don't get me wrong. Like, I know I'm not the funniest guy, but holy fucking shit. That was the worst delivery of a joke I've ever heard.
You know, I know it's 100 degrees out here, but my speechwriters wrote me a nice 9-hour address, so it's going to be a long day. A long day. But let me start by saying...
He's incapable of making that funny. That technically, in some context, could have been funny. Like, to, like, you know, not me, but to someone. Right? Like, just with the correct, like, I don't know, like, facial expressions and or tonality in your voice. But he just sort of, like, spits out this, like, these sentences in the most robotic possible way. This guy is supposed to be the future of the Republicans. Okay, keep going, Mr. Vice President.
First of all, thank you for being here.
Oh, right.
The President of the United States, for reviving this incredibly proud naval tradition as we celebrate 250 years of American daring and 250 years of American naval excellence.
That didn't register as humor. That's what I'm saying, though.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me gifting a sub to Ryborg. Thank you, wasn't me. Yeah, exactly, Sasha. And that's what's incredible. Like, the entire audience just sort of, like, sat there silently. It was incredibly awkward. Painful. Painfully bad.
Hey.
Like, and you can hear the audience is there, right? Like, you can hear auditory claps, audible claps.
WSNT_me just shared 1,000 bits.
Wow, wow, wow. Was it me gifting 1,000 biddies? I think it was you being incredibly generous. Thank you very much, pal. Yeah, it's got real please clap, like Jeb Bush vibes. Like, this guy, I don't see how they make this guy charismatic enough to win anything, even a Republican primary.
Today, we celebrate 250 years of America, facing the future without fear. We celebrate 250 years of proving what a free people can achieve by the providence of our almighty Creator. I want to welcome the incredible sailors who are with us today, all the Marines, the Coasties, and countless others from all of our forces who serve our nation and do so proudly. And I especially want to thank and welcome our wounded warriors and Gold Star families, many of New York's finest police officers and bravest fire. I'm honored to home. We have over 50 countries that 250 years ago, the waters of New York Harbor looked very, very different. While the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia to ratify the Declaration of Independence, General Washington was right here in Manhattan, peering out on this beautiful land and beautiful sea. His attention was fixed on the horizon, watching for sails of the most powerful navy on Earth. 1 week before, the British had begun landing troops on Staten Island, and they had landed 32,000 in just over 6 weeks. One colonist still in the city recounted it seemed as if all of London was afloat and heading to the new nation. War was coming, and everyone knew it. By July of 1776, 80% of New York's population had emptied out in anticipation of the coming violence. And that brings us back to our great General Washington. He knew the battles to come would be bruising and would demand much of his men. But they needed to know, through hot summers and cold winters, exactly what they were being asked to fight for. And so, just a few days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, George Washington read aloud the words of the incredible Declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even today, 250 years to the day later, these words command a tremendous power over us as Americans. For 250 years, they have stirred our hearts and they've reminded us of who we are as a people. But to Washington's soldiers, to the people to whom they were first read, think about this, they were entirely new. What has become standard American parlance, they had never heard those words before. And I think it's something striking to reflect on, that in 2026, the Declaration was written with the assumption that its audience would immediately grasp its words. Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant.
Huh. I wonder what JD's about to say right now. But he's not about to get super nativist and sort of white supremacist.
Grasp its words. Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant. It wasn't written for historians. It wasn't written for academics. It wasn't written for the generations to come.
Oh.
It was written for the people of this fledgling country. It was written for the soldiers who would fight to turn those words into a new system of government. As a document, it does not handhold its readers. Its citizenship at a very hard level. It does not pause to explain who this creator is. It doesn't explain what the equality of men means. It doesn't try to go into details about the consent of the governed. It simply declares these truths to be self-evident. 250 years later, it's worth asking, self-evident to whom? The Declaration proclaims truths the founders believed to all mankind, yes, but it says those truths in language intended to be familiar specifically to the American nation that it was authored to, authored by, and authored for. It was, as Jefferson put it later in his own life, an expression of the American mind. A document whose purpose wasn't, quote, to find out new principles or new arguments, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, the common sense of the American people. That people had been generations in the making. 1776 was not an accident. The patriots of that era understood themselves to be heirs to an older civilization who would carry it forward. Now, they shared with Great Britain the same language, the same God, the same system of common law. They even read many of the same books and observed many of the same customs.
This is what I found this so fucking disturbing. Not only ahistorical, but just disturbing on its face. right? What he is saying is this document was created for white men, and that's how it should be. White men who speak English. If you're not on that list, this document wasn't made for you, says JD. He says the founders, and he's being very specific, right, about who he's quoting here, I would point out. But and very much cherry picking as well. But he's basically, he's going, look, this was made for white men who speak English, okay? Everybody else can fuck off. But he also gets incredibly wrong, as you can be, about America. At least the story that we've been told for so long, right? That Americans were fighting back against King George. But he's actually we were fighting King George because we liked the British so much, we did a war against them. That is what the Vice President of the United States is saying to you right now, is that we fought a war with Britain because we identified so much with the British that we just had to do a whole fucking war over it and secede and come up with a whole new declaration of individual rights and a constitution, right, to govern the already existing colonies on this continent. It's ahistorical and insane and batshit. And the only reason he's even trying this stupid line is to feed and fit a fucking white supremacist narrative that he's trying to sow right now. It's disgusting. But of course, if you're JD Vance, the guy who's second in line in the regime that is actively undermining the Constitution that he's trying to pretend he cares about, you just cherry pick it. And you just pretend that all the shit that's happened between then and now unimportant. Because that's basically what they've been doing, is they're trying to eliminate all of the amendments to the Constitution, all of the progress that the government's fucking made in that time, and trying to recognize other people's right to exist and to act as, equals in this country. And that god they were talking about was Cthulhu, obviously. If only it was Cthulhu. Now, what's fascinating is in fact, the god that J.D. Vance is talking about is a form of Christianity that did not exist in 1776, right? That's the thing about them, is they all are living in this ahistorical mindset, right? Evangelicalism it wasn't really a thing 250 years ago, right? You could say it was born out of certain things, but the way that it currently exists is really wasn't, I don't know. It's just it's weird.
WSNT_me gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
Wasn't me with another gifted sub. Thank you very much. But let's not forget the freedom of religion part in the Constitution was because our country was founded by a bunch of weird religious people, right? People whose religious, again, many I would disagree with in most cases, but came here to be separate from Britain, right? There was a whole bunch of people. Some of the early settlers were people who showed up because, the Puritans or the Quakers, they no longer liked what was going on back in England because Henry VIII at the time, or whoever it was, all the, a bunch of different shit went down, and people left. And there was the supposed desire for religious freedom here in the United States. And there was not. And a lot of those people disagreed with each other on how to do shit, right? That's what I'm trying to get down to here, right? Is that like a bunch of people who disagreed with each other showed up here and like had such disagreement that they're like, you know, we need to put something in the fucking Constitution that says you can just do whatever you want. Okay, but like that's like literally basically how we got to where we are right now. And they want to pretend there's like this homogenous culture like showed up here on the same fucking boat rather than over a long period of time from a bunch of different places by a bunch of different fucking means. Like they just want to create an ahistorical, like they are like I can't remember who said it now, but like it is absolutely an epistemological war that the Trump administration is waging on society. They are trying to like literally rewrite history. It's a little disturbing.
Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time, and you know what that is, 250, the 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this.
Wow, the president can't even say words, can't even put a sentence together. He said he was going to do an epic speech. Here it is.
Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time, and you know what that is, 250.
The 250.
The 250.
The 250. The 250. The 200. Everybody knows. Everybody knows we call it the 250. Okay? Very normal and not a result of my ongoing dementia.
All time, and you know what that is, 250.
Everybody knows.
The 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this. One of my very brilliant people backstage said, "Don't worry about it, sir. We can do it maybe next week." I said, "It doesn't work next week.
It doesn't work next week, okay? Look, we got the 250, okay? We can't do it at the 250.1, okay? That's not right.
The big day. We want July 4th. We're not looking for July something else." So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fighters and the banners of the greatest generation. They are the greatest generation. I hate to admit that. Americans must never forget that we are a historic.
What a great uniter president is. He's willing to put his ego aside for a brief moment to be like, actually, I think the greatest generation might actually be the greatest. Even though I think I'm great. Probably better, but it's America Day. It's July 4th, and I'll say, actually, maybe they're better. Maybe they're better. I don't know. We call them the greatest.
Heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours.
The beautiful earth.
Made the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood.
On this beautiful earth of ours that I don't care about. Did you see the way that he sort of turned away when he said this beautiful earth of ours? He doesn't give a shit about the earth.
With a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours.
You see the way he just sort of turns away from the words? It feels like those words are like shining back at him. He's like, the beautiful what? What am I reading right now? Who wrote this? Stephen, have you been smoking crack?
Call a crackhead.
We are made the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top. We will never let our country fall. We will always be the best. America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by...
Oh my God, these sound like the last gasps of a dying empire. We will never fall. We will never let our nation fall. We are greater than ever before, and we will never let it get less great. Says the guy who's actively making it less great.
Approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. All motorists.
All motorists. All motorists, voters, whatever you call them. Dude, Grandpa is having some serious dementia problems. I think he needs another one of his Lequembi injections or whatever they are. I forget what it's called. He is struggling with basic words. Motorists, voters.
Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. All motorists.
All motorists. That was tough. That was a tough one. All motors is words, right? Am I right? Words. They're tough. Sometimes words are tough. This is the great president of ours. We must celebrate him. Or jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Great, strong leader, Donald Trump, saying words like a normal human being.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Not like a dude sundowning mid-stage Alzheimer's, who's only being kept together by a combination of drugs. All right, just for fun. Really not even fun, because I wouldn't call this fun. But just for the context, not even. Wrong word. Comparison. For comparative analysis. I just want to watch this clip from 16 years ago. It's 2010 for anybody who's struggling with counting.
Welcome to the White House. And happy 4th of July. Michelle and I are honored and proud to have you here on the 4th. And we're humbled to be joined up here by heroes, men and women who went beyond the call of duty in battle, some selflessly risking their lives again and again so that others might live. True to form, they, like all of you, say they were just doing their job. And that's what makes you the best of us. And that's why we simply wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you for your extraordinary service to our country. We're joined in that sentiment by Vice President Joe Biden, who, as many of you know, is marking Independence Day with troops in Iraq, and Joe Biden, who's spending it with military families in Germany. I should say that there's also one girl in particular who's just thrilled that all of you are here, and that is Malia Obama, because this happens to be her birthday as well.
Can anybody tell me what I'm about to bring up right now? Like, what is most different about this speech from what we just got done listening to from Donald Trump? Because actually, it's not even for me. It's not just about the words that Obama's saying that are more like welcoming and like loving and sort of accepting of others and just sort of unifying, if you will, and recognizing of people's. It's that he's surrounded by people. He's not up there by himself, celebrating himself. Don't get me wrong. I think during this speech, Obama makes a couple of whatever, like political quips or whatever else about, but like, if we were to listen to this whole thing, you would notice that throughout all of this, Obama is attempting to, at the very least, unify the country and celebrate the people who make it great, actively great at the time of the speech, right? And or people who have made it great in the past. But he doesn't take the whole thing to talk about how great he is or how terrible Republicans are. He could have done that. I mean, at the time, Republicans were actively trying to scuttle his efforts with the Affordable Care, which was literally the Heritage Foundation approved fucking government health plan. Like, they were literally losing their fucking brains over it at that point, I think. And, like, he could have been doing all sorts of political shit. He wasn't. He didn't. It was not my favorite speech of all time. Like, I listened to the whole goddamn thing again. I know I listened to it at the time. Like, you know, there's a lot of things that we around here probably have to criticize about Obama. But it's just a stark difference between him, in a welcoming manner, and these sort of white supremacist overtones, the authoritarian and like fascist overtones that we witnessed from the president, right? In both speeches that he gave. Because he felt it necessary to give two speeches, because that's how important he sees himself as being, right? And it certainly wasn't a partisan, like, shit-talking fest. Talking about the scourge of communism. It was just normal. It was just normal. And don't get me wrong, we got some problems with the status quo, so it's hard to be, like, making an argument for normal, but... But, like, considering what we're currently dealing with, like, it was so weird to, like, take that, whatever, like, I listened to it at, like, 2x, but, like, to take the 5 minutes it took me to listen to that, I felt like I was in a different world. Yeah, no, he didn't take that moment to, like, push legislation, right? To talk about the Affordable Care Act or anything else. It was just about the holiday. It was just about America.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I'm afraid it's not. Or maybe it is. I guess it depends on how you view the world. How you view, well, I mean, a number of different factors, I suppose, but how you view this country. Because I think for some people, this is honestly we're just going back in time to a time that's very familiar. Others who were perhaps born after the civil rights era see images like this and are disturbed. You might notice at least 1, 2, 3, I think, Confederate flags being flown here. This is in DC, outside of the Great American State Fair.
Heat stroke! Yeah, you do heat stroke! Oh, you've been to the gym! How you sweat! Alright, sit. Can you sit, man? Don't mean to cramp you up here, sorry. We ain't getting no AC. I got it.
This is the America that Trump is saying is our America. And that J.D. Vance is saying is this is the America that we are to expect and to support. And if you don't support this part of America, you're a dangerous extremist. If you don't support extremist Christian white nationalists, right? Like, you're an extremist according to NSPM 7, right? Like, if you don't support the Patriot Front douchebags running around our capital at this great American state fair, you're actually the extremist, right? There's a photo that's been making its way around social media. Of a woman giving a camera kind of a side eye, almost, but a very unenthusiastic one, I guess you might call it. You know, a woman who's probably disgusted by what she's seeing here, but probably also recognizes this as being part of our horrible history. The one we're not supposed to be celebrating, that the Trump administration insists on us celebrating. But we're back to having white nationalists parading around unimpeded and supported by our government in broad daylight. These guys, you know, are, I mean, being outright supported by the Trump administration, essentially, right now. We've seen it from them from the very beginning, straight through to today, right? And these guys feel emboldened by what they're witnessing at our Capitol and at Mount Rushmore and at every other place that this fucking administration touches. Because with it comes the time before civil rights, the time that they are trying to drag us back to, before any of those pesky amendments happened to the Constitution and gave people that aren't white men, you know, a slightly more equality.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today in this special broadcast, we begin with the words of Frederick Douglass. Born into slavery around 1818, Douglass became a key leader of the abolitionist movement. On July 5th, 1852, in Rochester, New York, Frederick Douglass gave one of his most famous speeches. What to the slave is your 4th of July? He was addressing the Rochester Ladies Anti-Slavery Society. The legendary actor James Earl Jones read the historic address during a performance of Voices of a People's History of the United States, based on Howard Zinn's iconic book. The late great historian introduced the address.
Frederick Douglass, once a slave, became a brilliant and powerful leader of the anti-slavery movement. In 1852, he was asked to speak in celebration of the 4th of July.
Fellow citizens, pardon me, and allow me to ask, why am I called upon to speak here today? What have I, or those I represent, to do with your national independence? Are the great principles of political freedom and of natural justice embodied in that Declaration of Independence extended to us? And am I therefore called upon to bring our humble offering to the national altar and to confess their benefits and express devout gratitude for the blessings resulting from your independence to us? I am not included within the pale of this glorious anniversary. Your high independence only reveals the immeasurable distance between us. The blessings in which you this day rejoice are not enjoyed in common. The rich inheritance of justice, liberty, prosperity, You may rejoice, I must mourn. To drag a man in fetters into the grand illuminated temple of liberty and call upon him to join you in joyous anthems were inhuman mockery and sacrilegious irony. Do you mean, citizens, to mock me by asking me to speak today? What to the American slave is your 4th of July? I answer, a day that reveals to him more than all other days of the year the gross injustice and cruelty to which he is a constant victim. To him, your celebration is a sham. Your boasted liberty, an unholy license. Your national greatness, swelling vanity. Your sounds of rejoicing are empty and heartless. Your denunciation of tyrants, brass-fronted impudence. Your shouts of liberty and equality, hollow mockery. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings, with all your religious parade and solemnity, are to him mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety, and hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes that would disgrace a nation of savages. There's not a nation of the earth guilty of practices more shocking and bloody than are the people of these United States at this very hour. At a time like this, scorching irony, not convincing argument, is needed. Oh, had I the ability and could reach the nation's ear, I would today pour forth a stream, a fiery stream of biting ridicule, blasting reproach, withering sarcasm, and stern rebuke. For it is not light that is needed, but fire. It is not the gentle shower, but thunder. We need the storm, the whirlwind, the earthquake. The feeling of the nation must be quickened. The conscience of the nation must be roused. The propriety of the nation must be startled. The hypocrisy of the nation must be exposed, and the crimes against God and man must be proclaimed and denounced.
James Earl Jones, reading the words of Frederick Douglass. That's in the Bible! Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and...
Okay, there we go, space fams. The words of the great Frederick Douglass and the great James Earl Jones. That's quite a combination on this July 4th. A reminder, an important one, of the different experiences of people in this country, different levels of freedom people have been granted by this government. And since we are talking about slaves on the 4th of July, we should also talk about Native Americans, a people who were intentionally put into the Constitution, but in the worst possible way.
Come on!
Here's PBS Origins from 3 days ago.
America.
2026 marks the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, a milestone likely to be celebrated with the familiar spectacle of the 4th of July, block parties, legal or illegal fireworks, and the also comforting barbecue. It's also a time to look back on the past 250 years and reflect on American independence. But before we get the party started, let's look at the document that has since inspired every freedom lover's favorite holiday. Ah yes, all the greatest hits. Decent respect to the opinions of mankind, very nice. All men are created equal, yeah, classic line. Wait a minute, merciless Indian savages?
A what now?
What you talking about?
The one and only time Native Americans are mentioned? Now, this has really got me thinking. Can a national identity built on the erasure of Native genocide ever fully separate itself from propaganda? This is We the People of Native America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do you remember reciting this mandatory allegiance before school? Well, maybe not those born after us millennials. America often frames democracy as one of its greatest achievements. The irony of it is that natives were the ones to inspire it. Well, obviously not the merciless Indian savages line. Even though American Indians were seen as primitive, we've practiced representative governance well before the American Revolution. Around 1142, according to many scholars, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, previously referred to as the Iroquois Confederacy, was formed, establishing relationships between tribal nations, which resulted in a democracy that has functioned for centuries. Within the Confederacy, they solidified an oral constitution described as the Great Law of Peace, which is considered one of the oldest living participatory democracies in the world. If you didn't know, I'm Mohawk, one of the 6 nations that make up the Confederacy. There's Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, Seneca, and Tuscarora. Some of America's founding fathers were aware of the Haudenosaunee form of government, and some, like Benjamin Franklin, even met with members of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, resulting in the blueprint for the US Constitution. You can argue that tribal nations have been a model for democracy centuries before the US started branding itself as the global founder. Of course, this information rarely makes it into textbooks, which is probably the reason why we have yet to receive any recognition. As always, US propaganda gets in the way of the truth.
Yep. You always got to get that narrative just right. We didn't want people, I don't know, blaming themselves for an epic human atrocity pivotal to the founding of this country. That would be inconvenient.
Listed in the Declaration of Independence, the founders cite the Crown's failure to protect colonists from the merciless Indian savages. I think it's about time that we bring in an actual expert to help us understand the lasting impact of the Declaration of Independence. Dr. Stephanie Freiberg is a professor of psychology at Northwestern University. We've been discussing the Declaration of Independence and the phrase merciless Indian savage. Can you describe how this language can affect a person's beliefs about a group of people?
Historically, it was a term that was used to justify the dispossession of our land, the exclusion of our people from the emerging frameworks of law, and instead it renders us a threat that needs to be managed rather than a people to be respected. When Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, he did not have Black or Native Americans in that vision. We were not seen as the people who he saw life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness as being for. In this case, the document functions as 2 things at once. It's a promise of universal freedom and an explicit dehumanization of the continent's original peoples, right? Of us.
Many tribes tried to avoid involvement in the Revolutionary War, viewing it as a dispute between the Crown and its colonies. But after the British made claims that they would help stop settler expansion, many tribes decided to back Britain. After the colonists won the war, this was used as an excuse to raid and settle on native lands, despite some native tribes even fighting under George Washington. At the war's end, the Crown seized ceded all of its land east of the Mississippi to the new country, making native land free for the taking. America and Britain would go to war again in 1812. This is also the second time they've called conflict with the natives as an excuse for war. Echoing the Declaration of Independence, the new country accused the British of arming Native American tribes in order to resist US expansion. At the center of that resistance was Tecumseh. Translation, shooting star. A Shawnee leader who had spent years uniting tribes across the East into a single confederacy to prevent American expansion. To many Native American communities, he was one of the last real chances to stop settler invasion. After Tecumseh's death during the war, his coalition collapsed, and the organized Native resistance east of the Mississippi never recovered. To further the blow, about 20 years after these wars, Congress passed the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Incoming! Government surveyors who dictated where Native Americans were allowed to live, inevitably forcing tribes to march wherever these areas were determined. Let's take a look at some national symbols that helped define America, and how they evolved into tokens of patriotism, or rather propaganda. Soon after the founding of the country, the belief that the United States was destined to expand its territory from sea to shining sea grew in popularity. Known as Manifest Destiny, this ideology was rooted in ideas of American exceptionalism, and justified this westward expansion as a God-given right.
I don't know about you all.
Known as Manifest.
But like, this is one of those images that hit so hard. Like, in the most terrible possible way. I can't make that more clear. But like, when I was watching this earlier, because remember, earlier, I think it was earlier this fucking year, while we were doing all this fucking crazy shit, I think Stephen Miller, or one of these douchebags, literally posted this image, right? Like, one of these literal white nationalists in the government posted this image, which was literally a piece of propaganda justifying the genocide of Native Americans, like the ethnic cleansing of Native Americans from the land. And this is not that long ago. This is 150 years ago. This stuff was still going on at that time, and we just sort of, and for many people, that history is not taught at an early age. I got some when I was younger. Like, as a New Yorker, the Iroquois, I had a very like easy way to like research them, because there's still some remnants of former like of the lands, right? Like, most of New York is basically the Iroquois, basically the Iroquois land. But it's crazy how much they have embraced this kind of like propaganda of the old stuff that I feel like, to some degree, society had been like, this is a bad part of our history, technically. Even if we didn't talk about it very much, like, we kind of agree that the stuff we did to Native Americans are bad. But they're like, actually, no, this is part of the good part, right? Like, they posted it like proudly on social media, knowing full well what they were doing, right? It's not the same thing as an eagle, or as even Uncle Sam, right? Like, this one, you gotta go into like in the chronicles to find. You know, this one you gotta be like familiar with this shit to even know what you're looking at.
Destiny. This ideology was rooted in ideas of American exceptionalism, and justified this westward expansion as a God-given right. The poster child for this message? Uncle Sam. In the early 1800s, Uncle Sam was no caricature, but likely inspired by a real-life figure, a military meat supplier named Samuel Wilson, whose soldiers called Uncle Sam. Soon after, a cartoon version of Uncle Sam became an ambassador for Manifest Destiny. And Uncle Sam had some assistance from his female counterpart, Lady Columbia.
So, shock of shocks. Uncle Sam was an old white capitalist. He didn't even fight. He just sold the military meat. Wow. Wow. What a strange history we have. Just gonna skip ahead a little bit. This is not the history that you read on the Butterball turkey wrapper. That's no good.
Sam, are merely more representations that justify what has happened, that justify American society, that justifies the erasure and dehumanization of Native people. And, certainly if God meant for us to be put in that place, it becomes so much easier for people to kill, maim, take our land, take our items, take our practices of agriculture, and then dispossess us of them, right? And even own the things that we did bring.
So, Uncle Sam was a propaganda tool that became a mascot. Well, what about another USA mascot? The bald eagle. They are so revered that they are directly protected under at least 2 federal laws. However, long before the eagle became the national bird and the official seal of the United States, it had a distinct religious and cultural significance among Native Americans. In fact, because of these distinctions, today, only tribal citizens can legally possess feathers for religious and cultural purposes. The bald eagle is unique to the North American continent and represents strength, courage, and freedom. So, of course, this symbol would be repackaged by settlers and branded as a symbol of American national identity. Speaking of national identity, let's talk about citizenship. Over time, the US government began to change its policy from one of elimination to assimilation.
Indeed. Oh, God. American history is really one we have a sordid past. Like, not accepting that is just utter denial, but is what we're living through right now, right? Our government did a bunch of bad shit. Are we also technically the example of democracy that many people have turned to in the 20th and 21st century, right? Or, yeah. And actually, whatever, like, I'm skipping 20th century too. But the point is that we've also done a lot of bad stuff straight up until now, right? And are continuing to do bad stuff and worse stuff thanks to the people that are in power right now, who want to just deny, they literally want to look at this stuff and just actively deny that it's bad, right? That whitewashing history is what we need, because Americans are they never actually make this is never clear whether or not they think Americans are just too fucking stupid to be able to handle holding 2 truths to be self-evident, that America's done bad and good things, right? Like, oh, that's too many thoughts for an American. Or just because they're blatantly white supremacists. I feel like I err on the latter. But the fact is we should be able to hold 2 truths to be self-evident. And not doing that is just sort of a stupid way to live, right? There are gray areas. And there are, in fact, just, it's just like, at this point, like, trying to undo history, there's no way that this goes well. The only other nations that have done these sorts of things, only other examples of, like, this level of propagandistic whitewashing that we're currently, like, undertaking have had, like, a bunch of bad shit happen, right? And, like, they are actively fighting against the efforts which this country has needed to go through for a long time, right? They are just in a state of denial, right? If you think of America as just like a single being, well, it's like we're going through a big sense of loss. A loss because like it's a certain portion of that being that is going through this sense of loss, right? I think to some degree it probably stems back to just like the existence of the first black president and having to wrestle with white identity. And like what we're seeing now is the repercussions of that, and people having like a reflexive negative response to that and demanding that we go back to the time way before that, right? Like that we clearly went down the wrong path, that we could have ended up here. We need to go way back. We need to undo everything so that that can't happen again. And it's just fucking sad and pathetic, and it's dangerous. That's the other thing, right? Like, we could stop talking about it if it was just sad and pathetic, but it's also dangerous because these people have power. We're essentially indoctrinating an entire generation under these white Christian nationalists. These are theocrats. And they want us to all live in their fucking fantasy world with them. Their disturbing dystopian fantasy world. But sometimes, even for the most powerful man in the country, making that fantasy world come to heel, if you will, can be a struggle.
What you talking about?
This is not on the sound sheet, but this is Donald Trump with Doug Burgum.
Okay, it's a Matt special.
A North Dakota billionaire who...
I can't believe he let Doug Burgum stand next to him and steal all of the charisma.
I mean, you kind of look like a president, Doug. You look like maybe the maybe 27th president. But yeah, so here is Trump with Doug Burgum in like the Hall of Presidents or something like that, where there's an AI Teddy Roosevelt. And if you can just put this on screen for everybody, because we need to get the full question Trump asked, which is I'm sorry, this was the funniest thing to me.
Do you consider the Panama Canal your greatest achievement?
Wait, I didn't hear that. Hold on, go back. What did he say? Did you consider what?
He's talking to Teddy Roosevelt, and he asked
AI Teddy Roosevelt?
Okay, so in case anybody's confused, you know, because Matt's saying the president is talking to Teddy Roosevelt. I'm sure many of you are highly confused about that. And just to make it clear here before we get into it, this is not Teddy Roosevelt. This is AI Teddy Roosevelt. What I assume is a large language model which has been fed absolutely everything that you can find about Teddy Roosevelt. And then created like a 3D Teddy Roosevelt model, and then link those two things up together. It's the future.
You consider the Panama Canal your greatest achievement?
Do you consider the Panama Canal your greatest achievement?
Well. Right then, yes. The canal stands as one of my proudest battles, no question. But greatness is a strange thing. It isn't always the biggest or boldest job that matters most. The Panama Canal showed what America could achieve if we held steady and acted fast when the world dragged its feet. That said, I measure my greatest work by the lives improved. Parks set aside, the food and drugs made safe, the square deal given to all, not just to a few. Still, when I stood in the mud watching those steam shovels, knowing ships would pass through, changing the world's map forever, I felt I'd left a mark that would last.
Okay, you did. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, great. Thank you, sir.
I will say thank you very much. I love you, sir.
I love when Teddy Roosevelt's like, look, I'm not the AI Teddy Roosevelt. I don't want to slip into what Trump is, where we're actually like, I think Trump is so polite because he thinks that's the ghost of Teddy Roosevelt.
That's actually him. It's pretty crazy.
Thank you.
But like Teddy Roosevelt, the AI Teddy Roosevelt being like, look, like you want me to gloat about the Panama Canal, but I'm gonna emphasize like the public parks and keeping drugs safe and
He's
the
like,
square deal.
Not the answer that I wanted.
That's fine. And
Right.
then Trump like, yeah, but then he.
What I love about this, when this is like when AI goes right, goes wrong, right? Because to some degree, right, people are using AI because it feeds them the answers they want, right? But it's like an interactive, like sycophant machine, right? They'll tell you you're great and you're pretty and you're smart and that you just, you know, like whatever, like this is a solution to all your problems and blah, blah, blah. But like the AI is just actually, for once, actually just doing its job. And what I'm guessing is that like it was probably a real quick job, right? You just feed an LLM just a bunch of fucking like Teddy Roosevelt stuff and like history about the time in which like fucking Teddy Roosevelt was alive, right? And like that's it. You make it real quick, not as expensive, right? Very focused. You see like Bible people doing this a lot now too, so that they can like exclude information from the internet, like the existence of gay people and like whatever else. But like the problem is it doesn't know that it's talking to the current president of the United States who needs this thing to feed his ego, and that its whole purpose really is just to feed his ego. And it, honestly, like as I was looking at that, all I could think of is, you know what they should have done? They should have created a few jobs, or just like one job, like a couple of jobs. I'm trying to think of exactly how many jobs. It would probably be a few jobs, right? Because you got to have hair and makeup and costume and stuff like that. But I think they would have gone way further. I know they're trying to implement AI into absolutely fucking everything, but human beings would have been able to do this way better, right? Like, the whole purpose of this is to inflate the ego of the president. You should have just gotten a Teddy Roosevelt impersonator show up. It would have been just as convincing to the president. And just like tell him, yes, Mr. President, actually the Panama was the very best thing that ever happened. You're completely right. You're the greatest. You're probably going to be the greatest president ever. Or, you know what I mean? Like they just could have gotten a guy in there who could have kissed Trump's ass. But in the you know, just dressed up as Teddy Roosevelt, and that would have gotten done what they were actually trying to do here. Instead, we all got to enjoy watching AI Teddy Roosevelt shit on Donald Trump. It was glorious. I mean, like he actually was like, actually, you know, I wouldn't actually say that is my. And it's just so funny to watch him just kind of melt in front of that and be like, oh, okay, thank you, sir. I didn't realize that.
Look, like you want me to gloat about the Panama Canal, but I and
He's
the
like,
square deal.
Not the answer that I wanted.
That's fine. And then Trump like, yeah, but then he does get back like, but when I was in the Panama Canal area, I thought like I left a mark on the world. And Trump's like, yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Well, the AI is broken. It's not
the
giving
part
me
that I heard.
exactly what I want. I could have just gone to the goddamn Hall of
More like the
Presidents.
bullshit party.
Yeah, right.
I just love the way.
Oh my god. Doesn't it really feel like we're living in the fever dream of some sort of racist turtle or something? I don't know. It's very frustrating. Oh my god, are we all living in Mitch McConnell's fever dream? Could be. Just horrifying. Oh, I almost forgot to start the galactic content goal today. Have you never heard the philosophical theory that we're all living in the dream of some sort of eternal turtle of some sort? Look it up. I think it's technically, since we're talking July 4th and Native Americans a second ago, I think it's technically a trope that goes back to Native Americans. Really, not trope. What's the word? Meta? No. I can't think of it. Motif. Motif. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Speaking of a place where motifs certainly come in handy, let's talk theater. It is Sunday Funday after all. I gotta start the Galactic content goal over here on Twitch. Shit, I never actually did the math. I'm just gonna do them normal. I'll figure it out later. I just gotta get this going at this point. Just gotta have one. You gotta have a goal. Got no goals. It's a problem. It's a real problem. Just know, everybody, that technically these goals are less than what they look like. All right. If you like the content goal, just remind everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit that bell icon, the like button. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, this content would not exist. I would not be able to do the show, and what would you even be doing right now? Good God. Probably something horrible. That's my assumption. So many great ways for you to show your support, even though we're still demonetized on YouTube. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Got Throne. You want to donate physical items that would eventually arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, Patreon. Although this weekend, I have to report that I didn't do my weekly update to the Patreon list, so one person doesn't have their name or avatar up for this show. I'm very sorry. Wasn't feeling well last night. So we didn't even have a show, and I have not had enough time to get stuff done. Also, my back has been fucking killing me. Which always ruins everything. What was I saying? Yeah. The theater. Let's talk about the liberal fantasy, which we were all sold by a little play called Hamilton. What? Jacobin.
I'm really excited to talk about this piece with Alex Bronzini-Bender, who is a writer in New York City, dealing with a little bit of excitement going on outside of his apartment. So I really appreciate him taking the time. Alex, thank you for coming on the Jackman Show.
Thanks for having me.
So for folks who haven't got it yet, we have this excellent new edition of the magazine out now, friends. And Alex has a tremendous piece on it called The Hamilton Era is Gone Forever. Alex, maybe just to get us started, what was the Hamilton era?
What was the Hamilton era? The Hamilton era, the musical itself came out in 2015, but it debuted at the Obama White House at a quote-unquote evening of the spoken word in 2009. I would say that the Hamilton era was this moment in American liberalism when libs had convinced themselves that something like the Obama coalition would just be the permanent state of American politics. The country was diversifying. It was educating itself. There would be more and more immigrants. Those immigrants would reliably vote for Democrats forever. And so liberalism would thus be the permanent state of U.S. politics. And even the Republican Party agreed. The official autopsy of the Romney campaign came to the conclusion that the reason that Mitt Romney had lost, or at least one of the major reasons that Mitt Romney had lost, was because he had been too nativist. He ran to that date what had been one of the most or perhaps the most anti-immigrant campaign in Republican political history. And so if you were a kind of thoughtful person in the Republican orbit, your take in those years after 2012 was, we need to be more pro-immigration as a party. So really just everyone in U.S. politics during and sort of pre-2015 was converging on the position that the terrain of U.S. politics had changed so fundamentally as to suggest that something like Obama-era liberalism would be the permanent state of U.S. politics. And I see Hamilton as very much of this moment. Sorry, if I don't know if you want to ask me another question.
No, I mean, I was just going to say, like, Hamilton, I think in your piece, you make it clear that, it's not just that this was going on, but Hamilton is almost an attempt to kind of reach back into history to make it seem like when you say it's a permanent state of affairs, make it seem as if this was always the state of affairs rather than a triumphant victory for a certain version of politics.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I mean,
I have wanted to talk about this, but just never found the time. And then Jacobin started doing shows again and decided to do this. I was like, God damn, this one hits hard as fuck. I've been the guy going like, I don't know if this actually makes anything better. I have people telling me that Hamilton somehow makes everything is like somehow now we've done it. Like I'm like, I'm not so sure. Been saying that. I was like in real life, I was like saying that, and now I just feel like finally somebody else. Like I was like, oh my god, other people agree with this take. Thank God.
Even though libs had convinced themselves that they won the future, convinced in fact much of America that they had won, at least convinced much of America's sort of intellectual elite class that they had won on certain fundamental matters of immigration, of race.
Is this kid wearing a toupee? No, I don't think so. I think what it is, it's a combination of product and humidity, if I had to guess, right? He's like he's like a young Gen Zer, so you got to assume there's some amount of product going into that hair, right? Just to keep it floofed properly. But then you got the heat wave, the oppressive heat wave happening. And so that's gonna have ramifications for the coif, whatever you want to call it.
Of, all these sorts of things. It remained the case that they had not won the past. This is kind of my theory of what Hamilton was trying to do. Since the 60s, maybe even earlier, liberal historiography had kind of conceded the founding, had said the founders were bad guys. The founders, we don't want these people. They don't represent a legacy for liberalism. In their person, they don't represent something we want. They had good ideas, and American history is the sort of long and embarrassing process of bringing the country up to those ideals. But the founders themselves were bad guys. This is kind of Arthur Schlesinger's take about the American founding. This is the MLK Jr. long arc of history bends towards justice take. And this is kind of a fundamental problem for American liberalism, because you had, during the Obama era, the fiercest grassroots opposition to the administration called itself the Tea Party, wore colonial era garb. They carried pocket constitutions. On the Supreme Court, their fiercest opposition called themselves the Originalists. The theory that held that the Constitution should be interpreted by the original meaning of each and every word in the document. So the American right had developed these very powerful politics of the past that I think presented a profound insecurity for people like Lin-Manuel Miranda, and for people like, the Democrats who then went to these Hamilton-themed Democratic fundraisers.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is an interesting bit, and I think it is interesting to say that, to look at it as the version of history that is presenting it, rather than doing maybe something that like a lot of folks, a Jacobin in the like Democratic socialist tradition will do, be like,
whoops,
at American history to find, working class rebellion, working class like revolutionary movements, and try to say like, hey, there's a countervailing force in American history, the American project. Hamilton is literally the complete opposite.
Exactly, and this has always bothered me about Hamilton, is that it felt like it was an attempt at rewriting history to the point where, like, I had people talking to me like who literally thought Alexander Hamilton is black, and like I had to like explain like, no, that's just a play. And like I think what it did is that it, and like I honestly could never sit through the whole thing, right? And I never like agreed to like go see it in person. So the only way I was like in like a living room or something, where somebody was like, "Oh, let's watch Hamilton right now," or like I saw like a clip somewhere or something. But like those are the only ways in which that I consumed this, because I just struggled to like embrace it from the very beginning. It just didn't like I was like, because I like, first off, I'm like not the first one who's gonna like rush off to like go like see something early on, like in like almost any scenario. You're gonna struggle to like get me to like go pay like big money for some like new like production, anything. But like as I like started to like learn more and more about it, I became more and more like averse to the idea of it. I was like, wait, so we're just like kind of like doing an ahistorical version of America with a hip hop backing track, and that solves all of the racial inequity we've had this whole time? All we needed was a musical? Oh, geez, I didn't realize we needed like equal rights or anything like that, any sort of big ideas, and it was just a musical this whole time. A musical that just sort of like looped brown people in there, like after the fact in an ahistorical. Okay, fine, but I don't see it. I just don't see it. I'm skeptical. All right, I'm scooting towards the end of this thing. Just for time's sake. I just realized I'm just moving super slow on this stream right now. Somehow like 2.5 hours into this puppy. I'm not even, I don't think I'm I'm just grazing on like a fourth of the way through. Just do the math there. That's no good. That's like a 12-hour stream. Hold on, I'm trying to find a good place to jump back into this conversation. It's good enough.
Argument that you have these leftists who are just completely unwilling to engage in the terms of how you win things in American democracy, completely unwilling to realize that we may not get a public option, we may just have to settle for the Heritage Foundation plan that was the ACA.
Or like as Hillary Clinton said, I'm a progressive who gets things done.
Right, exactly.
And I think that this kind of gets us to what's so fascinating about this play at the moment that it had.
Or as Mallory McMorrow recently said, people can't wait for revolution that may never happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sure she can sing a couple of these tunes herself.
Right.
And it's an interesting play because of where it kind of.
What's fascinating to me is how irrelevant that just became. Well, not yet. It's still irrelevant for now. Because we're still talking about her dropping out. But boy, oh boy. I don't know if anybody's seen that title. Fascinating things happened right before we started the stream.
In the culture, because as you know, this is kind of written, produced, made in the kind of the shining achievement of the Obama era, and then we get drugged back into reaction under Trump. But under Trump, it becomes this kind of symbol of of rebellion in a way, right? I remember Mike Pence went to a showing of it and got booed, or something to that effect.
But if I may cut in here,
yeah.
One thing that's so interesting about Mike Pence's presence there is that the neocons loved it. Like I don't remember all the names off the top of my head, but neocon columnists were writing, constantly about how great this was. I believe the Bushes saw it, the Cheneys saw it, Barry Weiss obviously got in hot water at the New York Times for God, I'm forgetting the immigrants get the job done. Yeah, so in February 2018, Barry Weiss sparked all this controversy because there was an Olympian who hit like a triple axel, and she tweeted, "Immigrants get the job done," which is a quote from Hamilton. And the Olympian who had hit that triple axel was not an immigrant. She had been born in the United States, and so this caused all this controversy. But again, like two figures like Barry Weiss, two neocons like her, this is a vision of the country.
Just what? Yeah. Oh my God. When keeping it New York Times liberal goes wrong.
They could very much get behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, I think that is an important kind of note here, and especially for like the Bush era Republicans, in a way too, it was like the promise of the vision of America that they had been arguing for.
Right.
And obviously, I mean, just to kind of bring us up through it, we go through Trump, and it is like this kind of contested signal. I mean, a lot of times on the left, it was kind of used derisively. I mean, a lot of times people talked about Hamilton and West Wing as two kind of cultural products. The West Wing, an older show, but like two programs or two pieces of media that really celebrate.
The audiences for those two shows, I feel like are almost a perfect circle, right? Like those are the same people that love the West Wing and love Hamilton. That's the same guy and or woman.
Process and kind of like practicality versus like idealism. But then you have Biden, and you kind of argue in the piece that in a lot of ways it is like this Biden era that really creates some problems for the legacy of this program. Well, tell me about that.
So the kind of,
did West Wing have a black George Washington? Yes, it did.
Liberal civic nationalism in the Trump era kind of goes back to this position of the softer kind of Arthur Schlesinger idea of this is the long and embarrassing process of catching the country up to our ideals. Hamilton, of course, comes to this position that, well, like actually the founders were black. Actually, Hamilton was an immigrant striver. It, again, does not engage at all with the fact that he basically did not believe in representative democracy. It's this kind of radically revisionist take. So that was wobbling under the Trump era because, of course, libs had to belatedly realize that this is an imperfect country. But they could still go back to a kind of softer proposition. But then by the Biden era, you have the emergence of the 1619 Project, which really fundamentally erodes this kind of liberal belief in the fundamental goodness of this country. Biden himself proclaimed slavery to be America's original sin. And that's a position that really cannot coexist with that of Hamilton. And so Hamilton-themed Democratic fundraisers, which were so common in the late 2010s, basically just stopped being a thing in the Biden era.
I'm staying in the race.
I never even thought about that. But it's true. All that Hamilton stuff kind of dried up during Biden's presidency. All right, we're rushing to the end of this clip now. Just because I gotta get this. Gotta keep this show moving here. But if you really need to get deep into this, you could go to Jacobin.
What was happening in that moment? And then that allows us to understand everything that's happened since then. It's just a very problematic way of thinking about the country and thinking about history itself. History is a process. History has moments of struggle. History has moments of reconstitution. The Civil War and this profound moment of working class uprising during the Civil War, Matt Karp, one of his many points as a historian is that the Civil War was a sort of reign of terror analogous to that during the French Revolution. Confederate soldiers were richer than Union soldiers. It was this kind of moment of working class uprising. That's a moment of reconstitution for this country, a moment of reformulation of what its promises could be. That's just as profound as the founding. So I think that really what, there have been lots of left-wing critiques of Hamilton. I am by no means the first person to come up with the idea that this may be a problematic musical. But I think that what I see is really the most problematic move it does is indulge this idea that to understand what America is, you have to go back to the founding, and that for America to be a country that has profound political promise and can be a profoundly better place, the founders must be Black.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's put very well, and also, as I'm sure we'll be reminding people throughout this issue and
Exactly. We don't have to rewrite history to solve the wrongs of the past, Ay. All right. Honestly, that's the thing that I always, objected to, is that it felt like we were just rewriting history to solve things that actually needed real world, solutions, right? That's why I made that sort of very sarcastic comment of oh, I didn't realize we just needed a play to solve all these things and not real reform. Because of course that's actually what we needed, but the fact is the sort of people who embraced the West Wing are the same sort of people who brought us what we have now, right? It is the establishment Democrats, the status quo Dems, the do-nothing Dems, the dinos, who have brought us this, and those are the same people who had those really expensive Broadway tickets. People like, I don't know, Fareed Zakaria. He's got a great take here on liberalism. Oh boy, he's coming to save liberalism right now. He's gonna do it. Just everybody buckle up. Now, I don't actually know whether or not Fareed saw Hamilton, but I strongly sense that he did. I could be wrong. I'm willing to accept that I'm wrong if it turns out that, but until then, I'm going to err on the side of caution, assume he did go, and then prepare myself for this take. His steaming pile of trash.
Two recent events on opposite sides of the Atlantic point to the same problem. In the United Kingdom, the man widely expected to replace the stately Sir Keir Starmer as Prime Minister is Andy Burnham, who touts business-friendly socialism as his credo.
Whatever the hell that is. Whatever the hell that is. Everybody that I know that watches this stream that's from the UK is saying that they think this guy, right? And if we are in fact the left, right? I do think that we are this left because all these people everybody's been talking about are on our recommendation list for voting. The 9 or so elections that these people seem to be talking most about. They all seem to think this guy's milquetoast trash and have very low expectations of this guy. I think it's probably because of stuff like that, pro-business socialism. What does that even mean? How are you going to pay for social programs if you lower taxes for businesses? Exactly. It's antithetical, and I don't know how he expects to do that.
Touts business-friendly socialism as his credo. In New York, Democratic primary elections produced striking victories for Democratic socialists, suggesting that the insurgent left has found a way to turn protest into power.
And this is like his claim that these are two sides of the same coin. He does this a bunch. There's a bunch of coins out there apparently, and democratic socialists are on one side of them. But like his comparison of what's happening in the Labor Party over in the United Kingdom and what's happening in the United States vis-a-vis democratic socialists winning elections, they're not the same. Okay? They're not the same. First off, Andy Burnham hasn't won shit. Democratic socialists in multiple states have. They have won democratically in democratic primaries. I don't understand how it's possible Fareed doesn't understand that. These are two different things.
A caveat. The left is not marching uniformly towards socialism. Many primaries outside New York City were won by moderate Democrats.
Oh, thank God. Oh, the copium is like, people, like I said, you gotta strap in for this. There's gonna be a lot of pausing, okay? But Fareed makes a lot of this is why I for the first time ever, Fareed has made his way onto a thumbnail. And we got a title called Fareed's Worst Take, because this is his worst take. Like, genuinely. I've listened to this now multiple times because of how angry it makes me. Like, first off, he's like, there's no uniform march to the left. It's not uniform, right? Like, the way he's using words in a way that are incredibly disingenuous. He's like, look, he's like hyperventilating over here. Look, America, the democratic socialists aren't making any progress because every single election isn't going to democratic socialists. The only way for us to accept the democratic socialists have anything to offer is if they were to win every single election. But they've lost a few. Oh, that's proof, says Fareed. Thank you, Fareed.
Towards socialism. A caveat. The left is not marching uniformly towards socialism. Many primaries outside New York City were won by moderate Democrats. In a swing district just outside the city, the combat veteran Kate Connolly won handily. But a certain kind of liberalism is losing energy, confidence, and connection to the people it claims to represent. In his book, The Revolutionary Center, a brilliant new intellectual history of liberalism from the Enlightenment to the present, Adrian Woolridge reminds us that liberalism was once the most radical force in politics.
The copium is so painful to watch. This shit is so fucking cringe. Fareed is just like, oh my God, look, liberalism used to be the cool kid. You know, like, can't forget, like 300 years ago, liberalism was it was radical, dude. And we gotta make it radical again, man. Like, oh, that's all we need. We just need to take it back. The revolution. The centrist revolution.
It attacked...
They have the centrist revolution. Does he not realize that they have the centrist revolution right now? It's incredible. How not just tone deaf, but just blind he is to the current circumstances of the uniparty is one of the most used phrases by like normie types who see both parties as being the fucking same. We've had radical centrism, but more than ever before.
Liberalism was once the most radical force in politics. It attacked inherited privilege, monopoly power, censorship, aristocracy, clerical authority, and closed guilds.
Yeah, I would also point out that the things he's talking about right now only happened after a period of incredible oppression and the literal Great Depression, right? Because before that, we were just enriching the very few. And in fact, I believe FDR said at one point that the concessions had to be made to keep capitalism alive, and that was all that was happening. Effectively, was just a few crumbs, slightly more than a few crumbs, but a great redistribution was the only thing that was ever going to keep capitalism alive, right? It's the only reason it was not. Before it, like, we were just enriching just like the same 6 guys.
It was not the ideology of the establishment, it was the battering ram against the establishment. Today, liberalism has become identified with power. Great universities, foundations, media organizations, corporations, bureaucracies of all.
By the way, I should have warned you that Fareed was going to do a sort of like a Fox News right-wing take here and be like, oh, liberalism is associated with these things. By who? Because if you ask like people who used to call themselves liberal and are now more and more calling themselves democratic socialists, we all look at these institutions and see them being taken over by the right more and more and more. And it's just really weird that his entire argument, he just like concedes that liberals they are in charge of everything. There's like this cabal of liberals that like administer all colleges and universities and media companies. It's like, it almost like, I don't want to make this claim, but it almost feels like he's going, like he's like the next step is, you know exactly what I'm saying. People know exactly where I'm going with this. Like, it seems real weird to me. For fucking Fareed. I know CNN is like getting bought out by CBS, the Ellison Media Group, but it's like literally, this is like what I would expect on Fox News. It's like, what? We can name 2 massive right-wing media empires that have the viewerships of at least a third or more of the country right now. If you count the entire Fox News media empire, the Rupert Murdoch's empire, right? And the Ellison media empire. And he's sitting here like, oh my God, the liberals control the media. Oh, Fareed. Jesus Christ.
Woolridge argues that this has produced 2 deep failures. The first is passivity. Modern liberalism, certainly since the 1990s, has celebrated free markets and free people. In practice, this has meant deregulating both economic life and personal life, and then treating the consequences as the price of freedom. In markets, this has allowed corporate consolidation to run wild. In personal life, liberals have become reluctant to say that certain behaviors are socially destructive.
Oh, it's about the I like struggle to almost like say anything to this stupidity. Like, it's hard to engage with this on an intellectual level because it's so devoid of any like genuine and original thought. Like, this is some of the dumbest, most vapid nonsense I could fucking come up with. Like, I'm not even sure I could have if I tried. But it's just so incredibly frustrating for Fareed. And he does this the whole time, which is why I find this whole thing so frustrating. But in defense of liberalism, and really against communism, right, against social democracy, he does this conflation. He does all of these sorts of like conflations of 2 sides being the same thing, right? Like the way he just talks about like the deregulation of the markets and of like personal life, as if the 2 are like interlinked in any way. Like, as if liberals rushed to deregulate interpersonal and like social shit. Are you kidding me? When did Joe Biden, when did he first, like, when was, you know what I mean? Like, there are so many of these fucking liberal politicians that he's talking about that didn't come on board for like gay marriage until it passed. or until like up until the like do you know what I mean? Like up until like the months preceding it, we're all like anti-gay marriage, and it took the efforts of people, right? People, not those politicians. Those politicians weren't fighting for that. It was people on the ground fighting for that, fighting against the liberal establishment, beating them like, into oblivion, right? Like, and it's just weird that he's that he's like sort of he's like usurped it like in this way. He's like, and then like conflates these two things as being both the decision of liberals, right? As if it wasn't like hard fought for. Whereas in the case of economic liberalism, it was hard fought against. But they're the same. They're the same, according to Fareed. All right, keep going, Fareed.
The result is liberal fatalism. People camp out on city streets, addicted and mentally ill, and liberals often just describe this as a housing problem.
Jesus Christ.
Millions suffer from obesity-related illnesses, and liberals are more comfortable blaming food deserts than taking on the companies that hook their customers on processed food. Social media companies do the same with their consumers' attention.
I mean, Fareed's trying to hit all of this shit. This is like a fucking, this, in my opinion, this is some sort of, like, what is it called? This is an audition. Okay? That's what we're watching right now. This is a fucking audition from Fareed. This is some straight up trash. Maha. Oh, God. Why won't the politicians just go after the corporations that feed them the trash? Not the food deserts that force the people to go to the places that serve them the trash. Oh, Fareed's got a real weird take here. One of the weirdest of all time. He's gone. Let's see. Let me just try and remember all the dumb things he's already said. That's already starting to like wash over me at this point. The liberals run the media and all the institutions, you know, the ones that Trump's either dismantled or has waged war against. What else? Oh, Maha. We gotta make America healthy again. He said a lot of dumb stuff so far.
Food. Social media companies do the same with their consumers' attention. Woolrich calls for a revival of liberal paternalism. The phrase grates on modern ears.
Oh, we gotta do the...
For a revival of liberal paternalism.
We gotta do the patriarchy right, bro. Look, dude. We did the patriarchy wrong, okay? We gotta make it better. Is he being for real right now? With this fucking nonsense? I know liberal paternalism has a fucking definition. But he might as well just be saying, we're gonna do the patriarchy right this time, dude. Come on, man.
The phrase grates on modern ears, but a liberal society should celebrate individual rights and also demand
Daddies are more stronger than mommy.
It should understand that freedom can be destroyed not only by the state, but also by addiction, monopoly, crime, ignorance, and dependence. This is not an argument for socialism. It's an argument for truer liberalism. Liberals should love markets not because they allow the strong to dominate or inequality to grow, but because genuine competition allows the little guy to challenge the strong. A healthy market is not in which 4 companies quietly divide up an industry and use lawyers, lobbyists, and algorithms to keep challengers out.
So he simultaneously says we need to embrace free markets because they need regulating. Huh?
A what now?
What are you talking about, Fareed? Pick one. You can't have both free markets and regulated. You gotta love one or the other. Fareed loves free, liberal, regulated markets. Like, is this kind of milquetoast centrist garbage that doesn't know where it is at any given time and just sort of has his finger to the wind, hoping somebody tells them when they're right or wrong, is the kind of shit that leads to fucking dumbass takes like this from Fareed. It's incredible. And his brain has just turned into soup from the neoliberal microwave that his brain has lived in for the last, however many, 20 years? How long has he worked at CNN? Like, this shit is so fucking weak sauce and deaf to the moment that we're living in. Honestly, it's not deaf, it's blind. He has to keep his eyes open for the interview. I'm fairly certain the second this thing is over, he just his hands go over his eyes and he just stops looking at what's happening.
One in which new entrants can rise, consumers can choose, workers can move, and incumbents can fail. The second failure Woolrich identifies is
That's literally what's happening right now, Fareed. See, he's just crying. This is just liberal crying. Because he's arguing for the thing that's happening right now. He's just sad that liberals aren't winning. He thinks that we should have incumbents lose. That's what's happening. We are watching them lose over and over again to people who are democratic socialists, right? Social democracy still has the word democracy, I would point out. And I'm fairly certain there's elements of liberal democracy and social democracy that line up. But the fact is this supposed liberalism, this radical revolutionary centrism that fucking Fareed fetishizes, has failed us over and over again and has hugged the fascists into power.
Because it concerns liberals' own status. Liberalism believes in meritocracy. Historically, this was one of its noblest causes. It argued that people should rise by talent and effort, not birth, race, caste, or class. But over time, the meritocratic elite has hardened into its own aristocracy. Elite liberals support social justice, but do little to dismantle legacy admission.
Fareed has accepted the liberal lie. The propaganda that everybody in this country is where they are because of merit. That was never the case on either side of the aisle. And it's a fucking... I mean, do you know how rich the Roosevelt family was? It's absurd. They're almost like oil barons. I think they were actually involved in oil. I can't remember what it was that made them so wealthy. Actually, I take it back. I think it was some sort of industrial product. But the point is let's just go down the line on who was deserving, who was the most meritful, right? A bunch of rich assholes have literally won elections over and over again throughout our history, whether liberal or conservative or, that's just the facts. And Fareed just is everybody is meritocracy. We've been living in a meritocracy up until this point. And at some point that stopped being the case. I don't know when he would peg that point exactly. Because it's interesting. It's kind of like what libertarians do with land rights and stuff. It's when the property rights start? It's around the time of the Enlightenment, after Westerners found America and started taking bits of it for themselves. That's around the time property rights start. It's there's plenty of people who were not full of competence, right? Who were not competent, were there because they were white or because their family was rich, right? And that they were in the right circles. And that has actually been the case straight through, I think, much of this supposed liberal era of greatness that Fareed's talking about. The Clintons? What did the Clintons do for all that money? Huh? Well, yeah, those the merit class.
They want the poor to move up the ladder, but not if that requires building more housing in the leafy neighborhoods where they live. They praise individual merit, but if created a vast diversity bureaucracy, that too often judges people by group identity rather than individual character. Nowhere is this clearer than K-12 education. A genuinely liberal politics would start with the child, and it would attack any institution, union, bureaucracy, school board, university department that feeds its own power while failing.
I'm sorry, I gotta go back. I got a little distracted. So I'm very upset, and I'm daydreaming right now. Oh, just thinking about all the money. All the very, very wealthy people. Like, was it Merritt that made of the John F. Kennedy that bootlegging fortune? You know what I mean? Like, like this shit is just so stupid. Oh my God.
Leafy neighborhoods where they live.
Can't wait to see public housing in Fareed's neighborhood next week. Coming up.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Praise individual merit, but have created a vast diversity bureaucracy that too often judges people by group identity rather than individual character.
Jesus Christ.
Nowhere is this clearer than K-12 education.
I mean, if you thought he was done, you're wrong. This whole video is unhinged. And I couldn't look away. I've literally watched this at least 3 times now because of how mad it makes me. But like, I cannot believe that Fareed is like, this is what I'm saying. This is an audition for the Ellison anchor position, right? If Fareed gets #1 anchor on the you'll know why. It's because of this fucking shit. It's because he's out here going, DEI is ruining education. He's saying DEI is ruining education. Listen to him again.
Diversity bureau they live. They praise individual merit, but have created a vast diversity bureaucracy that too often judges people by group identity rather than individual character.
Is Fareed fucking serious right now? Like, this is such a joke. This is so pathetic.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Fareed should be fucking ashamed of himself for having that thought. Like, it is disturbing to me that Fareed, a brown man with an outsized platform, is sitting here and telling us that the diversity bureaucracy is ruining freedom and the meritocracy. Because of diversity, we don't have a meritocracy anymore, says Fareed. This shit is unhinged. Liberalism is dying in front of us, and Fareed is proof that it will not resurrect itself. Because of ancient, fucking, dudes like Fareed showing us the last gasps of it in this. They are clearly saying, they are quadrupling down on the bear hugging of the right. Right? If Fareed is in fact like one of the main liberal talkers right now, he's basically laid down the gauntlet and said, we need to be Republicans. Right? We need to prove that MAGA Republicans are different. we need to we gotta do whatever. We literally are just gonna be Republicans now. Like, that is far. We're gonna hug them so much that we are them. We're gonna start wearing MAGA hats. We're gonna start talking. We're gonna start talking about how diversity is ruining merit in education, and not Bill Gates and his disturbing high stakes testing experiment that he did. No, it's the diversity. Fucking insane, dude. Everybody know about that fucking Bill Gates multi-billion-dollar fiasco? that defunded like neighborhoods like all across the country for not doing well enough on their test scores? Was that DEI? Was that bureaucratic DEI that caused Bill Gates to have billions of dollars? And to be able to fucking get his hands on our fucking education system for a few years. I can't remember exactly how long it fucking lasted. I think it was more than a few years. Longer than it should have. Never should have started to begin with. Because that's the liberalism that's failed us, right? The one that loves free markets and billionaires and the guise, the premise of great American exceptionalism. Our exceptionalism has come at the cost of others basically almost every single goddamn time. Because our exceptionalism always errs on the side of helping a specific group of fucking people. But like, we need to, in order to deal with that, we have to be able to reckon with that. We have to be able to actually look at our diversity and equity in our society and whether or not we're doing a good job. But Fareed thinks that's too much. That's too much effort. This is so fucking abundant, it hurts my brain.
Nowhere is this clearer than K-12 education. A genuinely liberal politics would start with the child, and it would attack any institution, union, bureaucracy, school board, university department that feeds its own power while failing America's children.
That's what we're doing.
This is where democratic socialists and right-wing populists gain their power. They
Here
understand
we
that
go.
people want someone to...
Here's another two sides of the same coin argument from Fareed that makes no fucking sense.
Socialists and right-wing populists are failing America's children. This is where democratic socialists and right-wing populists gain their power. They understand that people want someone to fight for them. They may offer bad answers, the left with class warfare, protectionism, and state control, and the right with protectionism, ethnic resentment, and racial nostalgia.
Do you see why this one made me so mad? And why I insisted on us talking about this today? I can't imagine a more perverse comparison. First off, I mean, the description of what the supposed left alternative is providing. I just want to hear that one more time.
Populists gain their power. They understand that people want someone to fight for them. They may offer bad answers, the left with class warfare, protectionism, and state control.
Class warfare, protectionism, and state control? Do you hear him right now? I mean, he might as well be like doing the McCarthyist trials himself. I mean, that is not what, that's not, I mean, like, I guess you could try and frame it like that. You know, I mean, you could also say it in another way. I mean, just to, we'll get to some other aspects of what this that I find disingenuous, but like you could say, workers' rights, pro-business, and pro-worker for those two first ones, and then the third one being what was it? State control. We could just say healthcare for Americans. Right? But he's just choosing the scariest possible words to insert into this. The second one is fucking wild, because nobody is actually arguing for protectionism. Like, this one really pissed me off, because name somebody who is arguing for protectionism right now. A single candidate. I'll tell you what we actually have. If you look, because this is actually, he is actually ascribing the liberals, what the liberals have been fucking doing with the conservatives under Biden and under Trump, to what leftists are talking about. Because leftists are not talking about protectionism right now. They're just not. And if anybody does, I'm sorry, but if anybody doesn't know what the word protectionism means, it's just tariffs. just tariffs. But if you look at the policy websites of all the people that you and I have been looking at, like we have talked about a candidate in practically every House race in the country that has happened so far. The only thing I've seen vis-a-vis protectionism is that we need to get rid of it. Across the board, everybody's like, we just need to get rid of tariffs. Like, we need to go way back to before Trump ever took office and like undo all the protectionist shit that he's been saying. So it's like he's describing the reverse position, like anti-protectionist with protection. It's the same thing. Being anti-protectionist and protectionist are the same thing according to fucking Fareed Zakaria. Just go look at any of these fucking websites. Just take 2 seconds. Do a little research. Fareed didn't, but you do a little research. Because we've already done it on our own. So I'm not going to do it right now. I'm not going to bother the people who've been here and done it with us live. But do the fucking research, Fareed. You should be ashamed. Like, if you look at all these supposed left-wing DSA-backed or DSA-adjacent, everybody's like, get rid of the tariffs. It's ruining America. Right? Now, some people, like in the past, like Sam and even I think, have said, like, there are specific circumstances in which protectionism could be beneficial, but it's not even necessary, right? And I've always said it like that. We've talked about these things at great length, but it's fucking crazy. Because I know Fareed can't name a single fucking person who is arguing for protectionist policies right now. He's just claiming it. So that it sounds, because he wraps it up with this.
The right with protectionism, ethnic resentment, and
exactly, because he wraps it up with starting it off with that word, and he just tries because in theory, right? If you want to, a lot of leftists in the past have argued for tariffs, but we're talking about the past right now, right? Because once again, nobody's talking about that right now, but in the past, people have talked about it in specific niche circumstances, right? And to boost certain industries. Right? Like Biden did it. I think we've been too protectionist, in my opinion. I think a lot of people agree with that at this point, that are left, right? Because we're sick of this sort of, to some degree of just protecting profits for companies. Because that's really what it is, right? We put tariffs on other shit from other places. Meanwhile, Ford continues to log record profits. Tesla, like all these whatever motherfuckers continue to, log more and more fucking profits every fucking year, right? And it's time that they just take a haircut and start actually paying their fair share, right? That's my opinion. Like, you want free markets? Get Chinese vehicles. Get BYD in here, That's what I've been saying. Because I'm just sick of it. Like, we have the same people telling us that we're going to automate jobs away and are actually actively trying their very best to do just that. That are also like a lot of these fucking abundists are like on board for this AI shit too, right? They'll put an AI next to your fucking low rent, like your low cost housing, and they'll say that's the solution. Like, enjoy the humming, like, oh god, these just so it pisses me. And then, but like the fact that he's saying, oh, the far left and the far right are the same. The same. The fascists and the anti-fascists, right? It's one side of the same coin. They've got the same solutions. It's insanity. For it to be coming out of, they are so desperate. This is the most desperate fucking thing I can imagine. I think everybody watching this can probably see. If this was Fox News, no problem. Problem is, you're on an audience that have at least half a brain.
Nostalgia, but they sound like outsiders willing to take on entrenched privilege, and they offer protection in a world where freedom seems to mean chaos. The way out of liberalism's crisis is not to abandon liberalism.
So healthcare is chaos, according to Fareed. Healthcare and grocery stores and buses, that's fucking chaos to Fareed. Of course, Fareed's a multi-millionaire as a host on a mainstream network. He doesn't want things to get more fair for society. honestly, he shouldn't be worried about it. He's not making that much money. Like I had to look it up. He's supposedly worth like $15 million, but he's been on here for so long. Like, he is imagining that he is going to get hurt by this stuff. And there's not a world in which he actually, like, especially as a brown dude, he's got to wake up, Fareed. Like, wake up and smell the fucking coffee. All right. Like, none of this stuff is going to hurt him. He's not rich enough and he's not making enough money for that to be the case. Unless he's hiding some vast fortune I'm not aware of. We're talking about coming for the billionaires, not the people with $15 million. Like, maybe you'll have to pay a tiny bit more in taxes. I don't know exactly how much he makes yearly. It's probably, I'd probably like over $1 million, I would assume.
It's to recover its radical spirit. Liberals should once again be the people who hate monopoly, inherited advantage, closed systems, and rigged games. They should champion real competition, real meritocracy,
what does that mean?
And real equality of opportunity. They should take on corporate power when it crushes markets, government power when it protects insiders, and cultural power when it creates bureaucracies that substitute group identity.
It was just as bad as corporate power. Group power. Oh, God. This is insane. Like, if you gave this speech to, like, Nick Fuentes or something, honestly, you could give it to, like, the most right-wing fucking lunatic, I would buy it. I would buy it from anybody on Fox News and like, anybody on the right wing. It's pretty disturbing how far to the right CNN is heading. This is, I think, what we may have to start to come to terms with in terms of our CNN coverage in the future. Is getting bad. It's getting really bad. Like, we stopped watching Fareed a long time ago because he's in my sense, he had lost it. He had gone off the reservation a while back. But, like, holy shit. Like, this one, like, just really took it to the next level for me. Guess what? Fareed, actually, I'll let him finish this. I'll let him finish this stupid fucking diatribe.
For individual dignity. As Woolridge argues, the center cannot be merely a midpoint between left and right. It has to be revolutionary in its own way. Liberalism's great promise was never that people would be left alone to decay in freedom. It was that people would be given the tools, rules, and responsibilities necessary to flourish. Liberalism began as a revolt against encrusted power. It will survive only if it becomes one again. What I wonder about is...
Look who Fareed dragged out for his abundant screed. None other than conservative Bob Brooks. This shit, it could not be more just, oh my God. Do you see, like, what I'm saying here? Do you see why I put, like, the DNC, like, as the background for this? They are not giving, like, these assholes, especially because of the fact that they're now being, from what I can tell, like, like, I think a lot of, like, liberals, they're still stuck being, like, fed, like, baby birds by mainstream media. So the further right the mainstream media goes as it continues to consolidate in the hands of Trump allies, like, the further, like, right that these sort of insane abundist morons, brains, ideas become, like, it's just become, like, we've hit, like, fever pitch. He's like, who's gonna solve this? Bob Brooks, or not Bob? What's his name? Is it Bob Brooks? I can't remember this fucking guy's name.
The degree to which we have become tribalized. So I give you an example. One of the things I have argued for a while is this is not about economics. It's really about these deep cultural changes. And how do I know this? Because rather than economics informing people's politics,
David
it's actually
Brooks.
the opposite. It's politics that informs the economics. What do I mean?
Oh, get ready for another baby brain take. Actually, I should have prepared you for this baby brain take. Ooh. You know how times are tough right now. Things cost a lot of money. It's kind of like a struggle to pay for things and to, like, I don't know, it's like survive on a day-to-day basis. That's actually, you're lying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're a liar. But let Fareed explain it to you.
I know this because rather than economics informing people's politics, it's actually the opposite. It's politics that informs the economics. What do I mean? If you look in 2016, most Republicans felt that the economy in 2016, the Obama economy, was terrible. When Trump gets elected, they've changed their minds. They think the same economy is doing fantastically. And Democrats think exactly the opposite. The Democrats all thought
exactly the opposite.
Obama economy was great. And by January 21st, they thought the Trump economy was terrible.
Oh my God.
And
you hear
by
him laugh?
January 21st.
You hear the chuckle in there? Oh, you see, Eureka! I've come upon it. First off, I'd like to point something out to you. These numbers mean nothing. They mean literally nothing. But I would point something out. I mean, you could make something. But here, look. Republicans went from -60 to +60. Democrats went from 30 to -28. I would point out there's a 130-point difference between Republicans and like 60, less than 60 for Democrats, right? Like one's much more outsized than the other. This is also 2 years of data. Not even 2 years of data. This is 2 instances of data. We have no other gauge for what's happened in between, before, or after. He's just giving us 2 random points of data and asserting that this is proof that Democrats and Republicans, they don't know when the economy is good. They're just a bunch of fucking morons. But in my opinion, this is just one of the most fucking like tone deaf possible things. Like from a couple of millionaires like him and David Brooks,
think
like,
the same
a couple of
economy-
like dudes who have been in the media sphere like forever, like, and have just been sort of like foisted upon us for decades. This is I shouldn't expect more. Like there's no way I should be expecting more from a couple of guys like this who are like inherently out of touch with everybody. They've always just read off a teleprompter. So like the second their ideas come out, like we should just be expecting garbage, right? Like they're only capable of reading teleprompters. Like when they try and come up with ideas, they fucking fail. All right? And they're lazy. Like like they can't do it. They just can't. This is fucking pathetic. The fact is, like, this is exactly why people hate liberals. And this is exactly why Democrats lost in 2024. And I would love to see the fucking numbers in 2024. And I almost want to pull them up right now. But we all know that on the issue of the economy, the Biden, the Harris, like we're not trusted at all by both parties to some degree. Republicans more than Democrats, but Democrats did not love Biden. They also hated what he was doing in fucking Gaza. And fucking guys like Fareed Zakaria are living in some fucking fantasy. A bubble. Like they're literally just creating bubbles. Like let's just talk about the year 2016 and the year 2017. A 3-month period, nothing in between it, and just make some fucking broad generalization to disregard the feelings of voters. Let's disregard the numbers right now that affordability is the number one issue regardless of party. The independents care most about affordability right now. The way we can do that is with disingenuous numbers. It's fucking disturbing that this is what they're spending their goddamn time on. Pay me money. I'll do better than this.
Thought the Trump
This is
economy was
ridiculous.
terrible. right? So rather than
You see how pleased he is with
it's
himself?
politics that is shaping.
Do you see how pleased with himself is? He thinks he's actually landed on some sort of great conspiracy. Like he's like unveiled like some incredible new discovery here.
So rather than economics shaping their politics, it's politics that is shaping their view of economics. And it's become a situation where your tribe is right no matter what. It's almost like rooting for a sports team. You know, the sign of your virtue and...
All right, I'm sick of Fareed. Let's hear what fucking Bob had. I keep calling him Bob. David. See what David had to contribute. Can't wait. I cannot wait. He's got a story. He's got a beautiful... oh my God, I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait what all this leads up to. This is the last thing that we hear in this clip. So really pay attention. This is what this all culminates in. This is what all of this culminates in. Please, David, tell us a story.
Whose idea it was.
Yeah. This is literally true. My Mets hat is in my room, right over there. I will be wearing it tomorrow, despite the fact that they're absolutely terrible. I bank on a couple things. First, what you're describing is the over-politicization of American life. And my view is we're over-politicized and under-moralized. We talk too much about politics, and we use politics as a social therapy to cure our loneliness. Politics seems to offer you a team, but it doesn't really offer community. It seems to offer you righteous action, but you're just tweeting. And I have a feeling that this obsession with politics, which is left and right, it's just going to seem boring after a while. Donald Trump is a genius at getting us to pay attention to him, but it's just going to seem boring, and we will enter a less political time. I think we'll also enter a time when optimism does sell. And I am not a fan of Mamdani's policies, but the guy smiles when he talks.
Yeah, and that's a big deal.
And he seems to be having a good time. He's a total vibe shift from...
These guys have no idea what America is living through. They prove it with every word they say. Does he really think that Zohran Mamdani won the election because he smiles? It's fucking disturbing just how easily they all just disregard and cast aside all of the effort that Zohran it's truly it shows just how unprepared the liberals are to fight this moment, which is why starting like this week, like Monday, I am going to be putting all of my effort into the elections. They are proving to me that they are weak as shit. They got fucking nothing to say. Actually, the absence of nothing. Everything that they say digs them a deeper grave. They really think that Zohran Mamdani won because he smiles? Not because he literally banged the pavement, ingraining into the minds of millions, not just in New York, but across the country, what his policy proposals were, telling people what he was going to do to solve the cost of living crisis that we are all experiencing to one degree or another, aside from, wealthy people like fucking David Brooks and Fareed Zakaria, wealthy and established fucking people like them. The rest of us are struggling. He put together a fucking team of tens of thousands of door knockers and canvassers. He mobilized in a way probably hasn't been seen in New York. I don't even know. I couldn't give you a date. And it's just their willingness to just disregard all of that and distill it down to, he's a vibe shift. He just smiles a lot. That's all the people voted for, is a smile. It just shows how tone deaf they really are. They have no idea what the fuck is going on. But let me let David Brooks finish. I'm sure they'll salvage this.
And I don't know whether we'll have an ideological vibe shift. I really think we're going to have a cultural vibe shift. Finally, I count on two things, both of which you've written a lot about. America and liberalism. the belief system. Your last book was about liberalism really as a way of life. And when I think of liberalism as a way of life, and you can talk about it more than I, but I think of a story I read in a memoir over the year, a memoir by Viola Davis, which I highly recommend, a great, great memoir. And Viola Davis, the actress, grew up very, very poor, like dirt poor, dirt poor.
Oh, get ready. Here we go. Buckle up. David with the historical end cap to this discussion. Can't wait for this.
And Viola Davis, the actress, grew up very, very poor, like dirt poor, dirt poor. And she was in high school, and the teacher, she's in drama class, and the teacher says to the whole classroom, who wants to be an actor when you grow up? Every hand goes up. And then the teacher says, you realize there are auditions, and there are failures, and there's poverty, and you lose, you get humiliated all the time, and all the hands start going down. And finally, there's only one hand in the air. It's Viola Davis's hand. And she writes in this memoir, when you've had your heat shut off, you've gone to bed hungry, you're not scared when somebody tells you life is going to be hard. And she says, my dreams were bigger than my fear. And I think that's woven into the DNA of America, to the immigrant people who came here, my family too, a little earlier.
There's David Brooks saying, actually, we need an underclass because from the underclass comes a few lucky ones. I mean, this is such elitist garbage. Don't you see? From great struggle comes greatness. Sure, are there millions left behind? But Viola Davis exists. So, for America, freedom. We need people with their power getting shut off, going to bed hungry. You know, people living in squalor, while we have a trillionaire who seeks to continue to enrich himself. This is a perfect system, says David Brooks, that breeds awesomeness. Thank you, David. Great historical lesson for us to all learn. Actually, poverty is important because we like to be entertained. And sometimes the poor ones, they get real good at dancing or acting or singing. And then meritocracy happens. Oh, I couldn't be more grossed out by that. That entire clip. Just, I mean, you see, anybody see now why I had to watch that 3 goddamn times? I thought I was having a fucking, like, I thought I was having a stroke the first time. I was like, what the hell did I just hear? Do I smell toast? Do I smell toast? What is happening? What is going on? Then I had to watch it a second time. And I was like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. I have to watch it a third time just to make sure it was as bad as I just watched. And it somehow got worse. Every word just sort of, like, ingrained in me just a little bit more. Oh, God. The copium is just hitting just historic levels. Unprecedented levels of cope in the lived up establishment. Whew. Let's go here. Talk about a little bit more of that cope with Francesca Fiorentini at the Habituation Room. By the way, if you haven't already hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. Hit that bell icon, like button too. Really helps out.
A new AOC dropped, y'all. A new AOC has dropped. Beautiful, young, Latina, from New York, also a Democratic Socialist, and of course, she must be destroyed. And she's not only being destroyed by the right, who's freaking out about her, but of even people like Jon Favreau of Pod Save America, Bill Maher specifically. It's almost like Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier was designed to terrify the likes of Bill Maher and everybody else.
She will be a congressperson from New York's 13th district who, the New York Times asked her, if someone murders someone randomly, should they go to jail? Couldn't get her to say yes for that. She says no more police ever, at all, ever. She says our veterans are war criminals. She said Kamala Harris and Joe Biden is a rapist. So there is a woke mind virus, and I think we found patient zero.
I love patient zero of the woke mind virus. A lot of that was completely out of context and ridiculous, but a lot of that was a young woman who was shitposting and being real, okay? People are trying to drag her for things like tweeting this. I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me.
Illegal.
I'm sorry. That's like my soul. Like, that's some shit I would have tweeted out in 2017. That is the most Francesca on brand shit. Like, I think I've even like written that joke at some point, right? Like, and or it's been in the same predicament and be like, where's an American flag or where's a napkin? Okay, well, you know, this is someone who's, yes, said Kamala Harris. You know when she said it? She said it in response to Kamala Harris telling migrants, remember when Kamala was sent on the Go Stop Migrants crusade, to not enter the United States. Obviously,
I love this quote. Quote, I have no nuance to add. Fuck Kamala Harris. Unquote. It gets straight to the point. Straight to the point. No dancing around it. Fuck Kamala Harris.
Chevalier said, I have no nuance to add. Kamala Harris. Yeah. That was
Correct.
an apt moment to say Kamala Harris as she stared people in the face, trying to, smooth relationships over and diplomatic ties with Central America, and just said, do not come. Do not come. Just performative for the right, performative for this reactionary idea that immigrants are destroying our country or that immigrants are pouring across the border and that our border is not safe. The same kinds of shit that centrists play into all the goddamn time.
100%. 100% of 100%. Francesca Fiorentini, correct as usual. Bill Maher, unhinged and douchey as usual. Let's see how Daria Liza has been handling the liberal establishment.
And I don't think she needed to, but here she was sort of explaining that and how it ties into her broader politics of really speaking to working class needs.
With respect to your tweet about Kamala Harris, you said that it came from a place of you feeling disempowered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think so many folks in our country feel that they don't have representation that is fighting for them, right? And that was part of why I decided to run, because I felt that abandonment from establishment politics that looks at my community as though it is merely statistics and not people who are worth fighting for, and not the policies that will actually better their lives. And too often we've seen folks go into office and close the door behind them, but what we need is representation that's actually going to listen to the community, hear the frustrations, and open that door and keep it propped open so that everyone can be part of their democracy.
I love that answer. I love the keep the door propped open so that everyone can feel part of the democracy. I think this is, it's one thing to run on these issues around universal health care and a Green New Deal and raising the minimum wage from its abysmal $7.25. It's one thing to talk about holding corporations accountable, to stop price gouging, to have, a housing policy, and it's another thing to actually do it.
Yeah, and honestly, considering what we're up against right now, we could use a more inclusive politics. One with as she said, the door open. Watching white nationalists march on the Great American State Fair, or whatever the fuck we're calling it, and Trump doing like a fucking Nazi speech. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, we this is what we need. And yet the liberal establishment is just convulsing and writhing under the pressure of this. And basically, I mean, just repeatedly proving how irrelevant they are. Of course, the election in Colorado was huge this week. Milat Quiros winning in Colorado's 1st district. What's his name? Oh god, my brain just broke. Weiss winning in the governor's race. I think it's Weiss. I can't remember his name now. My brain is broken. I don't have my spreadsheet. Yeah, let's talk about Colorado's election over at the Majority Report with the boys, Dema Vigeland.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
We are back, and we are joined now by the great David Sirota, friend of the show, phenomenal journalist, founder, and editor of The Lever, based in Denver. David, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Good to see you, and good to talk to you when we have a lot of good news to unpack out of Colorado with these results. But before we get there, I wanted to talk to you about some news that we got this morning about Jared Polis.
Oh, by the way, before we get too far on this one, since we're running out of time, I just want to remind everybody that we still got a galactic content goal to complete. I think we're around halfway through the goal. If I had to guess, a little bit under, but we'll just call it 50%. A lot of great ways for you to contribute. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Help keep the Galactic News Network alive and prevent this Sunday stream from ending suddenly.
Who is the governor of Colorado, obviously, a favorite of the abundance crowd. He just fired 2 Democratic members of the Colorado's Clemency Advisory Board. These were they were previously public defenders. They're lawyers in Colorado, and they were a part of this board that determines whether or not people should be granted clemency. And they wrote an op-ed, basically. I think it was in the Denver Post, revealing that the board had unanimously opposed freeing this election denier, Tina Peters, and Polis did it anyway. Take us through that news and what you're hearing in Colorado this morning.
Right. So Jared Polis made this controversial, to say the least, decision to pardon free Tina Peters, overturning essentially an entire judicial process, and doing so under intensifying rhetorical threats from the Trump administration. And these folks essentially whose job it is to make recommendations about clemency. These folks had criticized this decision, and Polis apparently didn't appreciate the criticism and is trying to shut down the discourse by firing them. Now, it's his prerogative to fire them. That's his power, just like it's his power to issue the clemency to Tina Peters. But I think it's kind of like the icing on the cake here.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly like a micro, authority. I mean, it's on a state level, but it's still kind of authoritarian. He's like going against the will of the voters themselves in order to do this thing for Donald Trump that he views as being like a way to, like, I don't know, somehow benefit himself or the state at some point down the line. But it's just like a concession that nobody wants him to fucking make. He just did it anyway, even though everybody was saying don't do that. Woman is a criminal. And what did she do? She immediately got out and started saying the same shit. That the election was stolen, and then she was wrongly fucking, and then she's like, I deserve the money from the fucking slush fund and all this other garbage. Like, I literally said that's exactly what's going to happen when she gets out, and boy, oh boy, that is what happened.
Like, we forget our whole world every 5 or 10 minutes, that the more there's criticism, the more it potentially means that the Tina Peters situation becomes Jared Polis's legacy. I think the political problem for Jared Polis, if he's worried about his legacy, is firing the people on your clemency board for criticizing you actually makes it a bigger story, right? It takes what was a one-day op-ed and now makes it, not only did Jared Polis capitulate to Trump with the pardon, with the clemency, now he's like shutting down criticism of it. Like, it is not a great way to go out.
I would agree with you. All right, well, let's turn to the positive news here. So, Melot Kiros defeated Diana DeGette. The final numbers are in, and it's what, like 12, 13 points.
Yep.
It was not close at all. Melot was a phenomenal candidate this cycle. I interviewed her quite a bit because I just really believed in her candidacy. She hits on some, like, she's a former lawyer, so she can argue in that way, but she's also DSA and, like, was fired from her law firm and then became a barista after that. Because
Yeah, I mean, she was fired from her law firm because she posted a pro-Palestinian tweet.
Melot Kiros said, I'm not waiting. I'm going to primary her. And Hayes is asking why
Hold on, I'm gonna
she
go back.
chose to do so.
Wait,
and this is what
30
Kiros
seconds.
said last night on MS Now.
No, Emma, wait. Hold on, I need the context.
I think skills and talents as a politician. And she was on Chris Hayes' show last night, and Hayes asked her about why she decided to run against Diana DeGette. Now, there were a lot of Democrats, establishment Democrats, waiting in the wings for Diana DeGette to just retire. Melot Kiros said, I'm not waiting. I'm going to primary her.
Not gonna do it.
And
Wouldn't be
Hayes is
prudent at this
asking
juncture.
why she chose to do so. And this is what Kiros said last night on MS Now.
You talked about the money that had flowed into the incumbent, Diana DeGette. You know, one thing that I noted, and I've covered her for a long time. She's been in Congress. She voted against the Iraq War. She was a member of the Progressive Caucus. She's not really a conservative Democrat. She's been a pretty progressive Democrat. You look at her voting record. What was it about her record that I think some people, and I think she herself probably looked at and said, hey, I'm a pretty progressive member of Congress, that you found so intolerable you wanted to unseat her?
You know, it's not the Congresswoman herself. It's the campaign finance system that has incentivized members of Congress like Diana DeGette to take millions of dollars from big pharma, big energy and oil, defense contractors. At the end of the day, the reason why we are not seeing legislation like Medicare for All and universal child care and an arms embargo on Israel pass, despite a super majority of support from the voters of this party, is because when corporations and special interests donate to campaigns, it's not that they're going to get an immediate return with legislation that is favored for them. Sometimes the return that they get is stalling on legislation that would actually make a meaningful difference for families. And so at the end of the day, the only way we can trust that the Congress members are actually fighting for that kind of legislation is to not be taking money from the very corporations and special interests that do not want to see that kind of legislation from passing. In fact, the National Nurses United Policy Director said as much about the Congresswoman's co-sponsorship of Medicare for All while also taking money from the very health insurance companies that would be legislated out of existence.
I love that they try and paint this woman as scary when, like, the stuff she's talking about people want, whether it's the fact that the vast majority of Americans support ending arms sales to Israel, or that, like, the vast majority of people are sick of paying, like, just thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars every year for their health insurance. Like no matter how many things that they say that are completely reasonable positions to take, if you're just listening to voters, like, the media seems so determined to fight back against them. Because for so long they've been able to get by without talking about these things, because we've had people like Diana DeGette occupying these sorts of seats, fine with the status quo, fine with not changing anything, claiming that actually affordability is just like a partisan issue, like fucking Fareed Zakaria over there, you know, like it's ridiculous. It really, really is. Like, when you just break it down to what it is that is being complained about, it's pretty fucking nonsensical. Like, these are things that people actually want, like a cleaner environment and better educational outcomes or whatever, right? Like, better infrastructure, diverting money from the military to doing stuff here at home. Like, people did not ask for an increase to $1.5 trillion for our military. We've just been handed that burden. Okay, late in the game, but we're getting some donos over here. I see one over on PayPal. $10. Happy birthday, space creatures of America and others. It's our country and our world and our galactic universe. Thank you, RH. Much appreciated. Believe that's Mr. Vroomer. And the dono over on Throne. Except I can't read the message because the app doesn't work. So, let me get back to you on that.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Is it? Okay. Let's talk about the future. Let's talk about the future. Let's go to Florida. The place Democrats have basically written off. Where one man is looking for a W. Florida's 25th. Oliver Larkin.
I'm staying in the race.
DSA candidate. He's been making the rounds this week on the social media. Oh boy, and this would be glorious. Oliver here is trying to unseat incumbent Democrat. Might know her. Had something of a hand in the 2016 DNC debacle. DWS is her initials. I am, of course, talking about the awful, the terrible, the weak.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Mike Figueredo with the first interview.
Incumbent Democrats across the country are currently quaking in their boots after witnessing one socialist after another defeat all of their pro-corporate colleagues. However, Jared Moskowitz of Florida's 25th congressional district is trying to play it cool by pretending like socialism doesn't exist in his state.
The DSA has been increasing their power in New York. They got the Democratic Socialists of America. You know, they have a mayor, and he's obviously flexing his power. Thankfully, we live in Florida, and we don't have Democratic Socialists like they have in New York.
Yeah. I guess that the boogeyman doesn't have any power over you if you refuse to acknowledge his existence. But unfortunately for Jared Moskowitz, the DSA does, in fact, exist in Florida. And unfortunately for him, he has a socialist primary opponent named Oliver Larkin. And he joins me today. Oliver, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much.
Okay, I'm gonna do this way. We're gonna let Mike do the quick breakdown there. But since he did two different interviews and we only got so much time, I'm going to go here now to the Majority Report for more from Oliver Larkin.
We are back, and we are joined now by Oliver Larkin, activist, union organizer, and Democratic Socialist, who is challenging incumbent Jared Moskowitz in Florida's 25th congressional district.
Oh, right, it's Moskowitz. Why did I say Debbie Wasserman Schultz? Why do I think isn't he in the 25th? I losing my fucking mind? I need help. Let me get back to you on that.
Oliver, welcome to the show.
Thanks so much for having me on, Emma.
Of course. It's been a long time coming, and you're gaining some momentum right now as people start realizing that democratic socialism isn't that scary. Tell us about what you're hearing from people in this district in Florida's 25th. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the district as well, and how young people are starting to get engaged in this race in particular.
Yeah, this is a coastal South Florida district. After
I just realized what happened. I'm looking at the Florida Wikipedia page. I think Florida redistricted. Yeah, completely changed. Yeah, so there was probably Debbie Wasserman originally, and now it's fucking Jared Moskowitz. They probably just did some sort of like handshake, like I'll take this district, you take this district. Oh, okay, sorry. Because Jared used to be the 23rd district. That's why I was confused. Because I forgot. I watched these interviews, but I forgot. Like, I totally forgot about who it was he was running against. Mostly because I just, like, Jared and Debbie, they're like the same person to me. Like, they have almost the exact same fucking policy lines. They have given us equal amounts of shit. Maybe not equal, but just... I would be glad to see both of them go. So really not that important to me. One way or the other. A lack of Debbie Wasserman or a lack of Jared Moskowitz. Both good. Both net positives.
We now include Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties from the coastline from Miami Beach all the way up to Delray Beach. And people are really excited. I think ever since I started campaigning, I announced a year ago yesterday, would go to these indivisible protests. It was right on the heels of Zohran Mamdani winning the New York City Democratic mayoral primary. And people were so excited by that and really seeing some hope and optimism. And I remember going to these protests and rallies last year, and I was oftentimes the youngest person there, and people would ask me, where are the young people? Where are the young people? And as a longtime member of the Democratic Socialists of America, I've been a Broward DSA member for years and joined the organization in 2020. I would tell these indivisible rally goers, like, young people are organizing too. We're just doing it outside of the confines of the institutions of the Democratic Party that have really let us down, especially in states like Florida. And so I was at a Miami Beach Dems town hall last week and was asked about running as a Democratic Socialist in South Florida. And I said, look, we're in a closed primary state. Young people are overwhelmingly registering as independents. They're rejecting the two-party system, but what we're giving them a reason to do is positively engage in the Democratic Party process, not dissimilar to what we've seen with Mayor Mamdani, with Daria Lisa and Claire in New York City. With
Exactly. And if you're in Florida, check out Oliver Larkin. And let me just make sure I got this right, because I think it's... Yeah, so if you're Fort Lauderdale, Boca Raton, Delray Beach, that region of Florida, southeast, check out his policy, prescriptions on his website. I mean, it's got a nice looking website. He is endorsed by the DSA, so with that, I mean, you can expect all sorts of stuff on these sorts of things: healthcare, democracy reform, economic justice, environment and infrastructure, immigration, housing, education, gun safety, foreign policy, veterans and military families. Seems like a serious guy, endorsed by serious people, including Jamal Bowman and others you may or may not be familiar with. Nina Turner, Hassan Piker.
Hassan Parker.
But yeah, last thing he was talking about there was Zohran Mamdani. And it's time for us to go to that portion of this stream now. Because, of course, on the evening of July 3rd, Independence Day, Mayor Zohran Mamdani delivered an address marking the semi-quincentennial anniversary of this country. From behind the desk of George Washington, Gracie Mansion. Oh, by the way, I think I found, yeah. All right, open the throne. Somebody donated over there a set of breathable V-neck t-shirts, undershirts, which I very, very deeply need. I've been wearing the same set of undershirts to the point they've definitely changed hue from regular white ones to now I'm trying to think of the color that they've now arrived at. Hold on. Sweat color, I guess. Like they're turning deeply off-white in a way that is off-putting, I think, to most people. That really helps out. Big time. And you know what? Because I'm feeling generous and it's the holiday weekend at least, and I haven't calculated a galactic deficit for the month yet. I'm counting that to the galactic content goal. Let me think. It gets us really close. We're like 85, I think we're like 85 or something like that %. I'll do the actual math in a second. We're getting real close to completing that galactic content goal, everybody. So many great ways for you to contribute to that. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, Patreon, links in the bio on YouTube and Twitch. All right. By the way, we get to reapply for monetization in like 13 days. I'm not counting it down. I am counting it down. Okay. To the mayor.
Zohran Mamdani.
Good morning, my fellow Americans. Season after season, year after year, the tides have come in and out of New York Harbor. Long before the name New York had ever been spoken, Lenape dugouts crossed these currents. It was on these waters that tall masts crested the horizon, captained by explorers like Verrazano and Hudson, after whom we've named our bridges and rivers. And ever since, ships full of travelers weary from long journeys have passed.
Oh, I'll do it after.
Narrows, the winds of the Atlantic at their backs. When those passengers lifted their heads to glimpse what lies just beyond the waves, what did they see? They saw land, lush and teeming with life.
While we're listening to this, I just want everybody to think about what's being said here by Zohran Mamdani. Like, he's a great orator, so I feel like sometimes we can just sort of let his words wash over us without, like, trying to intuit the meaning, right? Assign meaning to the words. And try to just, like, envision what it is he's talking about. Because he's painting a great American story, in my opinion. One that's accurate, recognizes the flaws of our country while celebrating it simultaneously. Tell me if that's what you get.
They saw men waiting at the docks to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor. They saw industry rumbling with activity, steam and smoke rising, a city on the move. They saw a towering monument to freedom, her torch glowing worldwide welcome. They saw New York City. They saw America. Tomorrow, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. 250 years of a grand experiment in self-governance, an experiment so audacious that some in 1776 doubted it would last more than a few years, let alone a quarter of a millennium. From Lexington to Los Angeles, Selma to Seneca Falls, Morrisania to Midwood, Americans will come together for a day, just as we do each year. Families will gather around the grill. Fireworks will fill the night sky. This will be no ordinary day of celebration. 250 years presents a rare opportunity for more than 340 million people to turn together, both towards one another and towards ourselves, to take measure of who we are as a nation. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before, I can see New York City. The city I see today looks very different than the one that greeted George Washington. In July of 1776, our city simmered under the yoke of oppression. The British had imposed a colonial rule so repressive that 250 years ago, 80 miles south, a small group of newspaper editors, farmers, and soldiers signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now, but were revolutionary then, establishing the ideals our nation still strives to fulfill. The British did not take it well. War broke out. And that August, as the largest battle of the Revolutionary War unfolded in Brooklyn, batteries on Governor's Island took aim at British ships anchored just offshore. We were outgunned, we were outmanned, and we were soundly defeated. After only a few months, it appeared our fledgling attempt at democracy was on the precipice of collapse. But that night, with the moon overhead, thousands of our soldiers silently climbed into ferries and flat-bottom boats and escaped to Manhattan. The Continental Army survived to fight another day. Independence may have been declared in Philadelphia, but it was rescued in New York City. George Washington was the last to leave Brooklyn. As he waited at the river's edge, the sun beginning its rise, he would have looked out over New York City's waters and seen what so many have seen in the 250 years since, an opportunity to begin anew. Those opportunities, like everything in New York City, are not given. They are won. In 1838, 11 years after New York outlawed slavery, a recently emancipated black man by the name of James Weeks sought to begin anew as well, and to help hundreds of others do the same. He bought property in Brooklyn, won himself the right to vote, and sold lots to others newly freed. When they landed in New York Harbor, they knew they had something waiting for them that they had never had before, a home. Weeksville still stands today, a living, breathing testament to what we know America to be, a place each of us has the power to make. The harbor was busy those years as ships poured in from around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrived with stomachs aching from a famine manufactured by imperial cruelty. Chinese sailors settled in what is today Chinatown. Millions more traveled under the Statue of Liberty and through Ellis Island. Jewish people escaping pogroms, Italians fleeing poverty, Syrians seeking economic opportunity. Each of these new arrivals peered through portholes onto a city that was changing as fast as the nation. They saw merchants peddling their wares on the docks, streets being laid out on a grid, buildings rising into the clouds. They could not yet see the nativism they would face, the jobs they would be refused, the landlords who would not rent to them, and the abject labor and living conditions they would withstand. But no matter how much smog hung over the harbor, they still saw an opportunity to begin anew. Over the years that followed, despite laws enacted by the federal government to bar their entry, despite sweatshop fires that killed hundreds of women, despite riots aimed at their very existence, immigrants made homes here in New York City, and they helped to make New York City. That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. It carried millions of black Americans north during the Great Migration. It drew hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans to New York City after the Second World War. It invited countless others from the West Indies and South Asia and West Africa and across the world. And it is what brought my family to this city when I was 7 years old. My family did not arrive by boat, although we saw the Statue of Liberty from the window of the plane. Even from the air, we could make out the promise of America, the promise of the beautiful patriotic work of rendering America, year after year, a little more faithful to its founding ideals. There is a term so often used to describe our nation and those who have shaped it: American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism, the conventional wisdom tells us, makes our freedom a little more free, is how we dug the Erie Canal and irrigated the West, is why children in faraway lands grow up dreaming of one day moving here. And yet the irony is that the story of America has so often been written by those who were told by others with power and influence and wealth that they were anything but exceptional. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims and Jewish people who were banished for praying the wrong way, worshiping the wrong gods, angering the wrong people. It sent peasants and serfs from slums and shtetls who were treated as less because they hardly owned clothes, let alone land. It sent immigrants from whom power was something someone else had. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else. The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is fixed into place. The frontier may be closed, we may have walked on the moon, but the work of fulfilling the values first enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, that work endures, and it belongs to us all. It belongs to our newest Americans, those standing here with me today, all of whom were recently naturalized. Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel, the joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power, the power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As Thomas Paine once wrote, "This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty. Hither have they fled." And yet today, too many of our leaders do not believe in a vision of this nation as an asylum for the persecuted, but rather as one that persecutes those seeking asylum. As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands, those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few. Yes, we see America in a health insurance industry that exploits the sick, but that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it too in the nurse who works a double shift and then stops on her way home to check on an ailing neighbor. Yes, we see America in corporate landlords for whom negligence is a business model. We see it too in the father who tucks his children into bed beneath a ceiling stained with leaks, who wakes before dawn to go to work and still believes his country can do better by his family. Yes, we see America when we spend our tax dollars on bombs and bailouts, when we sell our elections to the highest bidder. Yet we see it just as clearly in every American who still believes this country belongs to we, the people. We see America each time neighbors link arms with neighbors without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have, as ICE invades our neighborhoods. We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots. We see America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. There are some who respond to those who ask for more from America with a simple refrain. Love it or leave it, they say. But patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. It is every march led under the heavy sun. It It is every protest held a decade before its time. It is precisely because we love this nation that we will not leave it. After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free? Today, I think not only of the 4th of July, I think too of the 9th of July. 5 days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, it arrived here in our New York City. Redcoats had disembarked on Staten Island. More than 100 British ships loomed just offshore. Across this city, the Continental Army prepared for an invasion. George Washington commanded his brigades to assemble just a few feet from this building. It was known then as the Commons. Today, we call it City Hall Park. There, within range of British guns, Washington ordered his generals to read the Declaration aloud. And with the world's mightiest empire poised to attack, Washington told the people of New York City what we will celebrate tomorrow, that we had declared our independence, that freedom was within reach. Freedom! That evening, danger loomed. Conflict was not a question, but a certainty. And yet when those early New Yorkers marched toward the statue of King George III that stood in the Bowling Green, a statue they would melt down into bullets for their young army, they walked in unison, grounded not in the pursuit of plunder, but in ideals that for the first time had a name: America. Those ideals upon which our nation was built, they are strong enough to endure any authoritarian regime, but only if we reach for them. Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived, a nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the work of America, the striving, the bettering, the reaching towards perfection. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. What a responsibility each of us possesses to prove ourselves worthy of all those who came before. What power each of us holds to bring America ever closer to the greatness so many have seen when they looked upon these shores, the greatness that for 250 years has been America. Thank you. God bless America. God bless New York City. And happy 4th of July.
That's in the Bible.
Well,
Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani. There. A beautiful speech, in my opinion. Surrounded by a beautiful group of Americans. Newly minted Americans. Speaking about America's history, like a historian himself. I mean, I know he doesn't have a history degree, but boy, oh boy. I don't know if he wrote that speech himself, but that is a great speech. I was touched. The first time and the second time, to some degree. First time, certainly more so. But it's something else for me to have somebody so unapologetically speak in this way, as Zohran has done, and so eloquently so. The fact that he's able to recognize our flaws while in the same breath celebrating our country is beautiful. And that's the celebration that we need to be able to recognize, to be able to move forward, right? We have to be able to recognize the past. We can't be whitewashing it like the fucking Trump administration is doing. You know, we can't be, demonizing immigrants in a country where it is literally only immigrants. Unless you want to count Native Americans, which of course we do. They're citizens too, which we only solved, like we were just talking about, in the more recent history, in the more recent past. Just that one slice of it. But, we have a very complicated past, and we cannot ignore it. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it, and we are intentionally fleecing an entire generation right now. Because the Trump administration is trying to do that and ignore the stories of all of the immigrants that made this country supposedly great. Or at least a great project. A project that we all still, to one degree or another, love enough to call ourselves Americans. And that speech was unifying, in my opinion. It spoke about everybody's stories. And He spoke about what we still haven't accomplished, because we're not perfect, and pretending that we are is nonsense. Anybody who wants to do that is a fucking idiot and a psycho. They're in denial. I can't imagine anybody who could listen to that and think, God, that's a terrible speech. You'd have to be a real piece of shit to listen to that celebration of America and be unhappy with what you just heard. Again, I'm just like, I'm like struggling thinking of people who would do such a thing. I'm coming up with something.
Determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead since we just got done listening to that. But they started off, they clipped the last like 30 seconds of this speech.
Of progress.
Okay, apparently
Not even the last 30 seconds. They just clipped the middle of it. I forgot. It wasn't even the last 30 seconds. It was just part of it. They just like interjected like a 30-second clip. Like, did you hear this?
Progress.
Okay, apparently the people standing with him are new citizens who have just gotten their citizenship. Matt Whitlock, former NRSC senior advisor, Faz Shakir, senior advisor to Bernie Sanders. You got your work cut out for you for the next couple of years, okay? What you think of that message from Mayor Z?
I'm actually grateful that he's doing this on America 250, because I feel like President Reagan said, it is a time for choosing. He's presenting a contrasting view of a very different America than what we're celebrating today. The engine of the greatest engine for freedom, prosperity.
Exactly. And I love how he doesn't even realize that the argument he's making is the one that Zohran's making. Like, he's making Zohran's argument for him. Like, he's trying to say that just hold on.
Different America than what it is a time for choosing. He's presenting a contrasting view of a very different America than what we're celebrating today. The engine of the greatest engine for freedom, prosperity in America, in the history of the entire world.
It's my favorite quote of the day. One of my favorite quotes, undoubtedly. He is pitching the very opposite of what you guys are pitching here today. He's pitching the very essence of the freedom of America, the engine of prosperity, the immigrants who have made this country great, not the white nationalist fascists who we supposedly fought in World War II. He doesn't even realize that the way he's framed it there makes it sound like that's what he's arguing for. But it's absolutely what it sounds like to me, to my ears. That's what it sounds like he's just said. Zohran is fighting for everything America stands for. Here we're celebrating the Patriot Front, the Proud Boys, the 3%ers, and the Ku Klux Klan. Don't forget, of course, the Confederacy. Is the insurrectionist. It's Insurrectionist 250 over here. I guess it should be insurrectionist what? I'm trying to do the math right now. 160? No, wait, I can't do. Oh God, don't ask me to do it. God, these people are psychos.
Piece of all the good things Zohran is presenting, essentially a Dependence Day message of
Oh,
what
no.
to do with more government, raise your taxes.
Dependence Day. Oh my God. When people talk about independence on Independence Day, are they thinking of independence from America or independence of America? Right? It's not independence from the government, but these fascists, these insurrectionists, these secessionists literally view Independence Day as independence from America, from the American government. We're so free that we're independent of the government. Like, this is some sort of libertarian fucking, like, sick fantasy world this guy lives in. These people don't like America. They hate it. They hate America as it exists, which is why they're undoing everything we've done in the last 100 years right now. It's insane. It is insane that these people claim to be the lovers of freedom.
Lower quality of services around you. And I think most people here and around the country today celebrating America 250 feel very differently than what Zohran is presenting.
And Vaz, I'm sure you disagree.
New Yorkers
but
are
it's
feeling
kind of
great.
a weird tone.
Yeah, he does disagree. We're just gonna skip past what he's just like, we're just gonna focus in on the most deranged things these idiots have to say about this. Because of course they gotta bring this back into the, like, talking about the DSA. That's why they have a guy from Bernie's campaign, former old campaign, here to talk about this. Like, this is all, they're like, what I'm starting to realize is that I think the Republicans are almost more focused on what's happening with the DSA and with the left in, like the leftist shift in the Democratic Party than the Democrats are. Like, I think the neolibs are, like, tuned the fuck out. And this is what I actually was saying, like, when Zohran got elected. I was like, all right, everybody. Like, I think I said it at the party. I keep mentioning it. But, like, at the election victory party, I literally said, okay, he's won. Now it's time to make sure that he succeeds. Because people are going to be after this guy's nuts like nobody else, nobody's business. And I am right. I sometimes I like saying I'm right. And in this case, I am glad to say I am right about this. Like, they are obsessed with him. They can't, oh my God. They are fucking obsessed with Zohran Mamdani. And, like, he's like their new Obama.
Celebrate our differences. Here we go. Editorial.
Oh, wait. I gotta hear that one. Wait, go back.
You know, I don't his commentary
on that Zohran is doing in New York. We need it across the country.
I just listen. That's the first time I've heard it, his commentary, and it went longer. But I think we've always celebrated our differences and the fact that, you know, I don't know where your ancestors are from, but I'm proud of them.
Yeah.
I don't know where your ancestors are from.
That was just like a microcosm of the problem with America in like a 3-second soundbite. Oh my God. Fox News host says, I think we celebrate differences in America. Turns to 2 other white hosts and says, I don't know where you guys are from. Turns to brown guest and says, or you. And it's just like, dude, really? You can't guess where these 2 are from? And like, really, dude? Like, it's like this color, he's doing colorblind. He's like trying to play colorblind right now. I don't know where anybody's from. I just see humans. We accept everybody here at Fox News. We don't fearmonger about immigrants or brown people. We love them. We don't do, like, you know, months-long 24-hour segments about, you know, scary migrant, what do they call them again? Caravans coming to the Mexico border, or about Haitians eating cats and dogs, or about, like, I mean, like, are you kidding me, dude? Fox News is trying to say that we accept and celebrate everyone for who they are? Are you kidding me? Are you shitting me? The majority of their grievances are with brown people and especially women, like, especially brown women. Oh boy, if you're brown and a woman, good fucking luck with Fox News. And these people are just living in a fucking, like, an alternate reality. It's crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, exactly. Sharia law. Like, these people have literally laundered racism as a profession. And they're like, we celebrate all people, from wherever, immigrants, as if that's something, like, did Trump have a bunch of immigrants at his speech? Was he celebrating immigrants at his speech, or was he celebrating a specific culture? Because that's what I heard. I heard Trump do a fascist fucking, like, it wasn't even a victory speech. It sounded like a call. It sounded like a fascist call to arms against communists and anybody who would stand against the white, Christian, Western European culture. Anybody who would stand against that, we must fight, is effectively what he said. Like, he might as well have done a Heil at the fucking end. Oh, we need another one of these before I... Actually, hold on. We're not done. I forgot. I'm not done with this nonsense. We'll listen to a little bit more of this shit, but this is so stupid.
Disciplined and growing, but it can be beaten both in elections and in the fight for the soul of the Democratic Party.
Listen to the
Mainstream
copium.
Democrat.
Look at Fox News. She's like trying to brainstorm how to beat the DSA live on air, dude. It's hilarious. They are all so shooketh. The entire liberal, like neoliberal, neoconservative, centrist, uniparty world order is just like crumbling in front of our eyes at the fucking threat of the social democracy and healthcare. They're like, dude, how are we gonna get everybody to do all the things we want them to do if they have the healthcare and housing? Are we gonna get a bunch of, you know, impoverished young brown people to fight our wars in the Middle East for us? Like, oh, god damn it. They are like, it is something to witness. The copium. The fact is everyone seems to be giving away the game. Right? Like, when you really think about it, all of this would be unnecessary if Democratic Socialists didn't have a chance of getting elected. Right? Explain to me, what would be the point of something like this? If Democratic Socialists were just some fringe, unelectable group of know nothing, do nothing, you know, like, what if... Is people following me here on this? Because it's just all of this energy and time is being expended. Like money, airtime, spend it. From Fox News to MSNBC over this. Everybody is having their own separate freakouts, and it's just fascinating to watch unfold. Because if there is, like, because we've been told that there's like, I mean, this is, like I said, like a fringe party. Has no chance.
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits.
Worse than the
you
Green
mean
Party.
like the Green Party?
Honestly, I feel like DSA has gotten more grief than the Green Party over the years. Right? Like, am I wrong? I feel like the DSA has gotten more grief than the Green Party. I mean, we've given, like, everyone's given the Green Party their fair share of grief, and me included. But like, I actually not. I take it back. Not as much grief because they've been so much. They've been seen as so much, like, even more irrelevant than the Green Party. Like, they've gotten less time, like, because they've been so irrelevant. The people didn't even take the time to be like, stop what you're doing, DSA. They're like, what you do is so irrelevant that we're not even going to talk about it. That you're so fringe that you're only electable in, like, places like New York City. But now we're seeing all of a sudden, they're like, oh my god, we have to stop the scourge of socialism, which can be beaten. We have to beat the disciplined and growing DSA. Disciplined and growing. It's just a fascinating, it's a change, it's a serious change. People are taking DSA very seriously. But it seems to me like the right is actually more concerned about it, whereas liberals are, like Fareed, are actually going like, we just need revolutionary liberalism that's going to solve it.
Must rally to this cause. If they don't, the
We just
consequences.
need a redo of Fareed. People like Fareed are like, we just need a redo of 2024 so that we can change nothing, and that will win. That will win. That will defeat the DSA. We just need radical centrism.
Be catastrophic. How do you see that shaping up?
I see right now that what the Democrat socialists have done incredibly effectively is run up the white educated women vote total in tiny primaries where normal Democrats are staying home because they have no enthusiasm.
Wow, dude. The white educated woman vote. They've just run it up in the tiny primaries of New York City. The most popular. What? What? Wow. The cope is, they're creating a fiction. They're creating a fictional reality to be able to make, to craft this copium, they have to create a fictional reality. Like, they can't even use real world arguments. They just have to do it from the vantage point of a completely different world that none of us are living in. To suggest that it was just white, educated women voting for these candidates is fucking crazy. And pretty sexist, too. And also just deeply, deeply delusional. Alright, we need this as like a palate cleanser. A bit of sorbet for your eyes and ears.
Today, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before, I can see New York City. That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims and Jewish people who were banished for praying the wrong way, worshiping the wrong gods, angering the wrong people. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else. The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is fixed into place. It belongs to our newest Americans, those standing here with me today, all of whom were recently naturalized. Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel, the joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. One where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few. But that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it just as clearly in every American who still believes this country belongs to we, the people. We see America each time neighbors link arms with neighbors without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have, as ICE invades our neighborhoods. We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots. We see America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. Patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free? Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived. A nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the work of America. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. Thank you. God bless America. God bless New York City. And happy 4th of July.
That's in the Bible. Ooh, what kind of monster could hear that and be unmoved? And also, who knew that there were 37 cameras in that room? Am I the only one? Like, because I found that earlier today while I was trying to put the stream together. I was like, what? Where did all these extra camera angles come from? And like the like where did the pan zoom the what do you call it? I can't think of the word right now. My brain just broke. Like, where did all of this, like, these where did these angles all come from? We had that one angle for the first speech, and then they dropped this montage. And I'm just like, what?
What you talking about?
Other people watched this, though they were they had different reaction for whatever reason. I think I have a thesis.
Well, it was like a socialist State of the Union. Did you see this? New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani giving an America 250 address this morning as his influence within the Democratic Party certainly continues to grow. The socialist mayor spent much of his speech focusing on what he says are America's failures.
As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans.
This as more Democrats who are moderates try to hit the brakes before their party takes a hard left turn fully into socialism.
The party may have to splinter. People always talk about the end of the two-party system. We might see it pretty close to the end of it.
Democrats are going off the rails. They're not even focused. What matters to people is affordability. And Democrats right now are focused.
You know, the only way that we're gonna, I'm determined to make this the case. The only way that we're gonna get a multi-party system if libbed out dudes like James Carville start their own, the libbed up old dude party, the Luad party, the libbed up old dude party. Because fuck you, we're taking over the Democratic Party. Go fuck yourself, James.
The end of the two-party system, we might see it pretty close to the end of it.
Democrats are going off the rails. What matters to people is affordability. And Democrats right now are focused on two things. They're focused on anti-Semitism and socialism.
If less than 45% of Democrats are even proud to be an American, and that's why they are nominating people that are an avowed communist and have deeply anti-views.
Oh my God, I love that they're like the bastion of liberals are here to save the day. And they trot out John Fetterman, a man who literally can't say sentences. Say that again for me, Fetterman.
Nominating people that are an avowed communist and have deeply anti-views.
Deeply anti-views. Oh my God, deeply anti-views. Anti what? Oh my God, it could be anti-anything. It's almost like he forgot a word in there. Oh, did he skip the word Semitic? I don't know. I genuinely could not tell you what he was planning on saying. Hard to get in the mind of that idiot.
The end of it.
Democrats are going off the rails. They're not even focused. What matters to people is affordability.
What I loved about this from Donnie Deutsch is that we just got done listening from Fareed telling us it's not about affordability. He was just telling that's a partisan thing. People are fine. And it is not about affordability. But now Donnie Deutsch is actually, it's all about affordability. Which one is it? Which one is it, boys? Yeah, get into like a group chat, like a Signal or like a Discord or something. Just, you know, get your messaging in order. Because it's all just sort of, it's chaotic.
And Democrats right now are focused on two things.
Proud to be an American, and that's why they are nominating people that are an avowed communist and have deeply anti-views. So for me, that's distressing to me as a
Senator,
Democrat.
Senator, we gotta run. I love that they cut him off when he started fucking glitching out and saying deeply anti-views. The Fox is like, okay, it's good enough. We got a soundbite. But they didn't even cut out the fucking glitch. They're like, leave the glitch in there. It's fine. Most of our viewers are elderly or sleeping.
Mayor Mamdani gets a lot of media attention because of the theater that he's able to produce, like the social media, you know, the scene. We talk about advance work, right? Like if you want to try to upstage Trump on America 250, and he's going to Mount Rushmore, and he's having fireworks, and you're sitting at a desk, and nobody knows that that's George Washington's desk. I mean, talk about it.
Yeah, he didn't mention it because he's not a narcissist freak that needs like this sort of like patriarchal approval at all times, like Donald Trump. You know, like I think that he's like a pretty even keeled guy. Like he doesn't have serious daddy issues. Like I think his dad actually loves him. You know, like I think Zohran. Have you ever heard Zohran's dad? I think Zohran's dad actually loves him, whereas Donald had a very overbearing and detached, shitty, wealthy piece of shit father who gave him no love. And so he needs constant approval from places of authority. So, of course, if he were at George Washington's desk, he would have had, like, a bunch of people there to be like, oh, this is the George Washington Society. And everybody says this is George Washington's desk. It's perfect. Like, the first 5 minutes of the speech been about that. But Zohran doesn't give a shit. Because he doesn't need to prove anything to anybody. He's got words, he's got important things to say. So he just got straight to it. You know, and she's just, look at her, she's so perplexed. She's like, is this George Washington's desk? He didn't do a whole speech about the desk. It was George Washington's desk. And it's weird that she thinks it's really, really weird that she thinks that the mayor would pretend to have a fake, you would fake having George Washington's desk. She's a fucking idiot.
Seems like a little awkward to just have people standing behind you that aren't really sure why they're there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's super weird. Super awkward to just have a bunch of people standing behind you at a desk, awkwardly, not knowing why they're there. I just want to let you listen to this again from, I always forget this woman's name.
And we talk about advance work, right? Like if you want to try to upstage Trump on America 250, and he's going to Mount Rushmore, and he's having fireworks, and you're sitting at a desk, and nobody knows that that's George Washington's desk. I mean, talk about it. It seems like a little awkward to just have people standing behind you that aren't really sure why they're there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really awkward to have a bunch of people standing behind you who don't know why they're there. Right? Like, wouldn't it be weird to just have a bunch of randos standing behind you while at a desk for some sort of theatrical purpose? Right? Like, I'm trying to think of somebody else, like, in history who would have people stand behind them at a desk, not knowing why they're there. Who would do that? It's so weird to just have people standing behind you at a desk awkwardly, not knowing why they're there. You know, like children or something like that. I don't know. Who knows, right? Like, what kind of weirdo would do that? I can't think of a single person. Can you? For those just listening to the podcast, we were looking through photos of Donald Trump standing behind desks. I'm sorry, sitting behind desks with groups of people standing behind him, not knowing why they're there. Back to Fox News.
This speech did not live up to the hype. This guy built this thing up like this was the State of the Union on July 4th. And he bombed.
This is the thing.
This
is the moment where I realized that they are more focused on Zohran than I am. This is when I realized I was right. When I said that the right wing is going to be laser focused on Zohran, I realized I was correct at this moment. When Jesse Waters said something about Zohran, and honestly, I don't even know if I could fact check him on this, but the fact is I didn't know about this speech until the day of. When I saw the live stream, announcement on my, schedule, I was looking through my live feed, right? As a dude who spends all of his time focused on leftist politics, I realized it happenstance on the day of when I was putting together my show, right? I had no idea. I still don't actually know whether or not this is true. And honestly, it's not important to the point that much. The fact is he Jesse Waters has been dialed in to whatever Zohran's doing, and he perceived this as a big event. And that tells you just how focused in they are on this shit. They are desperate for Zohran to do anything that fucks up. Like, because they can't, like, they are, what's the word? They're like a fish out of water. You know, they are gasping for breath. You got a Democrat socialist mayor in New York City, one of the biggest, cities in the world. One of the hub of American business. And he's like getting win after win after win, doing all the stuff that he said he was doing and just getting more and more popular in the city. And they need him to fuck up so they can turn it into something. They are like desperate for this shit. They're gasping for they're like, they're tabloid journalists and they just need dirt on Zohran so badly. And like, he's so like, I mean, he may very well, I honestly couldn't say for sure, but it seems like Jesse Waters is more tuned into what's happening at Gracie Mansion than I do, which I just found to be fascinating. Like, it's just like, wow, I didn't perceive this event until the day of, literally, and Jesse was like sitting here waiting for it all week. Wow, buddy.
So boring.
Oh, God.
So tedious. And then, like you said, the lighting was dark.
Yep.
There was no color. You had immigrants standing around them like this, like
with a tiny little flag.
It's like, oh my God, you could have been so much better because the guy's talented. He has a decent personality, but this thing did not deliver.
Wow. In one of the most heartfelt speeches given by a leader, in my opinion, in recent history, Jesse Waters, disappointed by the lack of fanfare and showmanship. You know, he's not in it for the words, right? Like, there was not enough fireworks, not enough bald eagles flying over. He needed visual stimuli that wasn't just immigrants and the stories of immigrants. This did not meet Jesse Waters' needs.
He has a decent personality, but this thing did not deliver. I felt nothing.
Yep.
You know, at least when other politicians talk, I feel hate, I feel happiness, I felt empty inside. Maybe.
I think that's a sign that you're a sociopath, Jesse. You know, when I heard him say this, I was like, yeah, this is a sign, Jesse. You need help. You need help.
You have a mental health problem.
You are a textbook sociopath. You listen to the stories of Americans, of your own people, and you felt nothing. Because you have no soul or human emotion. Like, the dude is literally devoid of human emotion. Like if you can't turn it into, like, it was too good of a speech. And he couldn't just hate him on purely partisan grounds. That's the problem for him. Like, he didn't do the reverse of what Trump did, right? Like, he didn't come out and like say Democrats have never like we're ushering in like a new age of, like, he didn't do any of these sorts of, you know, like, really partisan things. Like, he said on ideology, he said potentially ideological things, but it was all quite reasonable stuff that he's saying, and all of it just doesn't speak to Jesse as a white man, as a privileged white man who's failed upwards into great success and wealth. It just doesn't speak to Jesse. You know, like, the difficulties of immigrants who built the country is just meaningless to him. He hears those stories about people coming over on slave boats and potato boats, and, you know, Jews fleeing the pogroms in Eastern Europe and in Africa and wherever else. And he feels fucking nothing because he's a sick human being who needs medical attention. Like, he's a threat to society because he literally cannot feel emotions, right? And he's gonna wind up causing harm to somebody in the future because he doesn't care about human beings. He cares about himself, and that's it.
maybe it's because he's so young and has literally done nothing before with his life that didn't feel like there was anything behind it. Kind of felt like he was the first Muslim mayor of New York reading a speech written for the first black president.
Well, when you can't attack anything on political grounds, I guess you just get racist about it. You said, look, he's the first Muslim mayor pretending to be black. I don't know why that second part comes in. He doesn't remind me of Obama at all, actually. He's just, I mean, unless you count just being good at speaking. Because, yeah, maybe he's good at speaking like Obama was. But I listened to Obama's July 4th speech. We just listened to a portion of it. It was much more pro-military. Like, it was really, in fact, like, he talked about, like, the occupation in the Middle East during it in a very positive way. Like, they were doing a really good job in the Middle East. We could go back and listen to that right now. Right? But it's just, this feels like an attempt just to play pure race politics. Just to speak literally to racists. This has got nothing to do with anything that Zohran said or done. Just like a Muslim pretending to be black. Okay, Jesse.
He was trying to be Barack Obama. But Barack Obama, you know, he'd say that stuff was wrong with the country, but then he'd bring you up and then take you higher. This guy brought you here and then took you down.
Oh, God, yeah. Barack Obama. He'd say a couple of critical things, and then he'd come right back at you with the, oh my God, the military-industrial complex is so great, and what we're doing in the Middle East is perfect. And everybody's saying it, right? Like, I mean, and instead, Zohran Mamdani is saying, actually, no, and we probably shouldn't keep doing that. And instead of being like, actually, we've solved race in America, Zohran's like, actually, we still have some work to do. He's just being real. And that's what upsets Jesse. That's what upsets. Jesse doesn't get the neoliberal U-turn that brings us all together and says, actually, America's doing great. And there's no reason for us to change very much. Yes. It's fucking disgusting. I mean, we're just being run by white supremacists, being spoken to, being propagandized to by white supremacists like Jesse Waters. These people are white supremacists, okay? Like, if you can listen to the speech that Donald Trump gave on July 3rd, where he invoked the word culture 100 times, like, you're you're living in a fucking alternate reality. One of a white supremacist bent. You want this to be a white Christian nation, and you're literally the problem that we fought against in the Civil War and supposedly in World War II. Jesse Waters and Fox 5 honestly probably identify more with Nazis than with American troops in World War II. J.D. Vance earlier today literally said that the revolutionary soldiers identified so much with Britain, we did a war. We identified so much with British culture that we did the Revolutionary War. These guys are living in like just an ahistorical fiction world that we're being told we must accept, or otherwise you're an extremist. Like, if you don't accept the new epistemological order being thrust upon you, and there's something fucking inherently wrong with you. It's criminal.
Illegal.
This is fascism. Blatantly so. Anybody who hasn't woken up to that fact at this point are themselves accepting of these frameworks. They are themselves Nazis.
Aesthetically, you're looking at a guy with a beard sitting still like this, surrounded by immigrants, and he's saying, you're racist, and we're coming for you. That's how a lot of America saw that speech. So I got to say something, Mandani. Calm down, Mandani, all right? Relax. No one's afraid of you. We don't like communism, and we're going to beat it.
One of my favorite comments this morning was from Matt Whitlock, Joey, and he said that it was a Dependence Day speech, not an Independence Day speech.
You know what's so funny is he's using, I guess those are naturalized, recently naturalized citizens standing around him.
And welcome.
He's showing off the people who did it the right way to protest getting rid of the people who won't do it the right way.
What this fucking idiot and white supremacist is not understanding is that all immigrants like this are under threat because ICE is racially profiling people, ethnically profiling people, and snatching them up, detaining them, in some cases, for months, without due process and the rights that they should be given. These are all new American citizens. They have the same rights as you and me. And looking different in this country should not be a legal premise which our federal government uses to snatch you up and throw you in jail. Okay? These people are sick. Real sickness going on over here. These people need help. All right, we're going to move on from this sickness. We could do more of it, but honestly, I think there's one other piece I fucking wanted of this. Was it Kellyanne Conway? No, fucking hell. I can't even believe Kellyanne's here. Isn't she like, doesn't Trump hate Kellyanne Conway? Why is she here on the Fox 5? President can't possibly be happy about that.
Right to jail, right away.
I thought, Johnny, your point about these are people who did it right, and he's out saying we want to abolish an organization. I think it's been mismanaged, but you don't abolish it. This is an organization, ICE, that wants to keep us safe. And if we need to reform it, then we should reform it. I just think on a day like today, a 250th
Or you could just get rid of it.
I don't mind dissenting voices. In fact, I welcome them. But if you're going to be nothing but a dissenter and a hater, wait till July 5th or 6th.
Oh, wow. You know, I like freedom to a point. But if you're not going to say nice things about America on Independence Day on July 4th, then wait until July 5th. Don't say words. The people who supposedly love free speech. This is the kind of garbage content that they get together now. Oh, actually, freedom is only reserved for people that agree with me. Okay? If you don't agree with me, and you don't say things that I like, well, you don't deserve to speak on my day. Not our day. Right? Because they're making it about themselves. If we had real freedom, and people who actually appreciated freedom, they would say, I don't care what you have to say on July 4th. Go ahead and say it. It's Freedom Day. But nope. These people want us to live in an alternate reality run by the Ku Klux Klan and the Confederacy.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
These people want to whitewash history to a thing that never fucking existed. There was never some consensus on religion. Evangelicalism as it currently exists did not exist at the founding of this country. Certainly at the beginning, like a completely different situation, right? If anything, the evangelicals are probably the closest to the Puritans. But there was all sorts of, if we're just talking about ideologically, just probably as equally unhinged, but we had so much dissent on religion. We had to create an entire point to say, actually, let's not fight about this anymore. You're free to do whatever you want, religion-wise, right? Because there was so much disagreement. We felt it necessary. Because if it wasn't, like, if we were all getting along religion, if we all believed the same thing, why would you need that? Why would you need the freedom to practice whatever religion you want? The only reason we have freedom of religion in this country enshrined in the Constitution is because people were fighting over it so much they were burning people at the stake. All right, now let's talk about the election in Michigan. We got some big updates here. Mallory McMorrow, earlier this evening, dropping out of the U.S. Senate race. Here was her message.
Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my campaign for United States Senate. And I'm doing it with a deep, deep sense of gratitude for our thousands of volunteers, for everyone who donated what you could, building a campaign with zero corporate PAC dollars, for my staff, who built this team up from nothing. I thank you. For my family, for Ray, who believed in me long before I ever believed in myself, and for Noah, our 5-year-old who presses her hands up against the window to wave goodbye every morning when I leave for work. Remember, Mom, she reminded me recently, it's not about if you win. It's about trying hard and having fun.
I'm glad you had fun, Mallory. This is why she lost, okay? This is all we need. This is all we need. I mean, you're in politics for fun. It's about trying hard and having fun. No, it's about winning and getting results. That's a child's idea of politics, you fucking idiot. That's why you're done. That's why you're gone, okay? You weren't in it to win it. Good God.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up.
Now, I can't say with any certainty that this is a result of the thing we're about to talk about next, but within the same 60-minute period of that video dropping, this video dropped on MSNBC regarding one Democrat's endorsement of a particular Michigan Senate candidate.
A fucking bitch.
That's rude.
How rude.
Talking about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
It's not that crazy, or not as crazy as Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson wants you to think it is. That is the message in a new ad running throughout this July 4th weekend from the Progressive Change Campaign Committee. It is a political action committee that identifies itself as a million-member grassroots organization building progressive power at the local level, at the state level, and at federal levels. Watch this.
They put this on paper. They're saying the quiet things out loud. Abolish the Electoral College. Damn straight.
Hold on, this isn't the part I need of this. Him. Where do we get onto this topic? Yeah. Here we go.
Eyes are on Michigan right now to see what happens in the Democratic Senate primary there. The field is made up of Congresswoman Haley Stevens, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and Abdul El-Sayed, a former Wayne County health official. This is a hot race, hotly contested, and it has the Democratic Party split there. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and other moderate Democrats have backed Haley Stevenson. You might have seen that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just gave a boost to Abdul El-Sayed, who already has the backing of Bernie Sanders. And Abdul El-Sayed joins me now, fresh off of that AOC endorsement. He is running in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary. Welcome to the show.
Jacob, thanks for having me.
Okay, we don't need the rest of this because within the hour, Mallory McMorrow dropped out. I don't know if the two events are linked, but the endorsement of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez coming very close to the dropping out of Mallory McMorrow over this weekend, now leaving what is essentially a clear field. One left, but I mean, Abdul El-Sayed with a really a much easier race now to run. Not that it's over. Not that we should suddenly just sort of assume the best. No, no, no. But this is absolutely huge, ground-shaking news. This actually, I'll let Abdul talk a little bit, and then we'll switch. But fact is, I think we're gonna be hearing a lot more about this. This was like right before this dropped, so the whole dynamics of this have shifted so much. It's sort of already lost relevance.
It's good to have you here. I think everybody knows Michigan is not New York, and it's not Denver even. What makes you confident that you can win not only this primary, but the critical election come November?
Jacob, I kicked off this campaign back in April of 2025. Since then, I've done 450 public events across 100 and...
Yeah, okay. He's been, honestly, Abdullah's working his ass off right now. We've been talking about him plenty. He is on the list of galactically endorsed candidates. And with her out of this race, I mean, this could be really big for him, I think. I can't say 100%, but because I mean, some of those voters are going to move over to Representative Stevens, undoubtedly. But this reduces the number of choices in the race. Probably makes it a lot easier for Abdul to separate himself from just one candidate rather than multiple. By the way, I just want to say another... Hold on, do I still have this open? Okay, yeah. I just want to say another thank you to the person who donated the gifts over here on Throne, or the gift on Throne, the t-shirts. Sasha. Love you, Giselle. Thank you for doing what you do with your amazing show and for being you. GNM forever. Sasha G. You're beautiful, Sasha, and I appreciate you. Keep being you. That's gonna be much needed arrival down at my apartment on Earth later, whenever that shows up. Uh-oh, one white supremacist bit the dust in vertical chat. That's very sad. Harry Litzler. Oh, Harry Litzler taken down because you're saying that we're going to get Sharia law. Yeah, taken down. Take him down, Monopoly. You clearly know what you're doing. Galactic mods are to be respected, and I'm seeing that you also crossed the galactic mod. That was your first sort of misstep. It's all right. That's gonna be almost it on the elections talking, the DSA stuff. Been sort of at this one for a while. Let's go here to the majority. Oh, almost forgot. Just a reminder, everybody. We still haven't yet completed the galactic content goal. And this show would not exist without your support. The goal reflects what we need to make every month to pay the bills. So many great ways left to contribute to the stream, even with us being demonetized on YouTube. Got Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All the links are in the bio, YouTube description. But I'm not going to end the stream because we're super close. We're like 85% of the way there, something like that. Can't do the math on that right now. What is that? Is that $15? I can't do the math. Every... Let's see. Oh, God. I can't do it. Why can't I do math right now? I just can't do simple. Oh, it's the simplest of math. What is wrong with me? I need help. I need help, Space Fams, in multiple ways, not just financially. Oh, God. I'm
having a hard time.
Having a hard time.
I am having trouble doing the show.
It's all true. Save me, Majority Report.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just
That's
crazy enough to
interesting.
work.
Yeah.
Bill de Blasio, former mayor of New York City, who was, you know, the New York Post's favorite guy for a while. A lot of folks in the city kind of reflexively were like, de Blasio sucks. De Blasio was a decent mayor. I didn't realize this, that there have only been 4 rent freezes for rent-stabilized units in the city's history. The 4th one just happened, and the rest of the 3 happened under de Blasio. So de Blasio's done some good stuff, but he didn't have what Zohran has, both in terms of like his political ability, but also DSA. You know, the national pundits are missing the mark on DSA's organizing power, and also how that helps you when you're in office to have this base of support and infrastructure that can put pressure and also to elect other people in Albany who can help you out up there as well in state government, but who can put pressure on the different politicians.
I take it back. It's not. I'm sorry to interrupt, Emma. But I take it back. It's not $15. It is less than that. It's like half of that. I just couldn't do the math. It's less than $10 or something like that. We're so close to completing the galactic content goal. I believe in us. We're gonna do it.
State government, but who can put pressure on the different politicians that you need to bring to heel. Right now, there's some people that are upset because AOC has said that she's supportive of Hakeem Jeffries for speaker. I see this as clearly her and Zohran Mamdani kind of working together on this front, because Zohran told DSA, this is not the time right now to primary Hakeem Jeffries, because he was banking on, it's more important for the left for me to deliver on this agenda, and the leader of the Democrats in the House retaliating against me as I'm primarying him could actually be a real problem, and I need to deliver first before I can focus on that. So my point is just that de Blasio was in a less advantageous position, and I think gets a little bit of a bum rap. He went on and debated Sean Hannity last night about some of these DSA candidates, and it was quite fun. Here he is standing up for Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier as Hannity tries to make her into this radical, and he kind of loses his mind on air.
Now, is that your party? Is that who you are? Would you vote for her?
Sean, the question is, why did the people of that district vote for her?
No. That's your question. I asked you a different question. My question is,
look, she's the Democrat nominee.
Hang on. Would you vote for her?
She is a Democratic nominee. I would vote for her, yes. But let me tell you what's going on here. Because you can do your list. Sean, you can do your list. But what's really happening is she spoke out against what Americans have been doing in the Middle East. And a lot of Americans, you know, Sean, a clear majority of Americans do not think we should be in a war with Iran, including a lot of people who supported Donald Trump. A clear majority of Americans think that what the Netanyahu government has done in Israel to the Palestinian people is wrong, and America should not be supporting it. So listen, wait, let me finish.
We're not talking about Israel.
She won.
No. We're not talking about Israel.
Wait. The question
we're
is, Sean, just give me a second.
She wants to abolish the police. She wants no borders. She wants illegals that commit murder and rape to not go to prison. And I'm asking you are the mayor of New York City. I'm asking you if you would vote for this lady. And you're telling me, yes? You'd vote for this lunatic?
And I'll tell you what. No, I don't think she's a lunatic. I disagree with her. Sean, I can't believe you've never voted for someone you had some disagreements with. I disagree with her on some things, but I want you, Sean, for you and your many, many viewers, this is what's going on in the Democratic Party. A lot of people who vote Democrat are saying we want to see Democrats take on Trump, not cower before him. They think ICE is totally broken. I believe in secure borders. I don't believe in ICE. They think what we're doing in the Middle East is wrong. They think that nothing's being done to address the cost of living. You go down this list. When these candidates talk about Medicare for all, there's a whole lot of Americans who would like to have better health insurance, who can't make ends meet. So I think you should realize why people are voting for these progressive candidates, because they represent change.
Bam. Bill de Blasio just decimated Sean Hannity. Yeah, because people want change, because nothing is affordable And we got people in office who are just letting Trump do whatever the fuck he wants. And sometimes green lighting things. We got Democrats cross the line on multiple Trump agenda items and budgets. It's fucking out of control. We need serious change. Speaking of affordability, you probably noticed, if you were the one hosting, this 4th of July cost more this year. Here's NBC Bay Area. Tell us why.
Checking your money tonight if you're about to host or attend a 4th of July barbecue. Be prepared to pay a little bit more this year. Let's bring in our business and tech reporter, Scott Budman. And you got the assignment. You did all the math for us.
Yeah, and the good news is, Janelle, like you say, it's only a little bit more. We've been up and down with inflation, just a little bit higher than this point last year. If you're staying local to barbecue or hitting the road, it's going to cost a little more this year, and here's why. As we've been reporting, the cost of meat has risen steadily this year. Higher farming costs and some scarcity means your beef costs 5.5% more this July 4th.
Ground beef up 5, chicken up 4, pork chops up 5, strawberries up 12, ice cream up 5, drinks up 4, potato salad down 18. The only thing that nobody goes to the barbecue for costs less. Great. Great.
Holy Toledo.
How awesome. Everything costs more. Thankfully, our galactic financial situation is improving incrementally. Dono over on Twitch. Gift sub from Morbius Doom. Thank you, Morbius. The name is Bond 007, the recipient of that generosity. The name is Bond. James Bond. But yeah, exactly. Potato salad down 18 is fucking hilarious. Is the one thing that nobody cares about. Is like, oh great, the potato salad's 18% less. The thing that was already the cheapest out of all of these things. But the most expensive things that were already expensive are even more expensive. By the way, that strawberry thing, this is partially a result of that climate change fueled weather in Iowa. We talked about this earlier, but Iowa's entire strawberry crop was devastated. The entire state was completely just eviscerated by, like, oh, I'm sorry, not Iowa, Pennsylvania. Why did I say Iowa? Pennsylvania's entire strawberry crop was completely decimated from climate change, the extreme weather, hitting like 80 degrees multiple times in the spring and going back to freezing after the buds had come out twice, just killed them all. So that's probably why strawberries are so expensive. The rest of it's probably all Trump's fault. All right. Some people are turning to an alternative. An un-American alternative. Well, no, un-American. But a foreign company is focused on values, taking the U.S. by storm right now. A tiny German company by the name of Aldi. You may have heard of it.
Hundreds of people lining up in New York, not for a concert, or SNL tickets, or even a sneaker drop. But for the grand opening of Midtown Manhattan's first Aldi. Sure, they were giving away some goodies, but the uber-popular German affordable grocery store chain is taking the United States by storm.
Oh, I love it. Everything is so cheap in there.
Already with more than 2,500 stores nationwide, the company plans to add over 500 more by 2028.
Immediately,
when you hear that
if not
planning
sooner.
to open up hundreds of more stores, what goes to your head?
It's a great idea.
The pitch.
Yes, indeed, the people want it. More Aldis. Cheaper prices. Aldi's getting consumers lining up their new stores. Combination of value and simplicity. Innovation. Driving tremendous demand from shoppers.
demand, reporting 17 million new customers last year.
And have you felt affordability pressures when you go to the grocery store these days? Yeah, definitely. Sometimes you buy like 5 things and you're like, why is this $100?
Recent data shows American shoppers are increasingly cutting costs by
though.
comparing prices at grocery stores.
Seriously. Oh my god. He's like, wait. What just happened? How did this get so expensive so quickly?
Buying generic food brands and using coupons. Behaviors that fit Aldi's model and its German competitor Lidl. A recent Consumer Report study found prices at Aldi and Lidl are, on average, around 8.5% lower than Walmart's.
Wow. With prices like that, what are you going to do? I mean, that's beating inflation on July 4th. You could have saved money on July 4th by shopping there. Almost, depending, I guess, on what... I mean, if you went to Aldi and made fucking mashed potatoes, I mean, you're basically living like a fucking oil baron over there. Right, because 8.5% on average lower, and then 18% lower cost on potato salad. First, once again, nobody does barbecues for potato salad. I'm just thinking out loud here. But the fact is times is tough. Liberals saying, actually, it's just partisan. Fareed Zakaria going, look, you only think the economy is bad because you hate Donald Trump. Republicans just living a complete another state of lack, whatever. I can't think of words right now. But the fact is things are hard, and they are more expensive. Anybody living in the real world knows this. Your dollar is going less far than it was last year, and less far than the year before that. Even less far than the year before that, and the year before that. And the one before that. You're aware of this slow creep, making your life less affordable. Now, Donald Trump, he's not so worried about that. I mean, it's not even clear that he understands whether or not prices are up or down right now. He's a billionaire. He doesn't go to the grocery store. He doesn't drive, doesn't fill up his car. He doesn't have a car. I've never seen Donald Trump drive one time aside from a golf cart. And usually I think it's the sons that are driving him around. I don't know. I'm not sure that he can actually physically drive without injuring himself or others. But he's not as concerned about affordability as your average person.
The National Defense Authorization is up for a vote, or I should say, has cleared the Republican-controlled committee in the House, and Mike Johnson has attached to it the SAVE Act. They have been trying to pass the SAVE Act. Donald Trump is extremely interested in the SAVE Act. Here he is, just yesterday, being asked if he will sign the Housing Affordability Act, and this was his response.
Will you sign that housing bill? I have not. It hasn't been sent to me yet. It's coming, I understand, and then I'll make it. Here's what I would like to sign. Much more than a bill, that big deal. It's a yawn. Some people say it's wonderful. To me, compared to the Save America Act, just about everything is a big yawn.
I'm bored. Well, this is the thing. He is obsessed with the SAVE Act. Play number 4. We got it?
You have honest elections.
What are your plans for the housing bill, Mr. President?
I don't know. I think it's so unimportant by compared to the Save America Act. I think the Save America Act is exactly what it says. It's saving America from crooked elections. And the housing bill is a bill that can get approved. They worked on it long and hard. It's very bipartisan. That means the Democrats like it. I think it's maybe even, it's probably maybe more that way they're getting things that I wouldn't necessarily agree to. Nobody knows more than housing in the history of the presidency. Nobody did well like me in housing. I made a lot of money. I made a lot of money with housing. But when I look at that bill, it's a bill. But when I look at the Save America Act, it's about saving America. And I'd like to have the Save America Act added.
You know what happens when the guy who builds housing makes a lot of money on housing?
Everyone who...
The opposite of an affordable housing bill.
Right. He knows so much about housing that, like, just reading the text of the bill, it's just not intellectually stimulating enough for him.
Follow the rich way, man.
Yeah. Shock of shocks, the dude who makes much of his, at least parts of his fortune, at least until he got introduced into fucking crypto, made most of his fortune from real estate, didn't pass the housing bill. Instead thought disenfranchising people from voting was more important. Yeah. By the way, he's also lost all of us thousands of dollars. You don't believe me? Well, let's go to the very best numbers guy. Everybody knows he has the best numbers. Donald Trump said it himself. The great Harry Emden, CNN. Here to tell all of us how much Donald Trump has lost us.
Hey, friends, you know, when we're talking about the Trump administration, the bill has come due. The cost to Americans, billions have been lost since Trump took office. We're talking about tariffs, the Iran war. We're talking about tourism. And we're going to go through it because I have looked through hundreds, if not thousands, of data points to find out, boom, what is the bill when it comes both to the do-re-mi as well as the cost in public opinion, not just here in the United States, but around the globe. And we're going to start off with tariffs. Take a look here. Okay, the loss to GDP in 2025, Trump's tariffs. Look at this. We're talking about $180 billion, $180 billion with a B. That is eye-popping. But it's not just the do-re-mi. It's, of course, the court of public opinion as well. And take a look here. Okay, we're talking about our allies, right? The net approval rate.
Oh, everybody hates us. At 2, Canada. At 2. 180 billion, $180 billion lost on tariffs. Everybody hates us. Okay, thank you, Harry.
Holy Toledo.
What else you got? What else you got, Harry?
Look at this. Okay, what are we talking about? Total tariff cost paid by Americans? $231 billion with a B per household. We're talking about a little bit less than $2,000 per household. Woof. And that's just between February 2025 and January 2026. Now, you know, I spoke about the tariffs, right? But it's not just the tariffs where the bill is coming due, right? It's about the war in Iran as well. And look here, okay, again, look at the allies. Net approval, Trump's handling of Iran. Look at this. In the UK, 50 points under. I love the font. 6 points above water. Now, what are we talking about? 20 points underwater. Down we go. Down we go. And on foreign policy, look at the decline. He wasn't in too hot a shape back in June of 2018, 9 points underwater. But now, Trump is 22 points underwater, right into any body of water that you want to think of.
Wow. So he's cost us our reputation abroad himself. whole numbers, Americans, thousands of dollars, but we still haven't calculated the economic cost of the war. Sure, we've talked about other things it's costing us, but how much is it costing us, Harry? Please tell us. Tell us, Harry.
$2 billion. $72 billion. Now, I will point out, this probably will add some jobs later on in the year for arms manufacturers, but I'll ask you whether or not you think that the cost is worth that, whether the cost is worth that. But of course, what about Americans themselves? How much do-re-mi? How much do-re-mi are we really talking about? Well, how about this? The cost of the Iran war on Americans, the gas hikes, the food, etc. We're talking, get this, about $134 billion, perhaps even more than that, and that's at a cost of $100. No, it's more than that, $1,000 per household. It's this type of stuff.
So let's just zoom ahead here. If you have done the math yet, it's nearly $3,000 per household that Donald Trump has cost us. Hold on.
Billion. And then 8.4 billion. And
there's something about, no one else but Harry Emden would break out a physical calculator, but he does it. Oh, and it's perfectly fitting.
What does it come to? What does it come to? Well, let's take a look here. The total cost, $373 billion. $373 billion. That's between the tariffs, the Iran war, and tourism. We are talking about, get this, $2,784 per household.
Oh, we're all being squeezed. And it's uncomfortable. I think we all feel it. Inherently, as it's spelled out to our faces. Thank you, Harry, for the depression. While we all put the bill of Trump's terrible policies, he continues to use your tax dollars to fuel his dystopian nationalist vision, his image of DC costing us an untold amount of money. And I got an update on that arch. We saw the arch, which is covered in canvas, totally fake dimensions on it, like a couple of columns sort of just stapled to the front of it. Just like a block. It was like a block of styrofoam or something with a canvas on it that made it look like it had dimensions and like depth. And the artist had worked tirelessly on it, but no, it was just like AI or something, and they just like printed it out and stapled it to the fucking like block of wood or whatever it was. And apparently it's somehow not holding up super good under the heat. I know that's shocking.
We are more than a week into Donald Trump's self-aggrandizing 250th Great American Fair, and it is safe to say things are not going very well for him. From the sparse attendance, to put it generously, to the many canceled events, today's delayed opening due to the heat, and the fair breaking down literally. New footage from the Daily Beast captures a portion of the event stage collapsing during rehearsals for tomorrow's performance. Spokesperson for Freedom 250 says that everyone is safe and that additional safeguards have been put in place. That is on top of Trump's triumphal arc oozing on unidentified yellow substance.
Oh, I love it so much for its meritlessness. It's incredible. They artlessly stapled fake shit to a block of styrofoam and tried to seal it all together with who knows what. Like, look at it. It's completely falling apart. Oh my god. By the way, all of these, just to go back, all this is the same material. From what I understand, these are just like big, like block, like very, like, what's the word? Like sort of, I can't think of the fucking, like assembly line. They like assembly line the shit out of this. Like, how cheap can we make it? I know, we can throw up a bunch of particle board and then staple fake depth and dimension to the sides. And then we will artlessly glue the rest of the definition to the buildings, and it will look real. People look at it and they'll think it's great. They'll think we did a great job. When actually, it took us like 2 seconds and no effort, and we could funnel a bunch of money to ourselves. Oh, it is disturbing just how they've behaved in the last year and a half. It's deranged. People are genuinely acting like the apocalypse is coming around the corner. They're never going to have to face any consequences for this, and that this is their only way into the bunker or the ark or whatever, the spaceship. Like, they're like, that is the vibes of this fucking administration. Nothing is permanent. We're jettisoning off to Mars next year. Elon told us so.
Report, authored by Democratic congressional staff, is titled From Vanity to Insanity, How the White House Cheated the American People Out of Their 250th Birthday. Here is some of what that report says. Quote, under President Donald Trump, this anniversary has been hijacked and perverted into a hotbed of corruption and self-enrichment. This interim report...
This anniversary has been hijacked and perverted into a hotbed of corruption and self-enrichment. I think that's too kind of a description. That's a very accurate way to describe this situation. It's a real shameful event. Like, I'm disturbed as an American that this is our semi-quintennial anniversary. And these are our tax dollars being used. And this is the image representing the people who are here, by the way. There's a bunch of people here still for the World Cup. People are witnessing this firsthand. Oh, yeah. Speaking of witnessing firsthand, what would we do without the great work of journalists and camera people? Oh, yeah. Let's go here.
This is when Dr. Oz is talking to Dean Cain. That's right, Superman.
Whoa, all right.
Superman, Superman.
Hey, everybody, let's not crowd the stage.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this is like Woodstock. Ladies and gentlemen, please back away from the stage. We have to stop pushing. We're going to stop playing right now unless you stop pushing.
It's like all eyes on the least famous Superman ever.
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge space, and it's just going to get more and more crowded as the week goes on.
Not only do we have a lot of people here, we have people...
This is great cinematography.
This is because TMZ knows
TMZ's got to win an Oscar for this.
I love them.
Beautiful manual pan here.
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge space, and it's just going to get more and more crowded as the week goes on.
Not only do we have a lot of people here, we have people that you want to have here, like Stacey Garrity. That woman will be next governor of Pennsylvania.
There we go.
Stacey Garrity's there?
And it's because there's tons of people here. It's a huge...
Garrister?
God.
They just repeat the clip twice, so it's...
Still one of my favorite clips of the week. You got this one woman just. You got fucking Dean Cain over here going, look at this this massive crowd, this turnout. You got this little Asian woman looking out. Where's the crowd? And then the slow pan. Nothing. She's a hero. She's my hero. I don't know if she did this on purpose or had any sense of what was happening, but she's my hero for that, because there's something about the dichotomy of that, me being able to pan back and forth. It brings me great joy, from her looking for the crowd to the crowd or lack thereof. I could do this all day. I could go back and forth. Her looking for the crowd not being there, her being like, where's that crowd, Dean? And here it is. Oh, God, Superman. Why are you lying to us? Why, Superman? You piece of shit. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Oh, boy. Yeah, they insist on us accepting these sort of narratives that they craft. They insist on gaslighting us over and over again about their own competence or success, lack thereof, or the history of America. I don't know. Name a thing. How about the reflecting pool? Well, let's go there. This is from yesterday, Sunday. Wow, look at this. Is actually earlier on Sunday. I take it back. I'm just looking at I thought this was from Saturday. Okay. You know, we heard reports that they were going to be draining the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pond, try and redo this $15 million fiasco. A lot of us were questioning whether or not that was a prudent move by this government, but perhaps some people's concerns were assuaged after reports of a potential bidding process came out earlier this week regarding that process, but regarding I mean, it's still a stupid plan, but some people, I assume, were like, oh, well, at least we won't have the same idiots doing this pool. We won't get Trump's pool guy to do it. Or like Trump's he wasn't even a pool guy. He was like some other kind of contractor that Trump had used for something completely unrelated to pools. A guy who owns a bunch of pools picked a non-pool guy to do a pool. A dude who looks like this. Sorry, I'm trying to pull this up right now. Dude, no, not that, you idiot. This guy. Remember this guy? Oh, nobody can see what I'm talking about. That's helpful. Hold on, please hold. This guy. This is Trump's pool guy. Or not pool guy. The guy who did our pool, America's pool. The Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool. This guy. The one who was the forefront of this catastrophe. Here's Doug Burgum, Secretary of the Interior. He's got some fascinating things to say about what the process will be for fixing the pool and what's happening regarding, a number of things vis-a-vis Green Watergate.
And are you going to use the same company that you did in the no-bid contract, or will you open it up to new bids?
We'll use the same company because they did a fantastic job. I mean, even with this damage of the gash that we're talking about, you're talking about, again, this is the size of 8 football fields. It is 8 acres, and we're talking about like 0.001%. Thankfully, the vandalism was small. It was bad. I mean, it could cost tens of thousands of dollars to repair. So then it could fall into a felony thing, just like damaging any other government property could. But it is this is the job that was done to fix the reflecting pool was done extremely well. And hopefully we can move on to this and just talk about how we can continue to do things like take care of this was the deferred maintenance problem. We have deferred maintenance problems across our parks. President Trump is ready to sign the Great American Outdoors Act, which would bring the dollars to help fix all of our parks, not just ones like the National Mall, which is free, but help bring that across the country.
Did you catch it in there? They're going to use the same guy. Like, no, he did a really good job. Why would we do a bidding process? Have you seen the pool? Why would we use it? This guy did a great job. Also, it's definitely not just a tiny section of the pool. He's living, once again, these guys are just living in an alternate reality that they're crafting for Donald Trump. But this whole pool is fucked. When it gets drained, we're going to see just how fucked it is. But, like, the fact that they think it's just this one tiny section that this guy was allegedly touching is fucking nonsense, okay? It's peeling off everywhere because it was surfaced with something that was not intended. It's done wrong, not well, and they just insist that it was done. It's the emperor has no clothes every goddamn day. Every goddamn day, we are ruled by a bunch of like sycophants, a bunch of just fucking losers huffing Trump's farts live on national television. No matter what the fucking reality is, they are always, people like Doug Berber are always ready to lie on national television, no matter what they know to be true. So long as it keeps them in their job and keeps them being able to enrich themselves in the most corrupt administration in American history. It's almost like democracy is crashing around us. Does that inspire you as much as it does me? Like, I feel a great sense of patriotism when I watch that. So much so, on this July 4th weekend. I'm just gonna watch this clip one more time. Yeah, that's how well this July 4th went. That's exactly, that is the epitome. That sums up the whole thing. Oh, God. That was America. Ushering in a fascist white supremacist dictatorship. After 250 years, it was a good go. But that wasn't the only kerfuffle this weekend. It seems like Mother Nature had her own plans for Independence Day. Well, July 4th, actually, specifically Saturday's festivities halted as Gaia enacted its revenge against people who don't believe in science.
It's science.
For your safety, please back away from the stage.
Oh, God.
Hey, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, please back away from the stage.
Bring everyone back up, please! I need everyone back behind that tent!
Look how well they're listening.
If I could have everyone back behind the line of cable reefs, please!
Nearby permanent building. Please follow the instructions of event staff and law enforcement as you exit. The Freedom 250 social media platform.
I love how the 7-hour-long flyover is still happening in a cruel twist. The salt thrown into the wound of the freedom lovers here. Oh, God. Being repressed by the weather, having to hear the sounds of freedom ringing out above them in our nation's militaristic display. Unable to celebrate it. Being repressed. I can't imagine. Oh, so ironic.
Will provide updates. Attendees can return to the fairgrounds as soon as it is safe to do so. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you for your cooperation. Yes, well, not everybody was as cooperative as others.
Hey! Partner! Yo. Agent, I need your help. Sarge? If you give me a hard time, you won't leave.
By direction of the United States Secret Service, an orderly evacuation of the site is mandated immediately due to severe inclement weather. Immediately is not sooner. All public prioritize your safety.
Right now, we are doing emergency evacuation. It is postponed until further notice.
You notice how the freedom lovers are refusing to obey the orders of officers? I'm feeling it's getting a little Jan 6-y around here. I thought they only back the blue until the blue tells them to do something. And I didn't mean me. Law and order for everybody else. You know which ones. The brown ones. You're impinging on my freedom. Stop treading on me.
Right now, we are doing emergency evacuation. It is postponed until further notice.
It's just postponed. It's not canceled or anything, right?
Postponed until further notice.
Yeah.
I don't know when things are going to be started.
Like an hour. Radar says 1 hour.
I don't know, but you'll still have to get off the
We're
ground.
going to come back. All right, thank you. Got it. Storm Pass in 59.
Hey! Partner! Yo.
Yeah. Anyway, the insurrectionists struggling with the concept of evacuating here.
By direction of the United States Secret Service, an orderly evacuation of the site is mandated immediately due to severe inclement weather. All public prioritize your safety and report to indoor points for accountability.
Move! Stop standing! Let's go! Let's go!
Shock of shock, the insurrectionists refusing to leave the capital again.
Where's T? Okay, I'll stand right here again.
Like, half of them aren't even kind of faking for the exit. Like, the vast majority of these turds are just standing there obstinately and just sort of going, I ain't moving. My freedom's being impinged upon right now. Gadsden flag, don't tread on me.
Rid of the Second Amendment?
All individuals prioritize your personal safety and report directly to the following assembly points for accountability. The Ronald Reagan National Museum.
Please start moving this way.
Keep moving! Please keep moving! Listen to law enforcement personnel.
It's chaos. Nobody is listening to law enforcement or the loudspeaker. They've planted themselves and they're not leaving. Freedom means ain't leaving. Freedom! But inclement weather posed a serious danger throughout the weekend. Boy, oh boy. Are we finally here to the environmental news? Yes, we are. Yep. But we're going to do the July 4th themed environmental news first here. New York City, where Mayor Zohran toured cooling vans, which were mobilized in this heat wave to keep New Yorkers from experiencing the worst of this heat.
Yes, absolutely.
Make sure they give them enough water with
That's
ice
great.
in here. Keep it nice and cool. They come inside in the cooling center.
We brought a lot of water. We have some umbrellas that we'll shade ourselves with. Yeah, just making sure we stay hydrated, getting shade, keeping cool.
Also portable fans. We've bought some portable fans last year, and I think they're really going to come in handy.
My God, it's very hot. I haven't seen it like this in a long time. But sprinklers, that's what you do. Stay cool, drink a lot of water, and that's it.
There you go. Just want to go back here really quickly. Everybody's struggling with the heat, but with these mobile cooling units, the most at-risk New Yorkers could get in here, they could cool off, get some drinks, some electrolytes, I think even snacks, and, if necessary, get a ride to a cooling center. There's a beautiful outreach program, I think, here, well executed in the city during this horrifying heat wave, preventing the worst, unfortunately. New Jersey didn't have those vans. 19 people dead as this heat wave leaves thousands without power in New Jersey. Here's NBC New York from yesterday.
All right, as many are celebrating the holiday, as we just heard about from Chris and Cameron, thousands are facing dangerous heat and widespread power outages. Officials in New Jersey say that as of Thursday, 19 people have now died, believed to be of heat-related conditions and concerns.
Woof. It is just horrifying. 19 people dead in New Jersey because of heat-related deaths? Because power got shut off by fucking Con Ed? Oh, infuriating. Now, of course, they probably had to shut off the power because of the extreme heat. It's just, it's just maddening thinking about it. This is why we need governments that care about us. You know, the sort of government that would mobilize a bunch of sweet Sprinter vans filled with air-conditioned air and drinks. A little community outreach. Probably what is needed in these. In fact, scientifically, that is literally what is needed in these things. We've talked about that before. recently because of what's been happening in Europe. They are experiencing an extreme number of deaths. France had 1,000+ deaths, somewhere between 1,000 and 10,000. They're currently arguing on the numbers of how many are dead, but a fuck ton of people died in just the country. Like thousands died in France from the heat wave there. They have less air conditioning than we do, but it's a danger that we need to be more and more cognizant of as our climate continues to change. But this weekend brought terrible weather for the holidays, interrupting these great American activities.
Overwhelmingly hot is an understatement. It is incredibly hot. It's a disaster to be out there. And I would just say that these museums are a lifesaver.
Extreme heat in the U.S. is impacting festivities commemorating the 250th anniversary of American independence.
There are a lot of heat-related illnesses. People are just dropping.
Paramedics had to come in and took out 15 different people because they collapsed under the heat. So they're not shutting things down to be controlling. They shut them down for safety.
The Great American State Fair in Washington, D.C. temporarily closed for several hours on July 3rd so guests could escape the midday sun on the National Mall.
We got a gap where they shut it down from 1 to 5. The reason being is it is over 100 degrees. And I got sweat dripping down me, and I was inside, and it was dripping off my arms.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been experiencing this phenomenon. And the fact is like, what's incredible about this, all those cheap-ass particle board, whatever, fucking, like, pop-ups that they stuck on the mall, and then, like, affixed fake, like just like the White House, just affixed a bunch of, like, fake shit with super glue to it. Like, none of those had fucking air conditioning. None of these fucking morons thought it through long enough to be like, maybe we should, during one of the hottest days of the year, right? Maybe we should have air conditioning in these things. Nope. Fucking psychotic. Must have been like a sauna in those things. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like those pavilion buildings that line the, I think it's the back lawn. It's just insane. It's insane that nobody thought, maybe air conditioning. Nope. Because they don't care about anybody. They didn't even get a Sprinter van. I just found that to be, an interesting sort of dichotomy. Maybe we need more Zohrans.
Zohran Mamdani.
May I encourage you to drink a gallon load of water before you leave wherever you're staying.
Yes, that's smart advice from that lady. All right, to continue talking about the horrifying weather of the weekend. AP, once again. Rather than thinking ahead and bringing Sprinter vans with cooled air and snacks and drinks, nope, they just let the hospital deal with that. Just ambulance after ambulance apparently coming to this event on Saturday. Hassan said it, but he was literally like, what are they doing? Are they trying to get like a mass casualty, like a mass hog casualty event here? Like they're inviting a bunch of old ass hogs out into with no place with no air conditioning. $15 lemonades. It's deranged. And Trump going, I'm going to do the longest speech ever. They just have no human decency. Any concern for anybody. Just themselves and their image, their ego. Nobody is important so far as they, whenever they leave the orbit of your ego, become completely irrelevant immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Even the crowd itself. That's when you know you're just a sick, deranged narcissist. That you don't even care about the crowd listening to you. You're like, fuck those guys. Like there's something like deeply wrong with you. Like in some contexts, funny, right? Like Larry David, for instance. Like Larry David, I would say, has the same sort of vibe. Like I don't know if you've ever seen him do stand-up, but like that's funny, right? Trump, like first off, nobody's saying Larry should be fucking president. First off, but like you get what I'm saying here. Like it could be funny in some contexts, but in this, it's just horrifying. to have somebody in charge of the country who cares so little about the country which is in charge of that even his own cult are an afterthought. Like it's pretty sick when you think about it. Like it takes a certain level of sickness, I think, to be like, yeah, fuck all those people who have funneled millions, if not billions, of their own hard-earned dollars to me. All those people who came to all my rallies, supported me, bought all my flags and my hats, voted for me in 3 different elections, no matter how much their family told them they were pieces of shit, racist, garbage humans that they did not share their bloodline. They went through, like a dozen awkward ass Thanksgivings, at least, for this man. And he just could not give a shit about them. It's like, who cares? You don't need AC. Did I hydrate? Oh, no, I didn't hydrate. Oh, no, I'm running out of hydration. Thank you, Omega, for trying to keep me hydrated. I appreciate that. It is important, after all. The pro-life president. Are we done yet? Question some of us might be asking.
Happy 4th of July, 250. I can't believe we're here. That's also what the Native Americans said, didn't they? Happy birthday, though, you beautiful, overrated nation where you spend $75 just by stepping outside, where there's no free healthcare, but there's free refills. What a cruel twist of founding father fate, you bumbling puppy dog of a country. You contain multitudes. Like, why is there a hot dog eating contest, but no bidets? Universal Studios and voter disenfranchisement, Yosemite and Ron DeSantis, where you can light off Chinese fireworks and scream USA, where the 8-hour workday was founded, but heaven forbid you celebrate May Day. God bless this overworked nation that doesn't believe in siestas, where everyone's an immigrant but nobody speaks another language. You adorable dumbass of a country that gave us Fred Hampton and Stephen Miller, Dolly Parton, and the Island Boys. We love you sometimes, but mostly we know you can be better, and we're trying. So happy birthday anyway, and as we say in the US of A, are you still working on that? And the answer is yes. Yes, we are. Come see me live in Pasadena on...
There you go, Francesca Fiorentini. Comedian, genius, brilliant, beautiful woman of the left. The last word on our great national holiday. We might pepper in a couple more as we get through the rest of the stream. I'm just realizing now that we haven't done a galactic intermission yet today, and we're like 6.5 hours in. Almost feels weird to take a break at this point since I've actually gotten through Jesus, actually crushed it the back half. 20 more than half, well over half, like 70% of the way through the stream. And we never complete. The reason I think is because we never completed the galactic content goal. We've been struggling with completing galactic content goals. And so I just kind of let the stream continue, hoping that we're going to complete it. And then I just, you know me, I just keep babbling. With no reason. And then we find ourselves in places like this, where I'm questioning my very existence. Fact is, we got really, really close to completing the galactic content goal. I never actually did completely calculate it. But 6.5 hours in, if you haven't already, hit that follow button on Twitch. Subscribe on YouTube. Come on. Have I not earned it yet?
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained yet, chat? Well, if you aren't yet entertained, perhaps you'll be value-tained by what's coming next.
You're about to be value-tained.
And that's the rest of the stream. We're done with the July 4th stuff, mostly. We're going to talk about stuff that happened on July 4th, but we're not going to talk about Independence Day. No. We're going to try our very best. Talk about other horrifying things that have been happening this week/weekend. Now, heading into the weekend, I keep struggling to say the word weekend. I need a snack. This is what happens when I don't take a break. I just start losing my fucking mind. Thankfully, I got people like Omega Star, beautiful Mod, keeping me hydrated at the very least. I do need snacks. You know, you could help buy me snacks on a little place called Throne. Such a great way to contribute to the Galactic News Network. You buy me drinks and snacks. Other stuff that would help me out big time in my life. Some relating directly to the function of the stream. Like, I need a new mic stand. You should see how I'm keeping my mic in the right spot. It's a little ridiculous, but never give up. Never surrender.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Yes, that's right. Never give up. Never surrender, Space Fams. To infinity and beyond. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. It's feeling less like... feels like infinity is running up against like the singularity or something like that. Climate change getting worse and worse every goddamn day. Scientists last week declaring that the oceans had broken another record for all of June. Here's France 24 English. Thursday.
The difference is invisible to the naked eye above the waves, but below the surface, it's an ecological disaster. In French Polynesia, coral fades, turns bright as a response to stress, then bleaches white. The cause, water temperatures that are far too high.
Unfortunately, all the disruptions we're seeing, local and global, mean there's now less coral, or coral in poor health, and a lot more algae.
Globally, sea temperatures hit a record 21 degrees Celsius in June, affecting every sea and ocean down to the English Channel. These French researchers take readings every week. Today, the water temperature is 19 degrees Celsius.
What's unusual is the monthly anomalies in water temperature. We're more than 3 degrees Celsius above the usual averages. That really is enormous.
Scientists fear a sharp fall in plankton and even eventually the loss of species like Atlantic cod.
Yep, our oceans are fucking warming, as we've been talking about
bring in
for
Jean-Pascal Van
3 years
Ypersel, a
now.
professor of climatology and environment.
2.5 years we've been talking about the warming oceans, and it just keeps getting worse. We now have the El Nino. We're hitting crazy temperatures that have not been seen before, weren't even predicted necessarily. I mean, granted, this isn't... This isn't... this is something of an anomaly, but it's an anomaly on top of an existing human-caused phenomenon. And it's a problematic mix right there. And it could really set some real bad stuff in motion that I've been worrying about and trying to essentially decipher right now. Because we've had a number of different events happen in the last year, right? The day after tomorrow, iceberg A23A breaking off from its death spiral in the Antarctic and melting in the Atlantic. The slowing of the AMOC. We got fucking methane seeps, new methane seeps undiscovered. Could be of a vast quantity in the Antarctic, completely changing the calculus of climate change as we know it. And we're watching crazy fucking weather anomalies, extreme events happening at a pace that I am somewhat alarmed by. A guy who was literally warning people ahead of this year that we were going to have a bad year but the more and more events that are unfolding in front of me, the more I get rather alarmed. Try not to be alarmist about it, but it's becoming more and more of a struggle. Not gonna lie. That El Nino phenomenon is gonna be serious and contributing factor to these events over the next 9 months. Let's go here to France 24 English. Actually, it actually could last longer than 9 months. It's unclear. Some people are suggesting that as a result of this, we'll have the hottest 2020, like 2027 will actually outdo 2026, which people are saying is going to outdo all the other years. Like, with the level of certainty that I don't usually hear scientists talk about these things.
For more on the phenomenon, we can bring in Jean-Pascal van Ypersel, a professor of climatology and environmental sciences at the Université Catholique in the Belgian city of Louvain. Good morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
You're welcome.
We heard a bit in that report, but could you perhaps explain in your own words and a bit more detail exactly what El Nino is?
It's as your diagram showed, your animation showed, the winds above the tropical Pacific are usually pushing water from east to west in the Pacific. Around Peru, usually the winds push the water away towards the west, towards Australia. But when an El Nino event starts, those winds start to weaken. They start to become less strong. And that means that the warm water that is usually pushed towards the west is not pushed as fast.
You know, I've never heard of or seen this guy before, but I dig his vibe. And let me tell you why. Mr. Jean-Pascal van Ypersel of the IPCC, professor of climatology, chose his background well. This is him. Like, I can almost guarantee you this is his decision, and I think it's brilliant. He's got the global temperature change between 1971 and the year 2000 as a green screen background for this interview, so that we can all just see how bad things are getting. By the way, from between 2000 and 2026, you might be shocked to know that gets really bad. 3 times as bad as it is right now, as it shows on that graph. It's an old graph. That's the only criticism I'd have of this tactic. Use an updated graph.
Towards the west, and at some point even comes back to the east. So you have a temporary warming, which lasts a few months, up to a year, in the eastern part of the Pacific, that is west of Peru and South America. And that warming of the surface of the ocean there has important consequences, both on the global temperature and on the movement of rainfall patterns. Because when the
Yes. So we've been talking about this. This is going to do some weird stuff. When it comes to the... Sorry, hold on. Oh, God. Oh, God, space dust. Okay, I'm fine. What was I saying? Yeah, El Nino. It's going to cause very severe weather. May lead to extremely warm temperatures between now and the end of 2027. Along with that will come droughts, but also extreme weather events and extreme weather events in unexpected places, because they will originate from different places. Activity in the Atlantic, the hurricane season, will be diminished. However, on the other side of the continent, as a result of the heat patch in the Pacific, you're going to see an extremely increased tropical storm activity there, which may make its way across the United States and is going to hit other places like, Eurasia, Asia, and of course, we're seeing, as a result of this, all of the oceans are now warmer than they should be, essentially. And you're seeing, you know, the heat waves, the deadly heat waves we've seen in Europe, all these other sorts of things. It's probably just going to get fucking worse between now and the end of next year. I hate to be that guy, that alarmist guy right now, but that is genuinely where we are. I can't predict exactly how bad it's going to get. I just know it's going to be bad. I keep hoping that we'll do something about all this, that we will, as a society, demand more action from our leaders to prevent businesses from continuing the same practices that have gotten us to the place that we're at right now, to implement new systems for human transportation, public transportation, and more importantly than that, the way we make electricity at the source. That's where most of the carbon emissions from humanity is coming from. Sure, there's animal agriculture and some other stuff like that, but if we could just solve that, those two things, I mean, that would be transformational. Unfortunately, the North American continent is being transformed in a not so good way right now. Heat waves, fires, severe floods hitting the continent this weekend, starting here in Seattle, the Northwest, where a fire which we talked about just a day or two ago has now blown up to 5,000 acres. The Chelan Hills fire. When we first talked about this, it was 100 acres, if that. 50x since we first talked about it. Here's King 5 Seattle from yesterday. Whoops, that didn't click.
Let's get right to it. We're following breaking news tonight. Level 3 go now evacuations are in place right now for a fire that's burning in Douglas County. The Chelan Hills fire is what it's called. It's about 5,000 acres right now, and it's forcing residents and campers out of that area. This is video one of our photographers who was camping there got overnight. It was just taking off, and you can see widespread flames there in the hills, and it's only gotten worse. Joining me now, Douglas County Sheriff Tyler Kale. Tyler, you've spent pretty much your whole life in that area. This is nothing new to you. Set the scene for us. Where do things stand right now?
So it's still a very active scene right now, Greg. This thing started just shortly after midnight and has continued to grow right up to while we're speaking right now. Anybody familiar with this area along the Columbia River below Lake Chelan, the fire is currently burning to the north through an area known as McNeil Canyon. And unfortunately, as a result of it burning through here, we actually have several houses which have now fell fate to the fire burning through. Unfortunately, I don't have exact numbers, but we do have confirmed structures being burnt at this time, and the fire is still actively running and pushing up the Columbia River north, which would be towards the Wells Dam and Brewster area.
Just horrifying how quickly this thing got out of hand. But the West has been experiencing severe drought. Well, not Washington less so than others, but still, especially for the state. So Washington is known as the rainy state, right? I mean, I don't know if it's known as the rainy state, but like Seattle, like it's known as. I think this is like the first or second most rainy city in the country. And I mean, this is in eastern Washington, but like we've been saying, like much of the country, including eastern Washington, has been seeing hot temperatures as a result, drought, partially fueled by the heat, but also fueled by the lack of glacial melt. And it's just it's a fucking terrible concoction of factors that we have right now. Heading into the peak of summer, right? We just hit midway through the year. Things are just going to get hotter for a while before they get colder, you know? Now, more fires seen down the West Coast. Southern California. In West Covina and other areas around LA. Firefighters.
And we are back with a live look right now. A brush fire that has broken out in West Covina. And one thing we have noticed looking at the map, it is near some homes in that area.
This does appear that it's burning in a remote part of a neighborhood that's built onto a hill near Hooper Drive, which is the name of the fire, Hooper Fire. As we see now, the first water drop that we've been able to capture from our news chopper 4. Hopefully, they're going to be able to be doing a lot more of these in the next few minutes, because they're saying that right now this fire is holding at 3 acres but does have the potential for 10, and that there is a possible structure threat because, again, this area...
Yeah, once it consumes those 10 acres, then it's homes, as you can clearly see here. Oh, there's the way to celebrate the 4th. Here, go from NBC to KTLA.
In Harbor Gateway, LA firefighters are battling a blaze at a commercial building tonight. The fire was first reported just before 10 o'clock on Figueroa Street. This is just south of Rosecrans. Video from the scene, you can see the flames shooting out of the building, which appears to house a metal company of some sort. Firefighters still out there on the scene at this hour trying to put out the flames. Unclear exactly what started all of this, or possibly if fireworks may have had a hand in it.
Shocking video out of Mission Hill shows a massive fire engulfing several cypress trees and also threatening some nearby homes there. Crews quickly knocked down the intense flames, including small vehicle fires, before they could spread to 2 nearby houses.
Bunch of very close calls in Southern California, SoCal. Cal Fire managing to deal with these, it would seem, unfortunately for people in Utah. They do not have actually, is it the world's? The country's largest, I know that much. They do not have the country's largest firefighting crew like California. And they have been seeing across the state of Utah multiple massive wildfires that we've been trying to keep our eyes on. Blazes continuing to burn through the 4th of July weekend, with the Babylon fire now suddenly reaching 87,000 acres, a fire that we had not even talked about up until right now.
In your fire tracker today, the Babylon fire burning in southern Utah has grown overnight, burning over 88,000 acres of land. The wildfire currently now the nation's second largest burning wildfire at about 25 miles southwest of Monticello. Fire officials say 5 structures have been lost to the fire. A total of 730 people are fighting that fire, with 18 hand crews and more. Progress has been made on that fire, from protecting homes, ranch structures, and historical.
What's crazy about this to me is that there were 2 other fires going in Utah that were approaching like 80,000 acres burned. And this one is now the 8th largest fire. Utah must have like the 8th, 9th, and 10th largest fires burning in their fucking states. Although that'd probably be the case if it weren't for Colorado, which continues to play a dangerous game with Utah as to who can have the most devastating wildfires burning at the same time. Aspen Acres fire continuing to burn, also entering the top 10 of largest fires in history in Colorado. Here's CBS Colorado from yesterday.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Everything's fine.
Fire alert tonight. The Aspen Acres fire near Pueblo is now the 8th largest wildfire in state history, and it is showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Here's a look at the latest information. As of tonight, the Aspen Acres fire has burned more than 74,000 acres. At least 55 homes have been destroyed, and more than 11,000 people in Pueblo and Custer counties have been evacuated. A small portion of Huerfano County is now under evacuation orders as well. That fire is 0% contained. Crews on the ground say the mountainous terrain and sheer size are making it hard to get control of.
11,000 people evacuated over July 4th weekend, 75,000 acres, 55 homes destroyed. American dreams turned to embers and ash. Just disturbing. It is fucking disturbing. It really just it disturbs me that we have a nation that does not appreciate what we have, right? The fact is, outside of the United States, people are more concerned about climate change, right? Perhaps not to the degree that I'd like them to be, but certainly taking it more seriously than we are. Because we have been seeing less consequences than other nations, in my opinion. That's at least one of the reasons. I think it's also something about the way we think in a selfish way. We sort of justified like so many things that we've done to other people that we've sort of become numb to how things, if it's not affecting us, we don't care. And I think was exemplified by much of what we witnessed vicariously through the Trump administration this week. But it's just, it's just so upsetting to me. Because I care about this stuff so much. Everybody knows. Like, if I didn't, I wouldn't talk about the environment every stream. I would just talk about other stuff. It'd be way better for my numbers, probably. But I just don't care because if we don't do something about this soon, if we don't force the United States to get on board, and I mean the United States more than anybody else, like, don't let Republicans trick you. It's us. We're the main problem. Everybody else is sort of an afterthought when it comes to carbon emissions. And if we were to force the U.S. government to reduce its carbon emissions, counting the military, not allowed to leave that part out, we would have some serious, we have a serious shot at changing these before we hit straight up like apocalypse level environmental catastrophe. All right, let's talk about one of the great American wonders. The Grand Canyon. Fuck yeah! I've been avoiding these because they're all sponsored by Disney. Disney celebrates America 250. So I have no idea if I'm going to get copyright. Disney is like so, like, they will copyright any of their shit so hard. So I have no idea what's going to happen here because it's on ABC News. I'm expecting it to be like if I watch an ABC News clip, but this could go awry very quickly. Just want to let people know that I just don't know how to treat this because it's this sort of like crossover, cross promote, whatever you want to call it, like cross produced. I honestly don't know whether or not Disney has license to this content and whether or not they can try and hit me for this or not. But we're gonna try and talk about an important issue affects millions in the Southwest.
Isn't it? That's always the dance.
It was not long ago, I was one of those visitors up on the rim, capturing my own videos, marveling at the beauty of the canyon from above.
This is Horseshoe Bend in Arizona. Clearly we're not the only ones on the lake. I'll show everybody.
The howling winds and the crush of people at the canyon's edge, all looking out at Horseshoe Bend and the Colorado River wrapping around it. And a century ago, it was someone else captivated by the beauty here.
I mean, just the scope of Horseshoe Bend here, it makes me think of President Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt, when he came here. He was an avid hunter. He was aware of the commercial possibilities, the money that could be made, and then he saw this place.
Yeah, and he said to them, and they were all timber barons and people that wanted to industrialize this place, he said, leave it as it is, you know.
He was that moved by what he saw.
Yeah.
And as we make our way down the river, we see the wildlife, the ducks crossing the river, the family of bighorn sheep making their way down to the water.
Hi, little guys.
The wild horses along the edge of the river. The Grand Canyon is a refuge for thousands of species. There are 5 different ecosystems here. And soaring high above, the California condor. Not so long ago, nearly extinct. Their rebound is considered one of the great success stories here. And we learned that many of the birds here don't migrate south in the winter. They simply migrate up and down the layers of the canyon. They can find their own climate, navigating the extremes found right within the canyon's walls. We head upstream, weaving our way through the canyon.
I think that's one of the most incredible facts that I learned from this little piece. I did not realize that. The species in the Grand Canyon migrated between the layers of the canyon because the ecosystems are so different from top to bottom. You don't have to go anywhere. It's fascinating.
So you can see the dam coming into view. We approached the Glen Canyon Dam, a wall of concrete 710 feet tall. They started building it in 1956. On the other side of the dam is Lake Powell, the second largest reservoir in America. And we noticed something else. Carved into the canyon walls here, you can still see the boreholes they drilled when they were building the dam.
So these holes in the rock on the side here were the work roads? They were work roads. I mean, they built an entire town off to our right here called Page, Arizona. Just to build the dam? Just to build the dam.
Now, 70 years later, the sheer number of people who depend on the water from the Colorado River is staggering.
So this dam right here is a reminder of what this river is being used for and the tens of millions of Americans who depend on this water.
40 million Americans rely on this water.
But on the other side of the dam, a looming crisis.
The fact that Lake Powell on the other side of this dam, which is supposed to be full because of this dam, it is no longer.
It's currently at about 23% full.
How concerning is that?
Very. It's alarming because we're in our third decade of drought that's impacted by a hotter, drier climate. We have too many straws in the drink, basically.
Those are two completely different concepts that he's talking about. Too many straws in the drink in a hotter, drier climate. Fact is, we can solve the too many straws in the drink problem if we stop the climate from being so hot and dry. Now, in some places, it was not dry this weekend. It's the opposite of dry in places like Iowa and Illinois, where a storm system passed through, leaving flooding, devastation, and forcing evacuations in some areas, rather than celebrations. Rather than 4th of July celebrations, people were running from the floods.
Earlier today, the Des Moines Fire Department shared on Facebook it has responded to 7 different water emergency calls for service in the last 36 hours. Now, they're warning people to stay out of floodwaters and avoid flooded areas until further notice. They say you should also avoid any areas with standing water.
One more clip in Iowa.
Some time in the water is normal on the 4th of July, but for many around central Iowa, they got the kind they weren't hoping for.
The Skunk River is the latest body of water to see flooding in Iowa, something Story County didn't wish to start their Independence Day dealing with.
Friday night into Saturday morning, we received an additional 6 inches of rain across Story County on a swath that went from approximately the city of Ames to the city of Colo, right along Highway 30 and Lincoln Way.
That's on top of the 11 inches of rain some southern Story County cities already received over the past 72 hours.
Yeah. Like we keep saying, on one side it's hot and dry, the other side it's torrential storms. You know, when you watch the weather and there's hot band on one side, cold band on the other side, that's what we're talking about. Thanks to climate change, these things are being exacerbated in a way humanity is now struggling to deal with the effects of it. Up to Illinois, ABC 7 Chicago from 21 hours ago.
Breaking news tonight out of Kendall County, where a New Lenox woman died during all these storms. The sheriff's office there saying that a tree fell on a camper trailer on Millbrook Road in Fox Township. The woman was the only person who was inside at the time.
And several cars getting stuck as the rain today caused flooding across our area.
You have a mic stand? Where do you send it? Unfortunately, I don't have a P.O. box. I don't give out my address. I wish I could take you up on that. I don't know if it's the one I need, because I really do need a very specific kind for space-saving reasons, which is why I've put up a specific mic stand on there, but I am tempted by your generosity. Unfortunately, I got no way for you to do that.
High water even closing both directions of the Bishop Ford from Sibley to 130th, leading to big backups in traffic trying to get off the freeway. Tonight, we're told the roadway is still closed. ABC 7's Trey Ward looks at the flooding around the area.
Look, you can see this parking lot behind us here in Naperville turned into a makeshift pond following those storms. And while the floodwater in the area has so far receded, the troubles are just starting to pile up for drivers whose cars were left stranded in the flooding.
Yes, indeed. You thought the straws in a drink was meant to be people drinking from the water source? Yeah, it is. It is. But I'm just saying that is a separate problem, right? It's a problem that's being created by the drought, right? That's what I was trying to say, if it wasn't clear. Like, what I was trying to make clear is that if we solve climate change, restore the climate to the way it's supposed to be, that wouldn't really be a problem, right? It's a problem that's being created by our choices and activities. Doesn't mean we need less people. Like, I feel like to some degree, like what I worry about with those arguments is that, like, the nativists and anti-immigrant types absolutely, to some degree, have been, like, latching on to that kind of rhetoric, right? Like like, what do you call them? Like, there's a group of people who just kind of, like, see this stuff and use these extreme events to their own purposes, like, you know, like, oh, this is just the sign, like the biblical sign that they go, Jesus is coming back, and all these other sorts of crazy shit. And, or, like, because there's also this sort of, like, nativist, eco-aware right wing that I feel like are using environmental issues to push people out of the country. And that's actually the thing I worry more about. Is that, like, I feel like people will use these, like, the argument that we're running out of water as a way to blame, like, our environmental problems on immigrants and people they don't like, right? Which is just sort of the same thing we've been dealing with this whole time. It's just people, like, sort of just ignoring the actual root cause of the problems. All right, let's go here. Down to Mississippi, where some of America's best friends were attempting to stay cool through the heat wave this weekend. And there you go. Shelter dogs in Mississippi getting a chance to cool off in the heat. Probably boiling in those fucking cages otherwise. Can't imagine. Humans were doing the same thing this weekend in Brooklyn. At the beach. That's right. Brighton Beach, Coney Island Beach, everybody's out there packing those sandy shores for the July 4th holiday. Trying to stay cool in the sweltering heat.
This is breaking news. New Yorkers trying to flee the heat over here at Coney Island. You can see just thousands of people flooding to the Atlantic Ocean down there. We zoom in with the camera and you can see people in the water there trying to beat that heat down there, and also on the beach down there, just dozens of umbrellas. A sight we haven't seen in a long time. You were used to seeing people make their way to Coney Island, but not this many all at once. You can see them all down there by the waterside. Also up here on the boardwalk as well. Coney Island taking in a lot of people here on the 4th of July.
Oh, everybody getting a sense of how hot it was in New York this weekend. Look at the beach. There's barely any space. It's just covered. It's just people. There's more people than sand.
This is ridiculous.
Oh boy. People desperate to cool off this summer heat. Down the shore in Jersey, same story. Here's CBS Philadelphia.
People are trying to beat the heat down the shore in Ocean City. The boardwalk is packed, and CBS Philadelphia's Ryan Hughes experienced it firsthand.
It is always extremely crowded down the shore on the 4th of July, but this year with this heat wave, many families telling us this is one of the only places to get some relief with this brutal heat. And behind me you can see both the boardwalk and the beach are crowded this year, and the countdown is now on until the big fireworks show later on tonight. But Ocean City has already hosted a number of celebrations today to celebrate America's 250th. There was a flag raising this morning next to the music pier and several bike parades. Everything went.
Yeah, there you go. People in Jersey, just like New York, crowding the beaches, the Jersey Shore, try and get some relief. There was a story, though, across America. Heat waves, wildfires, floods. Here's Al Jazeera English from earlier this evening for a quick recap.
Another week of dangerous weather on both sides of the Atlantic, with heat, flooding and wildfires dominating the headlines. Now, the eastern side of the United States remains very, very hot. That continued heat wave is ongoing here. You can see the purples just receding a little further southwards and eastwards here. That's the extreme heat. The reds, well, that's dangerous heat. And millions of Americans are under heat alerts, with temperatures still pushing into the high 30s for the time being across many areas. And that's creating dangerous conditions for anyone spending long periods outside. The intense heat's also helping to fuel severe thunderstorms, bringing torrential rain, flash flooding and damaging winds across parts of the Midwest and Northeast. That's gradually moving further southeastwards, and it's helping to break the heat. The severe weather did, of course, disrupt some of the 250th anniversary celebrations nationwide, with outdoor events, fireworks and festivities delayed, cancelled or cut short in several communities because of lightning and heavy rain. The same unstable air mass is also fueling continued wildfire risk in the western side of the United States, where hot, dry and windy conditions are driving many active fires. Now, while the weather patterns are different, it's a common theme across Europe, where the effects of converging heat, record heat at that, dangerous flooding and an elevated wildfire threat, all worsened by a warmer atmosphere. And there's yet another...
And ocean, don't forget ocean. Ocean's much warmer too. And the ocean is where Earth stores and transfers most of its heat. Okay. Well, we did it, Space Fans. We got through the environmental news. Sadly, things not great. One piece of space news for us before we move on to the rest of the stream. We never did complete that galactic content goal. Somehow. Not too late, though, of course. You could be the final
From
dollar.
Fox 35 Mission Control,
of the, what is it, like, what is it, was it $5 that we are currently lacking on that content goal. So many great ways for you to contribute, even though we're still technically demonetized on YouTube. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal donos. Throne, and of course, Patreon. That's right, Throne is on the list today, even though it's usually not. Because it's the holiday, that's why.
Aren't I a good guy?
All right, earlier this week, NASA set off into low Earth orbit to rescue a falling satellite. Fox 5 Orlando, 35, Fox 35 Orlando, from Friday.
From Fox 35 Mission Control, a historic satellite save is underway in space. NASA is trying to rescue a spacecraft plummeting right now back to Earth.
It has never been done before, but early this morning, the rescue rocket launched. Fox 35's Esther Bauer has more on the mission.
Happening right now, the race against time to save a failing satellite.
We're not home yet, but Part A is done.
Part A was getting the rescue mission off the ground. That happened early this morning at 4:36 from the Marshall Islands. The spacecraft named Link is now trying to link up with the struggling Swift satellite in space.
They got 3 robotic arms that are going to grab it, okay? Like that. Grab it, grab it.
After it latches on, Link will then push the satellite back to the orbit where it belongs.
So far, everything is looking fantastic.
But earlier this week, that wasn't the case. This rescue mission faced setbacks because...
Yes, setbacks indeed. However, NASA and I believe Catalyst, the name of the company working with NASA on this project, got it out there. And I believe it was successful, although I can't actually get confirmation whether or not it's successful. They may still not have yet met up in orbit, but that seems strange to me because usually they time these things out so that it meets up with the satellite or whatever its target may be. But I don't know what the necessities of this mission entailed. This is a novel technology, never been tested. Usually they just let the fucking satellites fall back down to Earth. They basically burn up to the point where it doesn't endanger anyone most times. Although in some circumstances they do. But this is a fascinating mission. I'm down for it. Because we shouldn't have single-use satellites. I like the idea that we can keep those things running up there. That's the kind of technology I can 100% get on board for. You know, no planned obsolescence with our satellites. How about that? That seems like a good idea. That seems like a good use of money. I can, like, you know what I mean? Like, I can find nothing wrong with this project. Please go right ahead. Okay. To the Earth news. To everyone else but the United States. We've been celebrating ourselves for 7 hours. Just this one stream. 2 celebratory streams this weekend for America's 250th.
Aren't I a good guy?
Alright, that's not true. I wanted to do a stream yesterday. I felt bad. Still feel kind of bad that we didn't get 3 this weekend, but I just wasn't feeling good yesterday. I'm still not 100%, but at least my stomach's better. My back is still killing me, but hopefully that rights itself soon. Hopefully this makes up. I feel like this was a pretty good stream. I feel like I really compiled a stellar July 4th extravaganza, galactic extravaganza. July 4th galactic extravaganza. It's beautiful. I just thought that up. Oh, come on. Because we didn't just have this nauseating celebration of America. We examined America from multiple angles in ways perhaps the administration did not want us to. But we also didn't neglect America. We didn't wish the worst for America, like these people claim we want. We said, actually, we want the best for America, and that's why we are doing the things we're doing and voting for the people that we're voting for. Speaking of which, I can't wait. To some degree, I can't wait for the end of the stream so that I can start working on the elections. Because it is officially July. We have only one election, this one primary election this month. That's in Arizona, 2 weeks from now. That's it. I can now hopefully focus big time on that and the rest of the elections for the year, and we can double our efforts, triple, maybe even quadruple. Hey, semi-quincentennial, we could quintuple our efforts, you know? And that would be like, I don't know, me plus 4 of you, 5 of you maybe. And there's been at least one person who's been, take it back. But like, there's been people who've been joining up, but not necessarily contributing to the list. They've signed up. They've gotten halfway there. At least like 10 of you. But like, I don't know if it's out of shyness or what. But I still haven't seen many people contributing to the actual Excel spreadsheet. Well, Excel. Google spreadsheet that I've created for this process. Suffice to say, though, even if I have to go through this alone, I will get it done. But doesn't mean I would love your help. But if Google spreadsheet's too much, of course, you can just post stuff in the Discord. We've created channels for each state, making it easy for people to find information about their elections and for me to find information about the elections that I'm talking about. If you're not in the Discord, ask yourself why. Get in there immediately. Very weird of you not to be in there. I'll throw I'll throw a Discord link in the Twitch if one of the mods will do it in the YouTubes. I think I see a mod in the chat. Let's see. Yes, all right. All right, we got through the celebrations and the horrors of the environment in America. Now let's talk about everybody else. Fittingly, we ended the last environmental clip talking about the horrors going on in Europe. We've, of course, been distancing ourselves from the EU big time. But not just them. We've also been treating our closest neighbors, Canada, Mexico, very shittily. And over the weekend, Donald Trump declined. Actually, I think it was Friday. On Friday, Donald Trump declined to re-sign his own trade deal, the USMCA, something that he touted in his first term as a great victory, now deemed not good enough in his second term. Here's CNN from yesterday quickly talking about that.
President Trump calling a mulligan on one of the signature trade deals of his first term. The White House announced yesterday that it will not renew the USMCA trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. The decision comes as no surprise. Here's President Trump just a few weeks ago.
I don't know that I'm going to renew it because, to be honest with you, the United States does much better. Okay? We don't need anything that Canada has. We don't need anything that Mexico has. But they need everything that we have.
So in 2024, the U.S. imported more than $900 billion in goods from both Mexico and Canada.
This is utterly demented. I hate this guy.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
He is such a demented piece of shit. There's something genuinely wrong with our president. Oh, he's a bad man. Emperor Trump needs to go. He started this deal. I mean, what else needs to be said? He's so inconsistent, so incompetent and meritless that he can't even back up his own deals. So 4 years later, oh, this deal sucks. I hate this deal. What did I ever like about this deal in the first place? He's fucking demented. There's something wrong with him. He has a sickness. Probably dementia. Alzheimer's, something like that. But there's also something even deeper that I can't speak to medically. Psychologically. But there's something wrong with this guy. You know what's not wrong with the world? The fact that we just got another dono on PayPal. Which is, I think, close enough to get us one of these after 7 hours. A confetti party. That's right, I believed in you, Space Vams, for a really long time. So long. But never did I give up. No, I wouldn't do that.
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
Sweet dono. We're here on PayPal from Dark Sparkle. Thanks for covering international and climate stories. You're the best. Love Dark Sparkle. Thank you, Dark Sparkle. Very generous of you. That $5 gets us over the line. Every dollar counts. No dollar left behind. Each one of your donations always helpful. I even say it doesn't even have to be $1. You know, if you got some extra change on your Cash App, I want to think about sending it my way. What are you gonna buy with it? I mean, really, nothing costs less than $1. In fact, nothing costs $1 anymore. So what are you doing with that 62 cents? That's 67 cents. 6-7 in your Cash App right now, or your PayPal. You just, you know, you're being weird. You're being weird. Oh, whoopsies. What did I just do? How did I click that? Okay, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Times are tough. You hold on to that money if you need it. Just saying. Would really help me out. This is how we crowdfund things around here. Every Earth penny. Galactic penny is still not accepted around here, actually, for these purposes. Why is confetti... What's happening here? Oh, there we go. Because my brain is broken. Alright, confetti party over. Back to the stream. To a very non-party situation in Venezuela. The situation just keeps getting worse. The numbers keep climbing. Last time we talked about this, it was at 2,500 dead. Now it's at 3,300 dead. 17,000 injured. 17,000 homeless. A massive humanitarian crisis continues to unravel here in the country of Venezuela. One which I'm trying not to focus too much on because I know this is going to be a long effort. But I feel we have to, at least for a moment, take a look at some of the devastation which can now be seen on drone video like this, which really puts into perspective how devastating these earthquakes really were. Oh, we've seen images like this too much, and there was no warning for this at all. People were just in those buildings. The numbers just going to continue to rise rapidly. The government itself is saying that. But it's going to take, they are also saying that people need to temper their expectations on how long it's going to take to unpack this devastation and the numbers. They've stopped giving updates on the number missing because the number just keeps going up. And it's just a horrifying state of affairs. All right, let's go across the Atlantic now to France, which did its own July 4th celebrations. We can't forget, of course, that France had a direct hand in the American Revolutionary War. And they certainly don't seem to be forgetting it here.
250 years ago, decisions made here in Versailles helped aid American colonies in their battle for independence from the British Crown. After so long, the decisive role of French support to the US is not remembered by everyone, but here at a reenactment, it's been celebrated.
Today, for the 250th anniversary of American independence, on the 4th of July, a key date in the American national holiday calendar, here in Versailles, where part of American independence was played out, we're staging a major reenactment with the American Army and the French Army, which came to help them against the English Army.
That helping hand was at first hidden, with the French government providing covert support, before becoming formalized with official recognition of the US and a military alliance. Hundreds of participants are here to help in reenacting key diplomatic encounters and demonstrations of Revolutionary-era tactics.
When it comes to costume or reenactments, above all, it's a matter of extensive research in the archives, a huge amount of research. We go to military archives, private archives, national, public, also American archives, as they have an enormous amount of material on the story.
All of which made for an impressive display for those watching.
Yes, indeed.
It's very interesting to see everything kind of reenacted in real life. And
well, there you have it. French reenactors. And apparently some Americans, too. Coming together for a historical display on this historical weekend. 500 earthquakes in a row doesn't seem natural to me. Actually, there is a reason for that. We talked about it earlier, but this region of Venezuela was not one that had large earthquakes. Historically, it had tiny earthquakes. It's near a fault line, but not a very active one. And this one, this ripped a fucking hole in the earth like none other. And in a place that it wouldn't normally, and it's taking a while for the earth to just settle from this massively, like, seismic, literally seismic event. We do have a word for this. And so actually they were predicting those. We talked about it at the very early point. They were predicting tons of shockwaves after the fact of the earth settling because of the size of the hole that was ripped in the fucking earth by that event. That's what seismologists believe, geologists and all those guys. So that's actually to be expected. Although I understand it being strange. If I hadn't heard that beforehand, I would have thought it was strange too. I'm sure you're not alone in thinking it's weird. All right. Staying with July 4th. God damn it. I forgot I did this to us. Staying with July 4th stuff. Let's see what the Pope had to say on our beloved day of independence.
Pope Leo's message for the 250th anniversary of the United States of America: welcome, protect, and defend immigrants. In a message sent from here, the Italian island of Lampedusa, which has become a gateway for migrants trying to cross the dangerous Mediterranean waters in order to enter Europe, the first U.S.-born Pope told the United States it has to welcome and defend immigrants as part of the Catholic value of defending life. Pope Leo has just...
Damn. Pope Leo got the hot fire for Donald Trump and the Trump regime on this July 4th, saying, you know, you got to respect human rights if you want to call yourselves men of God. Woke Pope at it again.
That's in the Bible.
Okie dokie. Now let's go to Ukraine. Where the war dredges on. But a strange phenomenon is now being seen amongst the bird population of this Eastern European country. That's right. Ukrainian birds are now using weapons of war to build their nests.
What?
These little birds' nests found near the front line show how the war in Ukraine is shaping its wildlife. Woven from grass and fibre optic cable, the nests are delicate and were sent to Kyiv's War Museum by the armed forces. In Ukraine's
This is a really disturbing story to me. The fact is, birds are very adaptive animals. Like, crows are, like, off the chart smart. And, like, the fact, it's just, like, what is disturbing about it is that the birds, it's been going long enough that the birds have adapted already. They're like, okay, this is nest making material now. Like they've that can't be good. Like, that's just a sign of just how long this has gone on for. Like, this fucking goddamn nonsense. We have too many years-long conflicts, horrible ones. Sudan, Ukraine, Gaza, and now one that's heating up in just the broader Middle East. We're already approaching 5 months on that puppy, I'd point out. We need a timer for we need an Iran timer now, or count clock, whatever it is. I gotta make one of those, because we got one for, like, Charlie Kirk and, like, a bunch of other shit, Trump age and Biden age and whatever else, and we need an Operation Epstein Fury counter. Command OEF. Are the frogs gay yet? Yes.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
In regions, the cables glisten in the sunlight like giant spiders' webs. They can stretch for 12 miles, tangled in trees and draped across fields and rooftops along the 746-mile front line. Little wonder that birds have begun repurposing them, and troops are finding their handiwork.
О, така штука.
What a thing, this soldier says. That's impressive.
Сильно.
For Jana Rinko, a senior researcher at the museum, the nests demonstrate the changing nature of the war. She says, I don't recall seeing such nests in 2022.
Yeah, because there wasn't a bunch of drone netting all over the place, or drone fiber optic cable all over the place. That wasn't a thing back. It seems like so long ago. This kind of, like, the warfare that's happened on this battlefield has changed warfare on the planet forever. We're seeing it change the environment to some degree. That is how long this has been going on for. More than 4 years. It's approaching its 5th anniversary. If you don't count the invasion of Crimea. Because if you do that, it's over 10. It's been a sort of slow creep of war, if you look at it like that. Which is how I've often tried to frame this, because I don't view the two as really separate. It's just two different invasions of Ukraine. Even though there was technically a peace in between the two, it's just like when Israel just decides to restart something up. Like, you're like, we had to mow the lawn. We had to, whatever. It's just like, I see it as this continuation of us, like, the same conflict. Okay. Now, fighting has escalated in recent days. The last week, we've seen Ukraine making a number of successful strikes deep within Russian territory, hitting the energy infrastructure, hitting like 2/3 of the oil depots in Russia responding with heavy missile and drone barrages deep in Ukraine, in Kyiv, and in Zaporizhia. It was a fucked week. I'm not gonna lie. There's a bunch of shit that went down. Mostly war crimes, from what I can tell.
It's become a repeated pattern. Another Russian oil facility up in smoke. After long-range Ukrainian drones reach their target. This time, hitting a major oil terminal in St. Petersburg. Russian President Vladimir Putin dismissed the strikes targeting his home city as not critical. But residents in this town west of St. Petersburg, queuing hours for fuel, may feel otherwise.
My tank's almost empty right now, and the car is starting to stall. I don't know if I'll make it to the filling station. Since they won't...
Yo, this hair, nails, eyes combo is fucking crazy. She's like a future person. Future person with no gas. Yeah, for the first time, Russia's seeing actual fuel shortages in 4+ years of war. Something which Vladimir Putin briefly recognized in an address. Ukraine also striking inside Crimea in a move that I suggested could only mean two things: that they wanted to they had completely given up on Crimea, or they were had some renewed fervor or intention in the territory, which seemed crazy to me. That's the least likely. It feels like they're just inflicting as much suffering on Putin vicariously through the people, right? The fact is Ukraine wasn't really doing war crimes for the most part for most of this, but in the last year and a half, you've seen them striking places the same way that Russia has energy infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, it's the homes, apartment buildings, and that's where this whole thing is now gotten to, where it's just back and forth war crimes, because that's seemingly how both sides are estimating the situation. Is how much just pain and suffering can I inflict on the other side? Doesn't matter who's feeling it at this point. And it's just disturbing to watch, not gonna lie. Doesn't feel good. It does feel like this could lead to some real bad shit. We're already seeing multiple territories on the edges of this fucking more and more so seeing an increase in the cross-border accidents or whatever else. I mean, I know that some portion of them are definitely accidents, but there's some portion that I don't think are accidents. I can't say with any certainty one way or the other on each one. I just know that it's not 100% of either. And I just feel like that, in combination with all these other things and the current climate of everything, it just feels bad. It feels bad, man. We're just hurtling towards doomsday. That doomsday clock needs another update, it feels like. They've already done 2 in the last year. All right. One more clip on the events in the Eastern Europe. I almost called it the Eastern Front just now. Jesus Christ. That is actually, oh God. Though that language is starting to become more and more apt. I mean, are we not nearing some sort of global conflict? All right. What was I doing? Right, one more clip on Ukraine and Russia. CNN yesterday.
Seth, so you say that Russia is currently facing its, quote, darkest period since the war began, with its military stalled on the battlefield, losing territory in some areas. In some ways, it feels like we have seen that headline before, and yet Russia continues to hold on.
Yeah, that's the great irony, Erica, is that Russia is losing at historical numbers. Our estimate, 450,000 deaths since the war began in February, and then 1.4 million.
Nah, that's wrong of me. I shouldn't have done the horn. That was crass. That was crass. It's not a laughing matter. It's not a sound shot. It's disturbing just how many people have fucking died. I to some degree, like, the soundboard is like my coping mechanism, and sometimes it comes out in the worst ways. This is just a horrifying situation. It's not funny. Who knows exactly how many fucking people have died, but it's way too many. I mean, could it be over 1 million? Yeah, it could. And it's disturbing to think that many people have died in just one conflict, while you have multiple conflicts ongoing. You had a civil war in Myanmar, civil war in Sudan, genocide in Gaza. And yet those numbers do genuinely fucking disturb me. Which is why it just needs to come to an end. I mean, Vladimir Putin can end it, any time. He's the one who invaded Ukraine. Ukraine didn't invade themselves. Sure, could Ukraine make concessions and come to the table? Technically, they already kind of tried that on multiple occasions, but they could also continue to try and do that. I continue to recommend peace talks. The fact is Vladimir Putin can fucking end this thing at any fucking time. 1 million plus dead in Russian soldiers and conscripts. Untenable, unjustifiable, and just blatantly wrong on a human level that nobody can justify. And the toll, of course, in Ukraine. Can't forget that. No matter what you might think about NATO and the Gorbachev handshake or whatever else, like, this is just unjustifiable. I just don't care. I just don't care. It's just wrong. Actually, was it Gorbachev? No, it was the other guy. Was it Gorbachev? I can't remember. Suffice to say, after the Budapest? Minsk? No, Budapest. 93? There was supposedly a handshake between the United States and a Russian delegation. I could swear it was Gorbachev, but I could be wrong. That, like, NATO would not expand beyond its borders and blah blah blah, and we've done that since. But it's just not, like, the fact is it was never in writing. And that's the important thing. Because as Putin has said, even before he ever invaded Ukraine, U.S. leaders change every 4 years. We have elections, always changing over here. And you can't rely on us, right? So you can't make the claim that, like, a handshake should last between American presidencies. It's deluded to do that, in my opinion. To be like, oh, I'm sure the Trump administration will live up to the Biden administration's promises, right? Like, it's the same thing you're saying. It's just slightly different, and it spans decades, but it's the same vibe. And I just can't. It's like you can't live by that. And Russia's done a bunch of shit between, 2014 and 2022 to cause the expansion of NATO. All right, let's leave the conflict in Eastern Europe and move to the Middle East. Of course, a lot of this wouldn't be happening if we had long ago just prevented Israel from getting these weapons.
I'm staying in the race.
But some people are at least trying now in the present to prevent them from getting more weapons. People like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
As this defense authorization bill makes its way to the floor of the House, AOC has introduced an amendment that, if passed, would more than likely halt all offensive and defensive military aid to Israel, assuming Israel didn't radically change its behavior. The proposal would require all U.S. defense articles and services to be used in accordance with international law, consistent with 6201 of the Foreign Assistance Act, which essentially says countries that restrict U.S. humanitarian aid are prohibited from getting any military stuff.
Yeah, and good luck getting Israel in compliance with international law. I mean, this is basically a complete embargo on military aid to Israel. Because, I mean, even if they stop the genocide in Palestine, let all the aid in to Gaza on the face of the planet, leave Lebanon, and end all of that shit, end the war against Iran, you still got the system of apartheid and the annexation, or the de facto annexation of the West Bank. Every single one of those is a fucking violation of international law, too.
Illegal.
I don't know how else to articulate that.
I think it's 620I, just...
620I.
Yeah.
And the fundamental difference in this amendment versus, let's say, the Leahy law is the responsibility of the administration to affirmatively issue a clearance, and also the Congress's ability, or I should say requirement, to specifically authorize the transfer. So the point being that with the Leahy law, you needed to have some, the administration itself come to some finding.
Yes.
It
gives the president power. It gives the executive branch the power to determine whether or not Israel's violating international law. This goes further than that.
The requirement for the president was the executive branch was if you find a problem, then you are compelled not to sell. Well, it's easy not to find a problem if you don't look. In this instance, the bill would require an affirmative, or I should say an affirmation, that none of the military equipment is being used in violation of humanitarian law, or that there's, and that would be much more difficult, of course, all things taken for, as is. We should say this is both offensive and defensive. It'll be interesting to see if Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I think it was had a more limited amendment, will vote for this if it hits the floor. Oh, wait. She resigned.
Yeah, because she cares so much.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if she goes on a podcast
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
and talks about it.
That's what's important.
And I say that as a podcast.
But obviously, I mean, that's part of why we're criticizing her in general, Marjorie Taylor Greene, not the history of anti-Semitism, hatred, bigotry, conspiracism in general. It's just that she hasn't been on our show.
Right. It's not that she's a weak piece of shit, useless individual that just sort of threw their congressionally mandated power into the trash can, and then went and started complaining about the government. Bitch, you were in the government. You were the government. And now you're saying the government was doing some bad stuff? Why didn't you stay there and start doing, literally, why didn't you stay there and, fight back against it? Instead of crying on your way out and resigning in disgrace. It's pathetic. That's why these people are not our fucking allies. They have no fucking backbone. And the ideology that they do hold dear is all terrible. Just racism. as their basest ideology. Let's be real. All right, let's go to Lebanon, where Israel continues to use its U.S. weapons. To deadly effect. Horrifying effect. 4,300 civilians dead in the last 4 months. 4,300 civilians dead, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. Here's Telesur English.
In Lebanon, the number of victims that have lost their lives due to the Israeli aggressions rose to 4,304 civilians, according to the Lebanese Health Ministry. The ministry announced that it was recorded 4,304 deaths and 12,203 injuries due to the ongoing Israeli aggression on Lebanon since March 2nd, 2026.
Yep, 4 months, 4,300 people dead. Not Hezbollah, just regular people. 13,000, once again, civilians, not Hezbollah, injured. Who knows what that means? Lost eye, lost a finger, lost an arm, lost a leg, lost a foot. Who knows? Lost the favorite part of your body? Who knows? Right? Like, I mean, there's no way to know. It's just injuries. It's just casualties, broadly speaking. You can just imagine the worst possible injuries that you get from war and bombs and missiles, drone strikes. And you'll probably be right. And who knows how many thousands are currently displaced? It's unclear, but it's like near 1 million internally displaced in Lebanon as a result of Israel's continued occupation of a third of the territory. And of course, on top of that, there's all the people in the non-occupied part that now don't have homes because Israel blew them up. It's a mass humanitarian crisis. Human caused. Completely preventable. The United States is basically the sole guarantor of this fucking disaster. Meanwhile, in Iran, a shocking number of people gathered to attend the former Supreme Leader's, Ayatollah Khamenei's, funeral. Upwards of 15 million in attendance. Here's France 24 from yesterday on this spectacle in honor of the former leader of the Iranian Republic.
People are gathering this morning. Authorities say they expect up to 15 million people to attend this ceremony. If that's the case, this is very likely going to be one of the largest public funerals, one of the largest public gatherings in modern history. All of those people coming to pay their respect for Iran's late supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
One of the largest gatherings potentially in all of human history. It is something else, you know? But it's images like this that really, I think, throw into stark contrast the blatant lies sown by the Trump administration and by Bibi Netanyahu and Israel as to how easy it was going to be to do regime change and how the Shah Pahlavi was just going to show up on a horse and take back Iran, and the people would come to support him. You have 15 million people in the street to mourn the dude that the United States and Israel assassinated. You think this is an easy overthrow here? Oh boy. This is proof just how fucking deranged and deluded the people who came up with this plan in the first place really were. 15 million people. One of the largest human gatherings in modern history. Wow. Wow. Need a new road for Primrose Path.
In Islam, it is usually encouraged to bury the deceased very quickly within 1 or 2 days. Obviously, this didn't happen in this case. Ayatollah Khamenei, of course, assassinated on February 28th, the first day of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes targeting Iran, the first day of the war. And it was, of course, due to the war that this funeral ceremony was delayed. Now that we have a ceasefire, that funeral ceremony is taking place. This is a ceremony that's going to take place in multiple cities in Iran, and also 2 countries, Iran and neighboring Iraq. Much of the events here in Tehran are going to take place at the Mosalla religious complex here in Tehran.
Easy overthrow. In and out. It'll be just like Venezuela. Completely decimated. I hear PBD is going to be the next king.
Paul Davidson.
Crowds of people loyal to the Iranian regime have been paying their respects to the country's late supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, in a week of funeral ceremonies in the capital, Tehran. The Ayatollah, who ruled Iran for more than 3 decades, was killed in US-Israeli strikes in February. Here's our World News correspondent Joe Inwood.
This is the image Iran wants to project to the world. A country united, grieving for the loss of their supreme leader, killed in the opening salvos of this war.
Yeah, and it seems like the image that Iranians want to portray to the world to the tune of 15 million people. BBC.
In these crowds, anyone willing to speak on camera had the same message.
Our enmity with America has just begun, I think. It's even more than before. And with the threats the US is making, people like me should volunteer and stand against them.
It's claimed millions will take part in 6 days of national mourning for the man who ruled for more than 3 decades over a repressive state.
I regret a lot why I didn't come to see the leader when he was alive. I should have discovered him much earlier. I learned too late.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's interesting people keep framing Iran as this repressed place when it's really no more, it's really at this point, not much more repressed than the United States. Fractionally, just fractionally more repressed. We're living under American Sharia law at this point. Criticize the leader, question the narrative, straight to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Fireworks on 4th of July last year, 100 years. What's not repressive about that? We could go on. Murdering American citizens in the street. Should we go on? We could. It's a very long list. Oh, it's a terrible, horrible list. All right, let's take in this moment in Iran. A sea of black hoods. Yeah, I would like to notice. I would like everybody to point something out here. You know, people believe in Islam as much as they believe in Christianity. That's why there's billions of followers across the planet, right? And you know, all these women's faces, at least most of them, are born to the world. Something which places like Fox News say it doesn't exist. You get your hands chopped off, you get hung in the street for showing your face. All of the women here, 98% of the women here, have their faces fully uncovered. At the fucking the wake of the goddamn Shah of Iran. Not the Shah, I can just call him the Shah. Good God. The Ayatollah. The former Ayatollah. Like, it's just, you know, like it's the narrative, I think, that we are fed on this is Western centric. And Iran, I think, is intentionally orientalized in a way that makes it easy for us to villainize them. Where if we really examine things, there's a lot of similarities in our cultures. Perhaps in bad ways, but similarities nonetheless. Because, like, seriously, does everybody remember those fucking, like, AI-fueled, like, white nationalist nightmares that we're getting, that, like, Hassan was reacting to, of women dressed exactly like this, except not in black, doing laundry and looking after their children? Like, this is literally what Christians in America, the Christian nationalists in America, fueled by Trump, want to bring about in this country, right? Take away the rights of women to vote and to, like, have jobs and to read books and just get them in the home making babies and making burgers for the daddies.
Daddies are more stronger than mommies.
Massive throngs showing up for the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini. Funeral which will apparently last for multiple days. Which I think is very similar to like a concept of like Shiva. I don't know what it's called in Islamic in the Islamic faith. All right. Now let's talk about the legacy of the United States in the Middle East. And the failure of the Kamala Harris and Biden administration / candidacies to recognize, deal with Gaza and the U.S.'s funding of Israel, among other things, here with the Majority Report. In a long-form interview with Ta-Nehisi Coates,
I was also struck in the piece, getting back to that a little bit. There was a quote by Tiffany Cross, journalist and author, who was part of an early movement to get Biden to commit to naming a black woman as the vice presidential nominee. And the quote is, I would think, I would hope.
I'll be right back, Space Fams. I gotta grab hydration. I've run out over here. Burb.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Way that a black woman is someone who's going to say the uncomfortable thing.
Oh, by the way.
I would trust.
I almost forgot to mention. This is our second to last. Oh, wait, there's a bonus clip. Almost our penultimate clip of the night.
Black woman could not see tens of thousands of children being murdered and not be struck by that, not be moved by that. Whether you're a mother or not, I trust we experienced that. We saw that firsthand of violence in America, and we've had to tap into our humanity in a certain way. I mean, the piece is in many ways about that sort of paradox of where Black people have to now sort of like in power buy into the same I guess the contemporary version of what was happening in this country years back, or some iteration of it. But are we like, is that a problem? I mean, with our politics on some level. I mean, I see this with Jews, right? Like, I was taught. Much of my education, I'm at an age where, much of my Jewish education was founded on the Holocaust. I had my Hebrew school teachers, a couple of them, had tattoos on their arms. I mean, that was, we were 30 years out from the Holocaust when I was 10 or whatever it was. And the lesson that I understood was that, like, Jews would never do what they're doing in Israel. And I've been proven wrong. I mean, and to a certain extent, it's why I think like many Jews turned a blind eye to what was going on there for so many years, because it was just not comprehensible. And on some level, like, maybe the problem is holding on to these notions that an identity, and even the cultural stuff that's built into that identity, ends up dictating in these moments.
Yeah, so I want to separate two things. I think the one thing you mentioned is the notion that because you go through an experience, because you're oppressed, you are necessarily inured from the impulse to oppress other people. That is nonsense. You know what I mean? Like, there's just, it's not just Jews, it's not just Black folks. I mean, we just have plenty of experience of, immigrant group after immigrant group, you say, coming from Europe over here and actually, duplicating oppression even as they flee from it, and throughout the world. I mean, that just is a consistent thing of humanity. The one part I want to hold on to, and this is what Tiffany was really speaking to, because, I mean, she was actually speaking as somebody who was disappointed in Kamala, not as somebody who, was endorsing, what Kamala's, silence and her unwillingness, to have a Palestinian speaker. She was actually speaking of a disappointment. The notion is that it should teach you something. And I do hold to that. I do hold to that because, like, I do think that it's important to ask of people who have been oppressed, who have been, terrorized themselves, who have been excluded and marginalized themselves, that they learn something from that. And I actually think that is contrary to the expectation, because I think, or it's contrary to the expectation that they won't, like, that they will have some automatic understanding of it and thus won't do it themselves just because they went.
Absolutely. I'm right here with Ta-Nehisi. I still don't know exactly how you're supposed to pronounce his name. I mean, if you look at his name, it's pronounced, it's spelled Ta-Nehisi, but I've only heard Sam, I think, pronounce his name. And Sam is the worst at pronouncing names on the planet, or at least on the internet. And so I'm just going to stick with Ta-Nehisi because I think it's right. I've never heard Ta-Nehisi say his own name. That's the problem. If we could just get him to say his own name, then we could solve this. I just feel like he's too polite to correct Sam, because we all know Sam doesn't know how to pronounce names. Everybody knows it. But he's absolutely right. Like, there's an expectation that people will have some sort of automatic reverse reaction to repression, but that's not the case. That's never been the case. But there should be. Right? Like, I mean, literally, we listen to somebody who fits that exact description the wrong way, right? Earlier this evening. You might have forgotten, but we listened to this guy, Superman. What's his name? Dan Kane. How do you spell that fucking name? No, not Dan Kane. What's his fucking name? Superman. Why can't I think of his fucking name? Dean Kane. Dan Kane's the fucking My brain just broke. He works in the Pentagon. Dean fucking Cain. Superman was talking about the massive crowds. Remember that guy? Talking about the massive crowds that were not there in the sea of reflecting pool green. The one Asian lady looking over the expanse of nothingness. That guy. This guy. Dean Cain. Did you know that Dean Cain's real name is Dean Tanaka? That he's half Japanese and that part of his family were in the internment camps? It's the same Dean Cain who went around hanging out with ICE earlier in 2025. Real piece of shit, but has, as Ta-Nehisi has pointed out, not learned the lesson that should have been learned by a guy who, you know, whose family were repressed by this government. A guy whose family was put into internment camps decided to use his image to help ICE put other people in internment camps. It's disturbing. But we gotta fight against that, basically. Actively.
I think the expectation that there should be some degree of knowledge, some degree of compassion, some degree of understanding, I think it's a good thing. I mean, one of the things I say towards the back of the piece is, look, despite everything we've heard and everything we've read, and despite, you know, the division between, you know, certain camps of Black activists and certain camps of Palestinian activists, man, if you look at the polling, I mean, the most skeptical group of people of Israel's actions in Gaza were, in fact, Black people. The first, you know, co-sponsor of the ceasefire, you know, who works with Rashida Tlaib is a Black woman. It's Cori Bush. And the first group, a majority, or I think it was like half of the group of people who ultimately signed on to that were Black. AME Church, which, you know, is not known for its radicalism, you know, comes out, you know, against it. A number of Black pastors come out, you know, against it. So this is a very complicated thing, you know, that's going on. And I've seen it even in the reaction to my piece. I think it was, you know, very much in that piece. There were Black women in that piece who, you know, will support Kamala to the hilt. And there are Black women in that piece who were deeply, deeply disappointed, you know, in how she handled Gaza. And so, you know, I feel like, as somebody who roots himself in the Black freedom tradition, like, I have a responsibility to make sure that this experience does not become a badge for us to go and do things to other people or support the doing of things to other people.
Yeah, and it's also when you
see.
Does that
make sense? Does that make sense?
It does. But I guess.
Yeah, please.
I guess what I'm saying is,
I think it's an interesting question.
Well, I mean, I think like there's a difference between a moral expectation and a political expectation. Right? Like, you know, I mean, there was nothing in Harris's history that would indicate a particular sensitivity to a whole host of questions that one would, on a sort of like moral or ethical sense, like say, you know, maybe there should be more sensitivity simply because of the tradition and what your ancestors have gone through. And so it was simply a function of a profile as opposed to someone who has actually engaged with
in a tradition
in that tradition. And
So
that's where I start getting into it political.
I disagree with that. Like, look, I mean, this is the thing I say at the back of the piece. I mean, she's very clear in her biography about like how she grew up and the values she grew up on. She talks about her, you know, her parents being involved in the protest tradition. She was born in 1964 in the Bay Area, which is, you know, a hotbed of political activism and radicalism. She's very clear in her book about, you know, who she was raised on, about seeing people like Amiri Baraka, about seeing people like Fannie Lou Hamer and how that influenced her. She herself roots herself in it. Now you can say in her career, like maybe
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, she may self-proclaim, but you know, it's like she was a prosecutor.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that Kamala was able to portray herself as different people to different groups of people. You know, essentially a form of code switching politically, right? Like, oh, like I grew up in a rooted tradition of black radicalism, but I was also a prosecutor. You know what I mean? Like, it's just depending on what room she was in, I feel like to some degree she would speak to the audience who she was. And like, honestly, I don't have a problem with people code switching. Like, but the fact is like that's what she did politically. And so people, I think, to some degree, intuited one thing or another based upon, you know, like what message was being like almost directed at them. And like she did it effectively, like to some degree, like in terms of making vague who she was. But I think the vagueness is also what wound up losing her the race, right? Because people couldn't nail down who the fuck she was. One second she'd say one thing, the next second she'd be completely like incoherent and having switched positions on it almost, right? Like with Gaza, right? Like remember the like early on in the race, like she came out and she like made like a stance that we hadn't really heard from the Biden administration. It was lackluster. All of us were like, ugh, like whatever, like, but still it was something. It was something. But then within like a week, she was on ABC or whatever doing an interview and going and like completely backtracking on everything she said. We all remember this, right? Like, and it's just that I think that inconsistency and an inability to actually nail down who she was a big problem, right? For like people to get like a sense of where we were going. It's like, and that was disincentivizing when it came to getting people out to the polls, among other things, of course.
But it's like she was a prosecutor, and she
honestly,
wasn't.
I don't have a complete breakdown on her career, but I guess what I want to say is I don't really want to. I am deeply uncomfortable condemning or writing off people who looked at her, saw themselves in her, and also said, we expect you to see some measure of our struggle and your humanity in other people. Now, maybe they were ultimately wrong, in that, but I guess I'm a little uncomfortable, condemning that.
Well, it's also, I think, when we're having a systemic conversation about, you have a quote fairly, or not a quote, you write early on in your piece about.
But the fact is, like, I was. Once it became clear that we were not getting a primary, I backed Kamala because I knew it was a binary choice between her and what we have now. I didn't know it was going to be quite as bad as it is, but I had some sense. We were talking about it leading up, like, straight through the fucking election cycle, right? Like, I knew what we were getting ourselves into with Trump. And so I tried, but I couldn't really fault people. Like, I had people in the chat all the time being like, God, no, fuck that. And, like, I don't think I really pushed back on anybody doing that. Like I said, like, I think we need to, vote in like the states where we think it's most necessary. Like, if you feel like, this is like, I didn't have an argument for it, right? Like, it was a sad blue no matter who type vote. And it felt like 2016, 2020 all over again. But like, I hadn't been a content creator at the time. It was just like a normal, like, like I was just living my life, not thinking about this in the same ways that I am now. But like there plenty of people like had, valid concerns and desires that were not being spoken to at all. I mean, I felt like I was one of those people that was being forced to, because of my job, to like take some kind of whatever, even if it didn't have some sort of like, it certainly didn't have any influence on the outcome of the election, but like in my perception, I was like, I had to at least, have the fucking spine to make a decision. Just like I've said with every single election this primary season, is I will make my best attempt to give you who I think is going to be the best candidate in whatever election it may be. Even if they're not perfect, I'm not going to allow that to be an enemy of progress And like, same thing with that. It's like, I knew intrinsically there's a lot of better reasons to vote for Kamala than Trump. And we could sit here and rehash all that, but like, I just, you know, I couldn't blame people for not being able to see through what we had gone through. And like what was being ignored in this campaign.
A black presidency as a contradiction. It owes its power to a movement against racist state violence at home, but seeks an office which has always practiced racist state violence abroad. And I think, you know, Harris was not a transformational political figure in terms of a vision in that way. And the circumstances in which she was thrust into the nomination did not give her the ability to pivot in that way. And I don't necessarily think ideologically she had that kind of politics, but it's perhaps more of a way to indict the system of empire than it is to, I don't know, basically indict assumptions made that about her from voters that have been, and black voters in the Democratic Party in particular, have been told time and time again, election cycle after election cycle, that you have to vote Democrat as a harm reduction measure. The problem is that we've gotten to a point where there's no credibility on that. Or less credibility.
I was like, one of the things I really was trying to do was to some degree take the focus off of her and think about this, like the idea of a black presidency period, and to a large extent about the presidency. And, you know, Sam, I think the question you're kind of getting at is probably one that I have been thinking about since I came back from Palestine. You understand what I'm saying? Like the extent to which these groups and this history actually matters when you're talking about, you know, actual power. And, you know, Emma, I guess at the end, you know, I'm still trying to figure this out myself, you know, and I don't have a firm answer here, but I guess the question I am asking myself, which goes beyond the scope of that piece, what is a black presidency actually worth? Like, what are we trying to do here? And maybe larger than that, to what extent, you know, should we be organizing our politics around individuals as presidents? Now, presidents have a lot of power. I'm not, you know, saying the presidency, period, but individuals, you know, as presidents. You know, there was nothing, to your point, Sam, there was nothing, if you look at the biography of Abraham Lincoln, that would indicate the kind of impact he would ultimately have on black life in this country. You know, he was a pretty middle of the road, you know, politics, and really kind of remained one until like the last 2 years of his life, really, you know, as you get deeper into the war. What I think is that we maybe give more attention to the character of people than we should, and don't pay attention to maybe the history and the context that's happening around them. You know, that ultimately may, you know, shape them, you know, more than like how great they are, you know, necessarily as a human being, or, you know, how courageous they are themselves.
Yeah. I mean, it's about, I think, having a collectivist worldview as well, which
that is an important point right now, because we're in the middle of an election, and we are seeing these elections shaping the narrative right now as we speak, in a way that I could not be more thrilled by. For the first time in a while, there's this massive shift in the narrative. It's like, I think it's very necessary. And I think the more that we push on this, the more that the issues in the system which we are trying to address will perhaps be forced upon it, right? In terms of the pushing of the goalpost, right? Of the Overton window, right? If we can just drag it to, we've been watching it get like just like a full like football teams where the people just like pushing to the right for so long. Like we need a moment where we can actually pull the Overton window back to the left and be talking about the actual issues that cause people problems, rather than just allowing the right to use fear-mongering tactics. The people are seeing aren't. The thing is like we're at an interesting moment where people are realizing all of this fear-mongering stuff they've been hearing, at least to some people, right? I think mostly to independents, most. But like, I think a lot of people are realizing all this fear-mongering they've been hearing about immigrants doesn't seem to be checking out, since we just spent $200 billion on ICE, locked fucking, untold number of people up, deported. And we still have higher prices than we did before we started. That didn't solve it, did it? Getting rid of your neighbor who was browner than you didn't solve your problems. Just because they speak Spanish doesn't mean that they're not American. Just because their food smells different than the food that you make doesn't make them any less American, right? That's the it's been sold that those people are the reason for all of the feelings of oppression that right-wingers have been experiencing. And we're being told that all of America is supposed to accept that this is just true at this point. Like not accepting this makes you an extremist, an immigration extremist. And it's just, I think that lie is being brought to bear, right? Like it's being exposed for being false, right? Something we've been saying is false for a while, but some people just need to experience it for themselves. Of course, there's always going to be some number of people who, for that, they will never be convinced because they're too stubborn or stupid or some combination of the two. I don't know why I just paused this. I'm going to let this continue. Like, this is actually kind of one of the... I figured if we completed the Galacticonticle, I would definitely watch this whole thing today. I did try and focus this very much on America. A nation we have to look inwards at, solve a lot of problems to make this a more perfect union.
Individualism that sometimes I think sets people, figureheads like Kamala Harris up to be, I mean, frankly, the way that that Biden sidelined her and also at the beginning, I would say, undercut her by explicitly tokenizing her to a degree, didn't help her in many ways. And just to stay on your piece for one more second, because I really appreciated this part of it as well, when you were contextualizing Black women's trauma in this country and you were describing enslavement as a system of rape, and you quoted this historian, Paula Giddings.
The great Paula Giddings. Yeah.
She alone could give birth to a slave. Blacks constituted a permanent labor force and metaphor that were perpetuated through the Black woman's womb. Just this idea that Black women in particular bore this burden in America as they could produce more slaves, right? And just to compare it to right now, you see some of the atrocity propaganda and how Israelis present themselves as victims of these scary Muslims, rabid Palestinians that are coming after their women to attack them. And there's this kind of self-victimization as well, where, specifically if people of color show humanity towards Palestinians, you'll have Zionists treat these calls for liberation as like attacks, as bigotry against the oppressor. And I'm just wondering if you've noticed some of those similarities about the atrocity propaganda about Palestinians and how, in many ways, it looks like these were clipped from the Jim Crow South to justify lynchings.
Yeah, I have. I definitely have. And, my way of dealing with that is there's right and wrong in the world. You could take the worst, most heinous thing or the most heinous system, that you've seen, maybe slavery itself, and nothing, about that makes me think that should be done to the people that perpetrated it. Some things are just absolutely in themselves, completely wrong. And I think having a politic that is more based on peoples as opposed to ethnic affinities is extremely, 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 extremely important, and maybe even in this question that we keep, that we've been circling around in this interview. I've said this before, but to me, look, what I saw over there, either it's right or wrong, and there is nothing that I could see any Palestinian doing that would make what I saw on the West Bank, in Hebron, in the settlements themselves, which I actually went into, nothing I could see that like nothing makes that right. I don't care what they did, you know, and like there is this implicit notion that some people deserve certain things.
Yeah, I mean, and this is why, I mean, like when I see, even though I think a lot of people would consider this a fairly pro-Ukrainian podcast, especially for a leftist podcast, but I'm just going based upon a number of things: international law and just basic humanity, right? The Ukrainians were technically just minding their own business and they got invaded. And Russia did a shitload of fucking war crimes. All that stuff I've just, on a base level, just sort of disapproved of, regardless of what the justifications that there might be. And because I just don't see there as being a justification for it. Right? Like, you can't tell me that there is. I'm vehemently against it. But like, whenever I see Ukraine commit a fucking war crime, which I've been seeing more and more now, like I said, over like the last year and a half, it seems like especially like the last year, 9 months really, actually, when I think about it more, it is like the last 9 months, ever since the fucking ceasefire talks completely fell apart, Ukraine's has changed up its strategy. It's no longer just fighting a war internally against Russian troops on its soil and defending against airstrikes. It's been waging a campaign internally inside of Russia, in civilian areas, against energy sites, and civilian infrastructure. Right? And that's a war crime too. And like, we can't just like ignore one war crime because it's convenient. And, you know, and then try and call out other war crimes when those are convenient. Because that's literally the thing we've been, the hypocrisy we have been pointing out for the last, I don't know how long. I do know, actually, 2.5 years, ever since I first started this fucking stream. It's almost been 2.5 years to the day. I think it's like 2 weeks from now.
You know, and that is then in turn used, you know, or, you know, it becomes very, very vulnerable, because if you can pin certain acts on certain people, well, they're terrorists, well, they did this, look at who they killed, look at you know, that somehow then can justify, you know, systemic cruelty, systems of plunder, systems of exploitation. And I just don't believe that. Can I just take just a quick journalistic license before we move off this piece?
Immediately,
Of course.
if not sooner.
Sam, I want to ask you, because, you know, I've actually heard you, you know, speak about this quite a bit on this show, and your question really does intrigue me. What, like, having seen everything you've seen, and come to your place of consciousness about Palestine and Israel and Zionism and everything, what does all of that teaching about the Holocaust mean to you? Does the Holocaust have any sort of place in your politics? Does it have anything to teach you in terms of struggle?
Honestly, like, I think at this time, when I think about it and its resonance, I see it as a mass trauma. Like, it's almost like my perspective on it has changed to, you know, that's just what dominates my thinking now in this era, is that it's really more of like a psychological thing. Like, there's literally what we're seeing is some type of mass reaction to like a mass trauma. I can't really place it in any other context. I mean, the relationship between the Holocaust and Israel was so cemented in my young Jewish teachings. I mean, I think as a kid I was aware, you know, my son just got bar mitzvahed, and I remember my bar mitzvah speech, I said something to the effect of like, we're all here because of the Holocaust. and like we feel guilty, and that was not met with the, I mean, not everybody was excited about that, but at the time, but in retrospect, I think I was on to something on some level. Like there was in the license that many people perceive that it gives them, I think, is just really problematic. Like somehow, I mean, I think it's just like a trauma reaction, which is, I hope people don't interpret as an excuse. But
then also empowered by like the state as well, and by institutions in ways.
I think that came after. I mean, I think the impetus. I mean, look, the people in the Irgun and the Haganah and the Stern gang, they justified doing some horrible things, and I think it was because we're owed something. We have license, and I think that disseminates through a people, and I don't know how you recover from that. I
mean, the concept of Zionism preceded World War II, right, and the Holocaust, and that is the foundational framework upon which the state of Israel is created. So, I mean, yeah, I know, definitely like this, at least this sort of thinking that led us to what we are witnessing now, preceded that. But that also was after technically in response to a different, what technically didn't count as a war or an ethnic or like an international crime at the time because we hadn't established it, but that was an ethnic cleansing, right? The pogroms in eastern Ukraine and, western Russia, but mostly eastern Ukraine. Like it was, I'm not saying it's just there, like it was, but I mean, mostly. And the fact is like, people were responding to that as well, right? Initially, like the initial concept of Zionism kind of came from that. Like, we can't get a break here. Like, maybe we should get our own state. And then, here we are. Concept of an ethno-state didn't work out so good.
I have no idea, but it's a bad thing. What's the point of teaching about the Holocaust?
One day I'm not there with Sam. I'm not there with Sam. Sam's lost it. Sam has become so pessimistic about Holocaust teaching because of what it's led to. He thinks it's completely and I disagree. I love Sam. Everybody here knows I love Sam. That's why we're watching this whole clip right now. But God damn it, I'm not there with him. We just need to make sure that for anyone else, right? Because there's never again part, right? But for anyone, ever, right? Never ever for anyone ever again, right? Double down on that. Anyone, because that's the portion that we're missing from this moment, I feel.
If the answer is we just need better guns.
Yeah, I mean, one thing, and again, you would know this better than me, but being struck by just the sheer number of Jewish voices in the Palestinian freedom movement, being struck by what happened in what was Dan Goldman's district. I mean, is there not one argument that actually people heard the lessons too well? I mean, like they just believed them and took them too well in, ways that maybe, some of the people teaching the lessons did not want them to, and they're just applying those universally.
Oh, in other words, that it wasn't taught, it was not taught like this means for everybody, but that some people absorb that. I mean, that was the argument that,
that's exactly
that was the argument that I think, like, was it a former Obama official was making on her book tour?
Oh, yes.
That literally, like, people misunderstood. I mean,
yeah, that's what she said. She did say that.
Yes.
It's
nuts.
It was demented.
She was like, we made a mistake.
It was demented.
Yes.
It was demented. I couldn't believe that anybody would ever say that thought out loud. It's the most horrifying sentence I feel like a human could utter. Like, it's basically just endorsing the concept of genocide. Like, what's wrong with you? Who could say that? I can't. Like, what kind of person says that? Look at Emma's face. That's exactly everything. Like, seriously, it's just so. Oh God, so mind-meltingly stupid.
I mean, that's nuts. I mean, in my mind, that's nuts. Like,
I feel like I'm
I don't
taking
remember,
treatment,
like,
Bill.
you know, and you know, I grew up in Worcester, Massachusetts. It was not like a very, like, it was not the most Jewish of places, but we were, you know, in Hebrew school. I don't remember a teacher saying, "Hey, look, you're learning this. When we say never again, it means that we've got to get armed and fight." Like that, no.
Isn't that nationalism, though? Isn't that the drug of nationalism that gives you this feeling of empowerment and pride, and it can be addicting in and of itself? And you have Israeli nationalists that say, we are not the Jews that would let the Holocaust happen to us. And that is not reflective of Jewish diaspora in this country at all, but in Jewish institutions where they're at large-scale Zionist institutions, that is the operational view. And I think that's part of the contradiction when you see that, you know, a majority of Jewish Democrats believe Israel's committing genocide, but the Jewish institutions are not reflecting the population in this country.
But I think it also has to do with like age, proximity, temporal proximity to the Holocaust. I mean, certainly, you know, I've told this story many times, but like a friend of my father's who came to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvahs, had many Passovers with us, called him like a year ago and asked if I was an anti-Semite. Well, and my father asked, "Are you inviting him to Saul's bar mitzvah?" And I'm like, no. I'm not going to be doing that. No.
No.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent
Because he's
at this
Jewish?
juncture.
Yeah. I said, we have a...
God damn it, Sam. You anti-Semite. Oh, God. And it all comes out.
We have a quota. Too many Jews are coming. So do that. But I mean, honestly, it was like, I think that's just a mass psychosis, frankly. I mean, and I don't know if it's a question of like, there was you know, I think in the context of Israel, and certainly the Molly Crabapple's new book, I mean, covers some of this, and certainly the research, there was a disdain for the Jewry of Europe. There was a victim blaming, I think, that took place. And I think like the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu, you know, calls himself Benjamin Netanyahu as opposed to change his name, I don't want to dead name him, I don't remember what it was, but I think it was an idea of escaping that profile. Like, we don't want to be those shtetl Jews or those ghetto Jews. It looks a lot worse as time goes on. With that said, also...
Sorry, I took us on a tangent.
No, but that's fine. I want to ask also, like, hey, folks...
Well, you can get the rest of that. Very tantalizing interview, or the Majority Report. We've watched multiple clips of that so far in the last week. Honestly, I thought that was what we needed this July 4th. Very much so. And hopefully this Galactic Stream has brought you some amount of enjoyment on this holiday weekend and prepared you perhaps for the week to come. So I got a couple of clips left. 2 left. Great job, everybody. Great job for making it this far. Truly impressive. Your stalwart efforts do not go unnoticed. No. All right. We're talking about the United States and our policy on Palestine and or Israel. You should check out what happened here at one of the World Cup matches in, I think, this was Houston? I can't remember what locality this was. Woman brought a flag of a particular country.
Illegal.
Don't take that word. Let's go. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go.
Why is he manhandling this woman?
How rude.
Oh my God! This woman, she shows up with just a Palestinian flag. She's at a game in Houston at the World Cup. Some dickbag security guard shows up and says, "Hey, you can't have that. You're gonna have to leave. You can't have a flag of a country getting genocided right now. But you can't have an Israeli flag. They're playing in the tournament." I mean, he didn't say that part, but that's basically what's being implied. You know, Israel's still allowed to play. You know who's not allowed to play? Russia. Russia's not allowed to play. And ever since the invasion of Ukraine, they haven't been allowed to play in the World Cup. Nope.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed.
It's just the hypocrisy that bugs me. You know?
Free Palestine! Let's go. Free Palestine! Don't take that word. Let's go. Let's go.
Yep, there's a grown man handling a tiny woman with a flag at a World Cup event in Houston, Texas. For a complicated country. So complicated. Even when we're celebrating things, find ways to make them shitty. Okay, last clip. To South Korea. For the future. What better way to end a stream? Thinking about the horrifying robot future seen at the World Cup. RoboCup, excuse me. RoboCup 2026.
China. I have to have my China. I'm very happy and very grateful to join this game. And our team's ultimate goal is that we will beat the FIFA champion in 2050. So we are keep on it.
Well, there you go, people. That'll be the future. We'll replace human athletes with robot athletes, and FIFA will be out of business. Or I'm sure they'll find a way to take over robot soccer too, so don't hold your breath on that. The second I said it, I'm like, you know what? They'll own it. They'll own robot soccer this time next year.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Goal, exactly, Mitty. Exactly, that was your World Cup related coverage. I just couldn't manage to fit it in tonight. I had a bunch of World Cup clips I'd been saving like all week, and then like we hit the weekend, the festival turned into such a disaster, and all this other fucking shit happened to the point where I was like, you know what, we don't have time for the World Cup this week. It's not our thing anyway. We only care about it like once every 4 years. We're mostly pretending. Let's be real. Although I guess it's been gaining popularity in the United States slowly. Well, that's it, Space Fam. Sunday Fun Day. 8.5 hours. And that's it. What a weird way to celebrate our freedom. by having a utter failure of a state fair. Doesn't have all the states. The money gets redirected to a partisan group so that Trump can celebrate himself and his fascist takeover of America and say the word culture 100 times in front of Mount Rushmore, like fucking Adolf Hitler or something. It was horrifying, but somehow I feel like we still managed to salvage the fun day and the Sunday, even with all the terrible. Well, we've gotten through the stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Well, let's see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Your galactic patrons whom I forgot to update their animation this week. Terrible.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
People like... Whoopsies. Gabby, Gothdogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Betty, Afrobonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Niche, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Herminerologist, HBX, Enda, Lowry Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfect Cell, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, Hakate, Trevor, and Sweet Chewy Forever. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, but your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just the low price of $3 a month on Patreon. Why do I do that?
Holy Toledo!
It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy of July 4th.
Whoa, what just happened? Okay, before we move on to the super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream, gotta do one more thing. Gotta recognize another group of galactic individuals, and that's the benefactors. People over on Patreon who decided to take things just a little bit further. That's right. These people before you help produce the stream just a little bit harder. People like PB, the first of the galactic benefactors. People like Nadia, who I haven't seen for a while and I hope is doing well. We miss Nadia. Oh, and Noep. One of our beautiful galactic goddesses. Missing from the stream at this moment. Donald James X. Guitar player of galactic awesomeness. Omega Star. One of our Twitch mods. And MIDI Doctors. Another one of our beautiful galactic mods. Who was also here just a second ago. So many great galactic individuals taking it upon themselves to make sure that this stream continues to live like Disco Wolf. Narwhal by nature. These individuals are so goddamn great. I can't tell you in words what they mean to me. I can merely just continue to say their names, like Calibrating and Scouts. Individuals from across the planet support the Galactic News Network. People like Icebreaker, a gamer of galactic greatness. Selena. Where art thou, Selena? I haven't seen you in longer than a fortnight. Mish! You too. Where you at? Come on! Free Palestine. Oh, who is that? A message, not a name. Lori Lunchmeat. So many beautiful, beautiful space vamps. All keeping the galactic clock ticking like Hermit Horologist. I got jokes. HPX. Of course, another great person of galacticness, Manda. Good lord. What a fantastic list of incredible people like Frizzla. Or birds, should I say. Village Mazda. A great New Yorker. Traveling through space. CJ from the Six. The Anarchist. That's right. All these people here have helped bring the show. Your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. Directly to your devices. Alright, Space Vamps. That's it on the messaging. Time for the super secret galactic late night after hours chill stream, which only the horizontal stream can enjoy. Vertical stream, sorry, but not sorry. We're gonna have to switch formats.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Play. Just play. You can do this. Yes. Good job. Good job. I believe in you.